We have a panoramic view of a large city with many skyscrapers and mountains visible in the distance. The main character appears. He is frightened in the reflection of his eye. We see three figures, clearly unfriendly. Three grown men beat a little boy and left him bleeding in the street. The boy looked at these people with an angry and offended look. The tears disappeared, but the blood did not stop. The child is now grown up, but the fights in the alleys still remained with him, of course. Now he can fight back against his offenders. The man who swung the stick at him was the first to be punched in the face. Having beaten three men, our hero left them behind and walked out of the alley. Something happened that no one could have imagined. On January 1st, 2020, the world turned into a game. Dungeons suddenly began to appear everywhere and monsters came out of them. The monsters that appeared destroyed everything around them, so due to the destruction of the city, many people died. Divine beings called the Shining Ones also began to appear, and they passed on their power to a small group of people. This is how a small group of people gained their abilities, and only they could destroy dungeons. People believed that players with special powers could save the world. But the players, taking advantage of this chaos, were only busy satisfying their own selfish goals. There were many rumors among people about the approaching end of the world. But for our hero, the world remained the same place in which he does not trust anyone. He also received abilities, and among the other players, he met someone he began to trust. Lei was one of the original 7 players, a warrior, the heir to the sacred light, and the strongest player in the entire world. He selflessly helped the weak, protecting them from monsters and saving the world. The guy is like a hero from the legend of King Arthur. All cool. After killing another monster, the guy turned to the team and said with a serious look that he would destroy the very last boss in this game. Our protagonist looks at Lei with admiration when he says that he will put an end to this game. Looking straight into the hero's eyes, he said that he intended to put this world to sleep. The hero, who had seen the last scumbag since childhood, was clearly delighted by the boy's nobility. The brave men who wanted to save the world gathered around Lei one after another, just like our character. He fought bravely with the monsters along with everyone else, even though he said he hated this world. For the first time in his life, the guy met people he could trust. He happily watched his comrades as they rested after another battle. For the first time, all the players came together for one purpose. The hero thought with a smile that now he had the power to change this world. Here they have reached the final battle that could change everything. Lei stood behind our hero and said that this battle could indeed be their last. Ken, that's the name of our hero, immediately understood what Lei meant and turned around to take out a knife. But before he could, Lei had already plunged his sword into him. He told him that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to achieve all this. Ken fell to his knees, sword in his chest, betrayed again, but this time by someone he trusted. He looked at Lei and asked angrily if he had planned all this from the beginning. Ken asked why he did this, when suddenly a girl came out of the shadows and mockingly asked him how it happened that he still didn't understand anything. She continued that when the game ended, everything would disappear, their powers, items, and everything in general. And most importantly, the reason to read them will disappear. Ken angrily called the girl by her name, Paula, when she calmly approached him. Approaching Ken, she whispered that if the game ended, then they would not be able to take over this world. As is usually the case, the crowd favorites turned out to be the villains, looking down on Ken, who was suffering from pain. The betrayal was unbearable for our hero. He was poisoned by his own people, and the leader plunged a sword into him. Ken started coughing up blood. Paula said that it was Balman's curse that had just poisoned him, admitting that Ken was indeed very strong. For others, just the poison was enough to kill them, Paula admitted. Others, Ken asked in surprise, and immediately realized that all his friends had died at the hands of these two. Ken was shaking, and it was clearly from anger, not pain. He shouted that he believed them and wanted to save this world. He and the team risked their lives for this goal, and now they find themselves in their way, so they decide to get them out of the way. Paula haughtily said that it was exactly like that and praised him for his intelligence. Ken listed everyone they had killed and asked what their plans were now. The villains began to leave, and Paula finally said that don't they have the right to rule this world as they please? Ken shouted loudly at Lei that he should just try to justify his actions with his vain mouth. The traitors left, leaving Ken alone to bleed to death. Ken thought again that no one in this world could be trusted, so he died bleeding, with the leader's sword in his chest. A car appeared from which came conversations about the mission, monsters, and money. Our main character, who was just dead, suddenly opens his eyes and is now dressed in uniform. Ken is shocked and asks what is happening because he was killed and he is still alive. In horror, he began to touch the place where the sword was sticking out, but there was no wound. Ken began to remember his past life. There were men sitting around in the same uniform as him. The men were talking to each other. Then Ken thought that this could be a simple dream. The car in which the soldiers and Ken were sitting stopped abruptly. There was an accident on the road and the cars were surrounded by huge orcs. The driver, in horror, began to hit the car and shout that there was a crowd of orcs in front of them and called everyone to arms. The men jumped out of the car and began to aim at the orcs. The enraged orcs saw the boys and all of them began to attack the people. The frightened driver asked the guys to hurry up, but the soldiers themselves were just as frightened when their leader called them. The older man said they were short of bullets, so they should only pull the trigger when they were sure. Suddenly, the whole group froze in horror and surprise froze on their faces. One guy started to exterminate the orcs one after another. Of course, this guy turned out to be Ken, who, despite his confusion, was able to pull himself together and fight the orcs. He began to kill the orcs who kept attacking him. Ken skillfully killed all the monsters single-handedly. The rest of the soldiers could only watch with their mouths open as Ken easily dealt with a bunch of monsters. Ken realized that this was too real to be a dream. He walked sullenly towards the car when the old man called him over. The man started yelling at him that he was a reckless idiot, but Ken didn't react to his words in any way. He understood that this was all real. Ken walked past the man, which angered him. Our hero realized that he had returned to the past while the old man was yelling at him. Ken sat down wearily on the box, putting his rifle aside. We see Ken's anger when he remembers Lei and Paula and what they did to him. Suddenly, a bright light appeared and Ken became a player again. 3 weapon options appeared in front of Ken. In the past, it was on this day that he became a player. But compared to the past, now the scoundrel has no choice. One of the 3 options caught his attention. It was a representative of the dark world. Roles give you the ability to control different types of curses, or, using dead monsters as material, create a dark army. Unlike other roles, this one gave her cheating abilities. Therefore, one player could master all the skills. John George, the so-called King of the Immortals, was the most powerful player who received the favor of the Dark World representative and all the abilities. If Lei was a hero, we know he wasn't, then John was a monster. And in order to find this monster, our Ken will do everything he can. Now he will become a monster who will fight with the hero. A commercial organization for uniting players. Of all of them, the Phoenix Guild was able to obtain money and power in any way. And so it became the second guild in the country. Compared to the corruption in the Phoenix Guild, the Messiah Guild looks even more ideal. At the Phoenix Guild headquarters, a man presents a contract to join the Phoenix Guild. Ken sits at the table and reads the contract. The man informs that each clearing of the dungeon entails additional costs. Reading the documents, Ken realized that this was not enough to buy the item, but there was most likely no other choice. Ken immediately asked the man how he could prove his qualifications as a player. After all, only the player himself can see the status window, and there is no way for others to see it. At this, the man grinned and began to take something out of his pocket. He took out 5 envelopes and laid them out on the table. These were the unique skill pages of the representatives of the Dark World, and told Ken to choose one of the papers. The man said that if he was a player, he could check everything with his own eyes. One of the envelopes caught Ken's attention. Hemotoxin is blood poisoning, a representative of the Dark World, level 1 and above. This skill turns blood into a powerful poison that is very difficult to resist. The skill itself is very simple, but with the golem's blood the effect increases, so it's a very useful ability. Ken confidently chose this ability and tore open the envelope. After tearing this envelope, a bright light immediately appeared and the man looked at Ken in surprise. The girl asked the boy why Ken was chosen as a bloodhound. She said that the role was completely unsuitable for him. To this, the man replied that among the entire guild his character was the most dog-like, which surprised the girl. The man continued that if he spent enough time with him, she would understand what a bad character he had. While they were gossiping about Ken right behind his back, he shouted that someone was approaching. He ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Ken woke up. Despite being revived, he still has dreams about his past life. He thought that if he had gone back in time, they might still be alive, and we were now being shown a sports park. In the underground parking lot next to luxury cars, there was a group. The girl said pitifully that today was their first hunt, and that they could simply trust Daniel. Daniel said this was his 4th lead, so they could just trust and follow him. The man asked the guys when the last participant would arrive. Everyone turned around when they heard a car coming, a small yellow and old car. The blonde said that this was his first time, but he was so slow, and that this newbie needed to become more disciplined. The car stopped and a guy got out of it. His face was not visible because of the hood. The girl supported the blonde and said that the guy should be grateful that they allowed him to join them, and pointed out the poor condition of the car. Another man said that since he was dressed like that, It meant that he hadn't even received the guild equipment. It seems that on his first operation, the guy decided to focus on survival, and all four of them turned away. Daniel said that they needed to pretend that they were missing one member and that he had a new weapon. While the whole group was chatting happily, a new guy was walking behind. "The brief briefing on the dungeon is over. The main thing is to remember the goal and conditions," said the guy in the suit. The guy said that if they had any questions or if anyone wanted to refuse, they should say so now, and asked to check the inventory. Instead of checking, they, like complete fools, laughed and joked. Ken sat opposite, nervously tapping the table. He thought that he didn't know anyone here, which meant he wouldn't have to worry about them. The dungeon has opened and the entire group must enter it. The girl said in surprise that it was the first time she had seen a portal so close. She was the first to enter the portal and her clothes immediately changed. All four had already entered the portal and only Ken was still standing behind. The girl realized with delight that there was a completely different world in the portal. The archer was also surprised and said that he felt like he was in a game. The bald man responded to these words and said that this is now their reality. He ordered everyone to stay alert because everyone only had one life, but Ken ignored his words and stepped aside. Ken walked up to the trees and noticed claw marks. He immediately realized that there were a lot of goblins here. At that moment, Daniel came up to him and asked his name. He suggested that he explore the surrounding area while they set up camp. Ken readily agreed to his proposal. One of the participants said that he thought Ken would be clingy, but he was so easily taken in. The blonde laughed at Ken, saying that he didn't know how dangerous it could be there. The bald one said, "Everyone get ready for the hunt, because now the items will go only to them." He smiled. "Just like I do when I see that you, my dear YouTube viewer, subscribe to my channel and leave comments. I tried for you. Don't forget to like. Have a nice day, SSS rank viewer." Ken, of course, realized that they were trying to use him as bait, as he expected. Meanwhile, in the guild building, Paula comes out into the world with the same cold gaze. It turns out they have a council, and Paula decided to introduce a new participant for the mission. The player with the scar repeated her words about the new participant in surprise. In the dark room where all the participants have gathered, the door opens and we see the shadow of a man. The member with the scar is clearly not thrilled about the new member's arrival. A man walks into the office and introduces himself as Simon. But when he sees everyone, he recognizes each one and says that he doesn't need to introduce himself. He is greeted by Lei and praised for his ambition. The new member, ignoring Lei's words, immediately asks what he needs to do. For some reason, this angered the man with the scar, and he yelled that Simon didn't dare talk to the boss in such a tone. The other participants, who also recognized Simon, were unhappy with his appearance. The man stood up and said that it would be no problem for him to strangle him. But Simon lightly hits him on the arm and asks if they are all angry about last time. Apparently, Simon is right after all, judging by the participants' reactions. Lei shouted loudly, "Stop!" and everyone looked in his direction at once. And the huge giant immediately got scared and sat down on his chair. But looking at Simon, he promised himself that he would soon knock all his arrogance out of him. Paula asked everyone to get back to work and asked how much longer they would have to wait for the previously indicated work. Simon replied that if she was talking about searching for the location of the material, then 3 days. Let's get back to Ken, who is now in the tree examining the claw marks. He smirked and said that this type of reconnaissance and fighting style was all taught to him by him. In the flashback, where Ken is also examining the tracks and next to him is most likely Simon, who says that the information will help him survive. But Ken asks why he needs information if he can just become stronger. No matter how strong you are, you will always have a weakness, Simon tells him. Ken thought about his words, which had become a lesson for him. Jumping from the tree, he remembered that Simon became a dog for the Messiah Lei. But now this knowledge will turn into a knife in his back, Ken thought. As soon as Ken jumped from the tree, a projectile flew towards him. It turned out to be 3 goblins, who were not as big as the previous ones. Ken began to use his ability and a knife appeared in his hands. Now that he has the ability of hemotoxin, goblins have become Ken's main target. One of the bravest among the goblins quickly ran up to Ken. Of course, Ken attacked the goblin with ease. Despite the fact that goblins are vulnerable to poison, he was able to move. Perhaps the poison had not yet begun to work. The second goblin also began to attack him. Ken threw a knife at him and dealt a fatal blow. Ken easily figured out the goblin's strategy, so he won't have any trouble dealing with them. If Ken drags his feet, they'll only continue to pile up. Ken activated the Goblin King's whip effect. Each goblin has gained an extra 6% fear, and our hero was only glad that he had prepared this whip in advance. In another part of the forest at the same time, the rest of the participants are walking. They behaved rather carelessly, and turning around at the noise, the girl became frightened. A pack of goblins began to run towards them. The goblin ran up to the girl and swung his weapon, but she simply closed her eyes in fear. Opening her eyes, she saw blood and a shadow in front of her. The bald participant killed the goblin and shouted that there was no need to be afraid of ordinary goblins. The others joyfully shouted his name. Daniel! Daniel! He ordered them to concentrate and was glad that he had prepared the long sword. Daniel was only happy. For him, goblins are just bags of meat. But something unexpected happened. The sword got stuck. While Daniel was trying to pull out his sword, one of the goblins ran up and hit him on the head. The entire team quickly became nervous when Daniel fell to the ground. The goblins began to attack more actively, and Daniel called for help. The boys were terribly nervous and afraid, but they still rushed to help. Meanwhile, Ken fought off a bunch of goblins with ease. The goblins were dying one after another, and one of them decided to run away. But Ken quickly threw his whip and caught it. After killing the last goblin, Ken's level increased again. Now, a representative from the Dark World is interested in him. Ken received the attention-grabbing achievement. Only fools swing heavy swords. The goblin's whip was enough. In another part of the forest, the exhausted team was resting after the battle. One of the participants asked what happened to the new guy. Daniel said that he most likely died, since there was no news from him. They started arguing that they needed another participant and that they trusted Daniel. Suddenly, everyone turned around in horror. Everyone quickly huddled together in fear. Ken leveled up again and gained a new skill. And Ken called the reference book. He received the skill of the skeleton warrior. He already had this skill in his hands, which surprised Ken. John George, the immortal king who could control the army of the dead with his own hands. This is one of his most powerful skills. However, this skill was not perfect. Its flaw was fatal, which allowed him to be killed. Only monsters killed directly by the caster's hands could be sacrificed. There were also huge restrictions. Ken tore open the envelope. At least it would save him some time. He thought that now it would be easier to distract the enemy and hunt. Ken decided to use his power and began to suck the life out of the goblin, and all the skin peeled off the bones. The goblin's skeleton rises from the dead. Ken watches calmly. He liked this skeleton, especially the sparkle in its eyes. He stood by the tree and watched as his skeleton raised his sword. The skeleton turned out to be strong. The indicators of magical power in it were too low, and Ken thought about how this could be fixed. Ken thought it would be difficult to use it as a primary weapon. He noticed something next to him. The remains of the players, their rotting bodies hanging like puppets. One thing all monsters have in common, from the weakest goblins to the strongest dragons, is the desire to harm people. So there is no reason to be merciful to these monsters. It was already evening and the team was still alive. They made a fire and sat around it. Danil, with a bandage on his head, complained that they were just goblins. While the girl was crying, the archer asked Daniel what they should do now. The guy admits that they definitely underestimated this dungeon. But Daniel only thought that he couldn't just die like that. And he decided that it was worth it. No matter what, they had to win. This surprised his team, and they began to listen to him attentively. Daniel continued that although it was difficult, they could still try. However, the boy said that it was not his words that surprised him. And Daniel, in fear, asked him what he was talking about. The blonde said that there was something above his head, and everyone looked in that direction. Level up, everyone is shocked, because Daniel is not even in battle. The level only increases when someone on the team fights. At that moment, everyone realized that the newcomer was still alive and continuing to fight. Ken walked up to a large pile of trunks with his dead goblin. He decided to use the most effective way to kill the crowd of goblins. He lit a torch and threw it into a huge fire. The goblins saw and smelled the smoke and ran in that direction. They became noticeably nervous. Some even began to choke. Ken stood by a huge fire that was burning hotter and hotter. Suddenly, the maddened goblins literally jumped into this fire. This only amused Ken, and he said that this way he could bury the dead players with the goblins. A new level immediately came to Ken, and the representative of the Dark World was pleased with his cruelty. But Ken is upset. He wanted to see at least his face. Maybe he's just hiding somewhere. Ken was already starting to leave when suddenly a huge monster burst out from under the ground. Although the skeleton was terribly scared, Ken was only happy. Ken was pleased that this monster showed him himself. The goblin was huge and looked scarier. Before the guild intervened, millions of newbies died in this dungeon. In the first level goblin dungeon, meeting the hidden goblin king is tantamount to meeting death. However, Ken decided that he would not allow this monster to continue taking lives. The skeleton saw Ken take out his sword and stepped forward. Ken noticed this and thought that the skeleton was already raring to fight. Ken liked his enthusiasm and looked at him approvingly. Even his look changed. Ken himself walked over to the tree, and the skeleton took up the sword and prepared to fight. Suddenly, the skeleton ran up to the big monster. Having overtaken the monster and delivered the first blow, he cut its ankle. This moment caught Ken's attention, and he remembered something from their past. We are shown Ken's previous battle, where a huge dragon stood in front of a team of players. While everyone around him was panicking, Ken was urging everyone to attack his legs. If you knock the monster down, you will have a better chance of winning. Ken, of course, was the first to rush into battle. He quickly cut off the dragon's legs. He recognized his own in the skeleton's movements. Ken looked scared. The skeleton continued to attack the huge monster quickly and deftly. Ken recognized this fighting style. He could recognize hundreds of them. After all, the skeleton used the same style as Ken. The fighting power of the skeleton servant, Ken's power affects him. But it is surprising that the skeleton decided to copy Ken's style. Before he returned to the past, Ken could handle almost any weapon in existence. Even in the guild, there were only a few people who could fight Ken one-on-one. The skeleton looked at Ken questioningly. At this rate, Ken will need to reconsider his plan. A table appeared in front of Ken. For the achievements he achieved, he was sent a legendary skill page as a reward for his efforts. Legendary shooting range. Ken was happy with this skill because he didn't expect to get it so soon. The soldiers on the towers shouted at once that the dungeon was cleared. The guy who sent them there wasn't very happy about it and ran to the entrance. Everyone gathered around the portal as a team of players emerged from it. The players returned, and they had only been in the dungeon for a day. The dungeon was cleared in less than a day, and the guy asked in surprise if this was even possible. The ambulance was already waiting for the players. Danil sat down on the couch, and the rest of the players stood nearby while the guy ran towards them. He said that he was glad that they all returned alive when he approached them. He noticed that another member was missing and asked them about Ken. All four of them hung their heads in shame. The guy decided that since he was not with them, he was most likely already dead. Suddenly, someone shouted that another person was coming out, and everyone turned to look in shock. Of course, it was Ken, who emerged from the portal in perfect condition and walked past everyone. The guy ran towards Ken and asked him to stop. The players looked at Ken in surprise, and Danil asked what kind of dirty tricks he used to clear the dungeon. The guy was covered in sweat and was asking Ken about something while he looked at him sullenly. For some reason, Danil got angry. He probably thought that he had been deceived. Now everyone looked at him and wondered who he was. On the building's big screen, the news was shown, talking about the greed of the players, which was increasing every day. According to the analysis, the dungeons can only be cleared by players, so they try to abuse their powers. But even at this time, the Messiah Guild cleared the 5-story dungeon without any effort. The host says that Lei saved the world again. After successfully clearing the 5-story dungeon, the guild's sponsor, the Han Corporation, saw its stock price rise sharply. Daniel picked up the phone and cursed the freaks from the Messiah. Then he angrily put the phone on the table and continued that all the news was only about them. Because of the Messiah, the players look like freaks who do everything only for money. A friend consoled him, reminding him that they were not the first to go through all this. The man asked curiously what happened in that dungeon. He said pitifully that because of Ken, they all almost died, despite the fact that he cleared the entire dungeon single-handedly. He pointed to the bandage on his head and said it was because of Ken. Said Ken wanted the new items so much that he even ran into a crowd of goblins. Liar. And in order to save him, he ran after him. And this happened. To this, his friend said that he must be punished. But the bald man said that Ken only needed that money. His friend said that his action was wrong and he should be punished. We are shown a board with various information. Ken decided not to meet with Lei this time. He decided to become stronger so that Lei would become interested in him. Ken tore off a piece of paper and decided to start from the most forgotten corner of his life. In the building, Ken was sitting in an office with two men who were talking about a rumor that was spreading throughout the guild. But Ken said he hadn't heard any rumors and that he just wanted to make some money. The man looked at Ken seriously and said that money was certainly important, but he needed to worry about his life. He said that if he needed money so much, the guild could lend it to him, but Ken stopped him and asked him to simply name the date of the mission. The rumors even made Ken happy, because now he could go to all the battles alone. The second man said that the rumors about Ken were probably true, but his boss said that rumors were just rumors and asked what level the dungeon he wanted to go to was. Recently, a group went there and was killed. Since then, no one has applied for a whole month. The man asked whose team died in that dungeon, and it turned out that they were rising stars. Then he became worried that Ken was going to get into a dungeon that the experts had not mastered. He decided that Ken would not live long at this rate. At that moment, Ken received a notification. The man said that they should support him to some extent, just in case. Ken, with a smirk on his face, said that in order to kill the hero, he needs to make friends with the villain. As soon as Ken got out of the car, a man ran up to him and asked if he was Ken. All in a sweat, he asked if it was true that he came alone. He thought that Ken probably couldn't find partners because he was greedy for money. Ken was looking at him so sullenly. The man suggested going straight to the dungeon. He kept looking at him like he was crazy because Ken was going to go through the dungeon alone. Ken finally entered the dungeon through the portal. Clearing the dungeon is impossible according to his level if he goes through it alone. As soon as he pulled out his sword, a huge orc pounced on him. Ken skillfully jumped back just before the orc's blow. This is a normal orc, but his skin is thicker. Ken's attack left only a small scratch. And with such orc strength, Ken will die in one hit. Ken thought it would be great if he could kill him by summoning him as a skeleton warrior. Then he would have a chance to clear the dungeon alone. Ken quickly and deftly continued to attack the huge orc's legs over and over again. Orca was left without legs. He fell straight to the ground. Ken raised his sword and said that a predator without legs is no longer scary. An office appears in which two men are sitting on sofas. One of them reads the piece of paper with a smile, and the blonde asks what he is staring at. He throws a sheet of paper on the table and invites him to look at it since he is so curious. We see the profile of our main character, Ken. A newbie who recently awakened cleared the dungeon on his own. They say that he has now entered the second cave, and he is alone from the very beginning. The man thought that he was arrogant, for a person who just became a player. The blonde man, surprised by Ken, said that even he had difficulties in the beginning. He said that he was too naive to believe some piece of paper from an unknown source. While they were talking, a girl entered the office. The girl with the tray asked menacingly if there were any problems with her report, and the guy got a little scared. He started to make excuses and said that since she wrote it, the report seemed ideal to him, and asked flatteringly where she got all the information. She put the tray down on the table with a bang, and said that it was her job to get accurate information. The man also praised the report because Secretary Lee had collected the information. As he continued to praise her for her work, he noticed 3 packets of instant coffee on the tray. The praise immediately disappeared and he began to scold her for the instant coffee, which he asked her not to buy anymore. She didn't even raise an eyebrow and calmly drank her coffee while he asked why she bought it. After finishing her coffee, she said that the coffee was left over from the meeting with the Phoenix Guild that took place last week. The anger immediately disappeared when he heard about the Phoenix Guild, and he began to praise this delicious coffee. Transforming into Buddha, he repeated again that if they could not trust Secretary Lee, then who else in the whole world could they trust? The guy looked at the man with almost contempt. After finishing his coffee, he asked Secretary Lee how things were going with the purchase of the dungeon. There were some good dungeons, but the price was too high, so she kept looking. The guy was surprised to hear about the purchase of a new dungeon and asked what happened to the old ones. His eyes lit up and he said that every time he entered them, the dungeons ended. The blonde asked what he was hinting at, since he had just returned from the dungeon yesterday. He continued by saying that he deserved to rest, but the bald man said that if he rested too often, he could get sick, so he was taking care of him in this way. Let's get back to our hero, who was able to turn that huge orc into a skeleton. Ken sat quietly on the orc's corpse and watched the battle. Due to the low skill level, the orc's durability was rather weak, so he died quickly. But Ken did not give up, and jumping off the orc, he remembered the words of John George, the king of the immortals, with whom he fought in his past life. Ken summoned another giant skeleton. With a smile on his face, he said that as long as his magical power allowed, he would have the same number of skeleton warriors. How many victims fell on this battlefield? The orcs clearly didn't expect this. And off it went. First his level increased, then all the points increased. Then the skill reached the second level. But Ken was not satisfied with this. It is more difficult to level up in this dungeon. He decided to stop fighting with ordinary orcs and find an orc hunter. He crouched down and began to scribble, thinking out loud that as a creature who hunted alone, Ken thought he would lead the pack. But it seems like he doesn't hang out with bands, so that leaves only one thing. While Ken was drawing, a skeleton orc approached him, and Ken looked at it in surprise. Maybe the orc knows something, that's why he's watching so closely. But Ken ignored this and began to wonder where the hunter was. The orc wrote funny and looked at Ken's scribbles, and he thought that if a hunter was in this place, then there would be no useful monsters there that could be used as sacrifices. He stood up and set off on his journey with the skeleton warrior. When Ken left, a huge orc appeared from somewhere, dragging another half-meter orc. We see an orc sitting around the corpses. He is probably the main one in this dungeon. While the chief orc was eating, Ken appeared behind him. The dungeon boss is stronger than the others, so Ken prepared his bow and decided not to engage him right away. If only Ken could pierce his body with an arrow with poisoned blood on the end. Skeleton warrior Kina headed towards the dungeon boss with a sword. He immediately noticed him and ran to attack him. The skeleton and the boss began the battle. While the skeleton was holding off the dungeon boss, Ken stepped forward and drew his bowstring. Ken knew full well that his skin was thicker than the others, and he needed to hit his one weak spot to kill him. Ken fired his bow and the arrow hit the boss with great force. The arrow hit the orc right in the eye with such force that he fell to the ground. The main boss was very angry, judging by the look in his eyes. He pulled out the arrow and threw it on the ground, the poisonous blood affecting the orc. The weaker the point of impact, the faster the poison spreads. Thanks to the poison blood skill, the orc's health will gradually decrease. The second level of the poisonous blood skill will not increase the chance of a fatal outcome. But this effect is quite enough. The skeleton warrior raised his sword when the orc fell to the ground. It's all over with him. The skeleton warrior killed the boss of this dungeon. Ken was able to defeat the boss. Ken approached the pile. It seems the orc ate everything that was in his way. Perhaps among this pile there are players who could not pass this dungeon. One of the skeletons caught Ken's attention. This injury was definitely not inflicted by an orc. From his appearance, one could tell that he was attacked from behind by someone who was used to killing in dungeons. It is not yet clear whether this was a deliberate murder or not, but if they are part of the Phoenix Guild, then in principle, for money, someone could even commit murder. There was very little time left in this dungeon, and Ken again began to think about how to find this guy. If Ken finds that guy, it will bring him closer to Lei's enemy. There was something shining inside the cave. Because of the darkness, Ken did not immediately see the cave, and he decided to see what was inside. As Ken walked inside, he thought that only one person could have come in here. Inside the cave sat a skeleton, hugging his sword and pressed against the wall. Ken noticed that the skeleton was not as damaged as the others, and the weapon was surprisingly clean. This means that while his comrades were dying, he ran away and counted the days until he himself died. An act worthy of the Phoenix Guild, it is better to die in battle than to wait for death. The skeleton belongs to a rising star of the Phoenix Guild. There is no more suitable place in the world for the grave of such a person than here. As soon as Ken got up to leave, something fell to the ground. It was a diary. It seemed like there was something important in it. It turned out to be Weston's group's blacklist. Ken was very happy about the find. He was lucky today. In this dungeon, Ken achieved legendary rank. Ken received the Eye of Anubis as a gift. With this skill, he has the ability to look into the past of the dead. He tore open the envelope. Maybe he was unlucky in his past life, but not in this one. They say that dead people can't speak, but now apparently they can. Ken touched the skeleton to see its past. With his new ability, he can do this. His eyes glowing bright blue. The Eye of Anubis is activated. It doesn't look very nice. Ken saw the guild members screaming for help. The guy ran away and hid in a cave in terror, repeating that he couldn't die. Hunting for people, players began to kill each other instead of orcs. A coward who runs away from a real battle calmly kills one of his comrades. The last person Ken sees in his vision is Vincent, the main man in the guild. A bright light burned in Ken's eyes as he used his new ability. Throwing the skull to the ground, he grabbed his face. It must have hurt. These were the memories of a dead man. It seemed he had a painful past. Ken spent more magic power than expected, but at least his preparations were complete. If he uses this information and the list he found, he will be able to get closer to him. And now, it doesn't matter how careful he can be. Inside the house, the man is beaten and accused of allowing another player to take over the dungeon. The man, beaten, asks for forgiveness and promises that he will take care of him just in case. The man at the table with the newspaper replies that the dungeon he was able to deal with was cleared out by some newbie, and that he does not dare ask for forgiveness. The girl standing next to him turned out to be a secretary. She apologized and promised to start doing the task. The man was dragged out of the office, continuing to ask for another chance and begging not to kill him. But it seems that the suffering of others does not bother this man. He continued to read the newspaper about a newbie who single-handedly dealt with an entire dungeon. Without looking up from his newspaper, he asked his secretary if he had a bad reputation, to which she replied in the affirmative. In the first dungeon, he abandoned his companions. There are also rumors that he kept all the reward for himself, although this is not confirmed. Whether this is true or not doesn't matter. But if this continues, it will be difficult to move forward with him. The man received a notification and pressed the button. The man reported that a guy named Ken had requested a meeting with him, which didn't surprise Weston much. In another room, a guy is giving the assembled information about the dungeons. 3 guilds, including Weston, are currently vying for the remaining 20 spots. The biggest problem is that even if they divide each faction into 6 seats, there will still be 2 seats left. Since it is a rank A+ dungeon, the drop rate of rare items is higher. Moreover, since it is a single-floor dungeon, the efficiency is also good. That's the whole argument. Most likely they will not give in to each other. Each one is filled with self-confidence. The man loosened his tie, irritated by the news. He asked if anyone outside the faction had applied for the remaining seats. They can be understood? Who knows what can happen in the dungeon? When suddenly the man received a call from Vincent. The situation is already quite complicated, and now Vincent himself is calling. The man picked up the phone and was very surprised to hear something. He rose from his chair shouting Ken's name. Apparently something had happened. Ken's name was mentioned again. The man ended the call and said he would call him later. The worker asked the boss what happened, and he replied that Ken wanted to take the remaining 2 seats without the knowledge of the other factions. Now the man was convinced that the rumors that Ken always walked alone were true. It's possible that Ken is being used for the dungeon and then disposed of, or that he is now part of Vincent's group. But factions may start fighting over the spot. So Vincent said he would give in to other factions if they put Ken in. Vincent is an amazing strategist, and now he has an ace hidden away called Ken. In fact, sometimes it is better to retreat in order to get the greatest benefit later. But now, it is more interesting how Ken got to Vincent. In Vincent's office at the same time, the secretary asked why he accepted Ken's application. On the table lay the diary that Ken had found in the dungeon. Vincent was glad that he had brought him this diary. Moreover, Vincent decided that he could manipulate him and then throw him away at any moment as soon as he became useless. An hour ago, Vincent was waving the diary in front of Ken. He asked Ken if he knew what it was, and Ken was taken away to look at the contents of the diary. Vincent thought that Ken came to him here to blackmail him and get money. But Ken immediately replied that he came here with an offer, not blackmail. Ken continued that everyone was talking about A+ rank dungeons and he wanted to go there, which surprised Vincent greatly. This amused Vincent and he burst out laughing, saying that Ken was funny. But then he became serious and asked if he understood what kind of dungeon it was to tell him such a thing. Ken calmly replied that he knew that 2 factions, the Phoenix and the Messiah, were fighting for this dungeon because there was a limited number of places in it. "A man who knows this wants to go there," asked Vincent. With a creepy smile, Vincent accepted Ken's arrangements, but on one condition. A university appears before us. Ken stood behind everyone and listened to the man who was talking about the dungeon. There are at least more than 1,000 orcs in this dungeon. Ken listened to him and remembered that he had survived the previous attacks. There were about 70 people in that battle, and half of them died. Everyone in the hall listened attentively to the lecture. The hall was filled with only elite players from each guild. So considering this, it couldn't be said that all the deaths were caused by fighting monsters alone. Ken was forced to turn a blind eye to this due to lack of evidence. There is a high chance that the murders occurred among players, because it would be a good opportunity to get rid of rivals and steal items. Also, in this dungeon, the reward for killing the Doom Warrior is the Fang of the Doom of the Clan. In the end, the prize was given to the Messiah Guild for their enormous contribution. Ken didn't know anything, but thinking about it now, he realizes it was very strange. This Lei, perhaps at that time he was already thinking about corruption. Even if Lei was behind this incident, there was a possibility that the Messiah Guild had nothing to do with it. Instead, they could plant spies in other guilds. If Ken had to predict their next move based on his memories, all players have gathered at the portal to enter the dungeon right now. The guilds gathered together. There was the Lion, Skull, Phoenix, and Messiah Guild. Among them was Ken. Ken entered the portal first. He decided to rip the orc's fang right out of his hands. So many people have gathered in this dungeon that they cannot find their own partners. Guild leader Messiah ordered everyone to line up. The other players were surprised by their coherence and said that it was not for nothing that they were praised so much. But one of the players said that the fact that they were the first to gather doesn't mean anything, because there are thousands of orcs there. And indeed, as soon as he said about the orcs, one large orc came out of the forest. A player from the Messiah Guild stepped forward and said that his guild would deal with him. The orc ran up to the player and hit him with all his might, but the player pulled out his shield in time. This did not impress the player, and he arrogantly asked if this was all he could do. Another player from the same guild began to use her abilities. Skill of the Lord of the Source of Wisdom. Containment succeeded. The 2 of them began to fight this huge monster together. In another part of the forest, the orcs' cries could be heard from another guild. Everyone thought it was an earthquake, the scream was so loud, but their guild leader pointed to the forest and said that there was something there. Suddenly, a group of orcs jumped out of the forest and immediately began to attack them. The orcs rushed forward, sweeping away everyone in their path. The mages began to use their abilities and delayed these orcs. The time has come, all players have started fighting. The swordsman dealt fatal blows to the large orcs. While the others were fighting the orcs, Ken sat in a tree, realizing that no one would notice his absence, and he decided it was time for his plan. He watched the battle and decided that the enemies would not be able to push the players back. You should take advantage of the situation and determine the location of the orc warrior. The task is to get rid of an orc warrior and 1,000 more orcs. Guilds will first try to reduce the number of orcs to minimize losses, and after the destruction of 1,000 orcs, they will begin to look for the orc warrior. Before that moment, Ken must have time to get the fang of the orc warrior. We are shown an army of orcs, and on the throne sits an orc warrior, and one wounded orc comes to him. The main orc has the very same fang that Ken is hunting hanging around his neck. The wounded orc who came to the army had his head cut off and it flew to the side. The chief orc rose from his throne and raised his axe in a sign of war. The entire orc army turned and headed towards battle. Ken watched them from a high cliff. It turned out that the orc was killed for running away from the battle. He looked at the main orc warrior and noticed that he was stronger than those he had fought before, but he sent his minions to fight and was left alone. Luck was on Ken's side. While the rest are fighting on the front lines, he sits on his throne. Ken can get close to the orc warrior and strike first. The leader of one of the guilds said that the orcs were not that difficult to fight, and they needed to move on. He thought that there were fewer orcs here than he expected. The main forces were probably elsewhere. A player from his team approached him and reported that many orcs were heading their way. There are approximately 900 to 1,000 orcs heading their way. Apparently, this is their main force. Their master ordered that this should be stopped today, and that they needed more equipment to move against the main force of the orc army. But the crowd that stood nearby sent them away. One of the leaders of the Lion Guild team told them that he was not their dog. He ordered his to continue the attack. Many orcs are heading this way despite the competition between guilds. They should work together. Altogether, they will die in this dungeon if they start arguing with each other, said the leader of the group, the Messiah. However, that guy started to mock and said why they were so unsure of their abilities. And he added that they should not have come to the dungeon at all. The Lion Guild, laughing, went into the forest while the Messiah Guild remained in place. The master of the Messiah ordered to find a safe place to rest and prepare for the next battle. Meanwhile, Ken summoned 2 skeletons and headed towards the main orc. The evil orc rose from his throne and walked towards him. Ken stood next to the skeletons and prepared his bow. The main orc of the dungeon activated his orc warrior fang. He swung his axe as 2 huge skeletons ran towards him. Ken was slightly puzzled when he saw the abilities of the main orc. A fierce battle began. The skeletons near the dungeon boss looked small. Ken noticed this and realized that the skeletons would not last long, and he prepared his bow. There is only one chance to kill the main orc. He decided to attack now while the last skeleton was distracting him. While the orc was fighting the skeleton, Ken fired an arrow, but the orc boss dodged the shot. Ken clearly didn't expect this, and it seems he is now in great danger. This chief orc turned out to be stronger than Ken thought. The skeleton warrior's sword broke at the most inopportune moment, and the chief orc swung his axe at the poor skeleton. Crash, and there is no skeleton of a warrior. Pieces flew everywhere, and Ken realized that it would not be so easy to win. So Ken decided to change his plan. Ken realized that it was useless to fight him while the fang was in his possession. His magical power is also insufficient, so it would be better to retreat. Ken turned around and started to run away, but for some reason the orc stood still. He turns his head. Apparently, he really doesn't intend to chase after him. It may be too much trouble for him to pursue a retreating enemy. In fact, this is even a plus because Ken can run away. But Ken thought that when he returned to him, he would regret not having killed him. As Ken slipped through the trees, several players below noticed him. The player thought that in addition to the Lion Guild, someone had fled from the battlefield. Another said that perhaps this guy had discovered the orc warrior before them. But their leader said that it was not certain whether he was returning back because he found the orc. They should not blindly believe him until they saw it with their own eyes. The item dropped by the boss must belong to the Lion Guild, the leader said. Suddenly, one after another, the players began to fall to the ground. No one has heard anything about other monsters appearing here except orcs. But now he stands alone in a forest teeming with monsters. Left alone with the monsters, he shouted at them to come out into the light. And Ken had already reached the shelter that the other guilds had built. Ken thought to himself that it was a good thing there were no factions interested in him here. But the atmosphere around the shelter is strange, as if everyone is at a funeral. It turned out that the guess was not far from the truth. So many players died on the very first day. But something is wrong, even though only well-prepared soldiers have gathered here. A man approached the group and pointed out how terrible they looked. He sat down next to them and asked if there was any news about the other guilds. The man said that it seemed that the Lion Guild had suffered the greatest losses. One group had gone into the forest and disappeared there. They couldn't recognize the bodies of the dead because they were so badly mutilated after all. Orcs eat people. The group gathered around the fire and they talked among themselves. Ken sat and watched them. They continued their conversation, saying that this whole dungeon was strange. If this had been a normal mission, there would have been casualties, but there were still more survivors. The man said that human life should be put above objects, and Ken stared at him. Even though they were in an A+ rank dungeon, the chances of so many groups being wiped out in one day weren't that high. There is definitely something behind this mission. Ken's plan could fail if the soldiers become weaker. Ken decided to work harder from tomorrow, and so the morning came. From early morning, a crowd of orcs headed towards the players. The players are terribly scared, because the orc attacks do not stop. While one of the players was whining about his unenviable situation, the man told him to shut up and fight. Ken also woke up and he was already in another part of the forest. He opened his inventory and decided that this was his problem. He wouldn't be able to deliver a killing blow with these items. Using skeleton warriors as bait will no longer work. But it seems Ken had an idea. He thought that if skeletons can use a bow, here Ken came to the main boss of the dungeon again with a new plan. Ken noticed that the orc warrior was still not too excited when he saw Ken. Well, the second round of the battle will begin. The fang of the orc warrior has become active. The orc warrior rose from his throne and rushed at Ken as the arrow flew towards him. But he was able to notice the arrow earlier and raised his axe, thereby fighting off the arrow. The dungeon boss was attacked by two simple skeleton warriors with bows. As Ken thought, the skeleton warriors also know how to shoot a bow. Ken was pleased with this because everything was going exactly according to his plan. While the orc boss was fighting Ken's warriors, he was distracted and gave Ken a chance to attack him. Ken took this chance and suddenly rushed down and tore the necklace of the dungeon boss, which had an orc fang on it. The fang fell from the orc warrior's neck straight into the hands of our hero. Ken received the orc lord's fang. The orc warrior's strength was weakened, and the orc warrior's strength was also reduced, as was his defense. The orc warrior became very angry, and as soon as he raised his axe, 2 arrows pierced him, and now the orc leader is poisoned by the toxin in his blood. Now Ken has this fang, and his attacks will finally be able to reach the orc leader. Fang of the Orc Lord, legendary level. This is the fang of an orc warrior. It carries tremendous power, available for use from level 2. Ken has earned the Orc Lord's Fang Owner achievement. Now there's only one thing left he needs to do. Obtain a weapon that can cut off an orc warrior's head. While the skeleton warriors distracted the dungeon boss in every possible way and injected toxin into his blood, Ken headed straight towards him. Ken deftly dodged the blows of the huge orc, and jumping on him, he plunged his sword into him. The orc warrior's blood was poisoned again. Ken noticed the axe that the orc warrior was using and seemed to have another idea. The axe flew from the hands of the orc warrior straight into the hands of the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior held this axe. It should be the perfect weapon to cut off the dungeon boss's head. Far from this battle, one of the players stood on a tree, and hearing a scream, thought that such a scream was made by an unusual orc. He realized that someone was fighting the rock warrior and headed there. The player decided that he needed to quickly figure out the situation and report to the guild as soon as possible. The guy ran to the battle site and saw 2 summoned skeleton warriors and 1 player. There is no sense of other players, meaning he is fighting the orc champion alone. Seeing that he was fighting alone, he decided to report it to the guild right away. The guy quickly ran back into the forest. But as soon as the guy started running back to the camp, an arrow flew at him. The guy fell to the ground and began to look around in the hope of seeing who had shot him. He realized that perhaps Ken had noticed him, and thus decided to hint that he should keep quiet and not tell anyone who killed the main orc. Suddenly, a guy appeared in front of this guy. He was glowing bright blue. The guy turned out to be from the Skull Guild. He swung his sword and killed the player. The stranger took out a diary and crossed out the guy, and said that there were only 5 people left. He said that the orc fight can be better when there is another player killed during that fight. Another guy was sitting in a tree and ordered his partner that half of the items from this guy belonged to the guild, so he should divide them. The killer asked his partner in the tree if he was really going to kill that guy. He replied that he was not on the list, but he was going to get rid of him and collect the reward if the opportunity presented itself. But the guy said he was a monster going up against an orc champion alone. I think they were talking about our Ken. After the battle, he will be very tired, and then getting rid of him will be as easy as taking candy from a child, said the guy in the mask. Having finished speaking, the guy disappeared from the forest, leaving the killer alone. The guy started dragging the body of the dead player and decided to throw it to the orcs to get rid of the evidence. It turned out that all this time, When these two were discussing their affairs, Ken was nearby and listened to their entire conversation. Meanwhile, the players finished the battles with the orcs. They were glad that the battle went faster than they thought. The player master agreed that they could finish quickly, but added that from now on, they would not be overzealous and would return to the rear at the first opportunity. He thought that the infantry was almost done hunting, that by tomorrow everyone would be preparing for the attack on the orc champion, and that they should prepare for the main event. It seems no one knows about Ken and his victory. At that moment, the glow appeared. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces when they read that the orc champion had been defeated. It's funny how everyone started going crazy and wondering who killed the main orc of the dungeon. One of the players wondered who could have done this, since the main groups of each guild were supposed to be busy fighting the orcs. The player decided that the missing people from the Lions Guild were still alive, and that they were the ones who did this. But his master was not sure about this, as he thought that the people from this guild were bluffing. While everyone was arguing and guessing, Ken's skeleton warrior killed the orc champion, and Ken's level was increased. Ken was given a catalog as a reward, and Ken hoped that there would be something useful in it. He came across a Grim Reaper book, a skill rank ebook that contains the power of Osiris and can store 5 living dead. This book is something like an inventory in which you can store the living dead. Weakened spirits sealed in the book will help to obtain the power of Osiris and increase his abilities by 5%. Ken decided to try to save the dead man and see how everything would look. He decided to secure this orc skeleton that helped him kill the main orc in this dungeon. Now, there would be no need to use his hands to deal damaging blows to the monsters. Instead, he decided to summon skeleton soldiers as soon as he entered the dungeon. Ken looks pleased. And indeed, with this book, the main drawback of the skill of summoning skeleton soldiers disappears. In the forest, the master of one guild could not calm down and ran to the orc champion, while his subordinates tried to stop him. He yelled at him that he needed to at least see what happened so he could come up with an explanation. To tell the true story to Vincent when they get out of this dungeon. Everyone immediately remembered how formidable Vincent could be and got scared. The Skull Guild players hid behind the trees. They were unhappy that the orc champion was defeated so quickly. They decided to change the plan and leave Ken alone, and thought that they needed to get rid of the remaining targets first. And then one of them remembered the new guy who was supposed to restore order and asked where he had gone. The guy with purple hair said that he ordered him to follow him immediately as soon as he finished. The chief of them said that if their identities were revealed, their superiors here would be very concerned, and that if the worst-case scenario developed, they should be prepared to commit suicide. Time was running out. He ordered them to act as covertly as possible. But suddenly, he heard someone approaching them and turned around. This is their newcomer, but why is he running towards them with such noise? This made them wary. Behind the guy stood 2 skeleton warriors. It was not their partner, but Ken running towards them. The guy thought that the fool went and provoked Ken and brought him here. He yelled at him for bringing them here. Now they would have problems. The purple guy said that because of this stupid newbie, their location would be known. But their master thought that if the battle dragged on, it might attract the attention of the other guilds. And if that happened, it would be all over for them. Even if he had to leave the mission unfinished, he had to get rid of this guy. But by the time he turned to tell his men to prepare for battle, they were attacked. The entire team was lying on the ground, and their leader decided that the newcomer had betrayed them. But surprise, surprise, as I thought, it was not their newcomer, but Ken. It turned out that Ken killed that guy. And when he looked at his memories, Ken realized whose fault it was that only half of the people survived in the past. But in this guy's memories, Ken couldn't find any information related to the Messiah Guild. Even in the past, this guy was listed as missing, Ken recalled. Then Ken decided to visit the Skull Guild, so he changed into their clothes. Ken was lucky enough to discover the connection between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. But first, he decided to finish things with the Orc Champion. I want to draw attention to the fact that Ken buried that guy before leaving. The Skull Guild leader clearly didn't expect this outcome. Ken thought he was lucky today, since all the guys from the rookies' memories were gathered here together. Ken sent his skeleton soldiers to the regular players. Look at the skulls, so that they would kill these freaks. And he himself headed towards their leader, who noticed how Ken killed without any hesitation, which meant he had definitely killed before. The team's foreman stated that, although he didn't know who this guy was, Ken certainly wouldn't learn anything from him. He thought that even if he got out of here alive, he would only be a hindrance to his leader, and decided that there was only one way out of this situation: suicide. The skeleton soldiers had already killed those guys, and Ken thought that he had gone so far in vain, committing such a useless act. Or maybe it's the other way around and Ken should be grateful to him, because he just proved that he has the information that Ken needs. Ken activated his Eye of Anubis and heard people saying that these great changes that were opening up to the world would give Japan an opportunity to move forward. We will cooperate with Lei from the Messiah Guild to lay the foundation and then spread our influence, the voice continued to say. Two men were sitting at a table and one told the other to go to Korea and become a member of the Skull Guild and dedicate himself to serving his native country. The man continued that if they could take possession of the dungeons and items in Japan, including everything that appeared in Korea, they are going to recreate an empire even more powerful than before. He was going to introduce him to the people who would guide him on this difficult path, representatives of Japan's elite who would help found a new nation. Two men entered the door and the player immediately bowed to these two. They turned out to be two masters. One of them was an archer and the other a swordsman. He was glad to meet. He was told that there was one guy who needed to be taken out when the A+ dungeon opened. Korean dungeon broker, Sally is a good guy, but apparently he got in the way of his Japanese brokers, and now they have to get rid of him no matter what. In Korea, there was also a talented broker named Oven. Ken finished watching the guy's memories and managed to become disappointed when he hoped that the reason would be something else. But it seems that it was all about vanity. This caused disgust in Ken. It can be understood. Even in the worst times, we trusted each other and fought together, Ken thought out loud. He was very annoyed. It turned out that the Master Swordsman and Master Archer were familiar to our main character, and apparently they betrayed him. Ken remembered how before his return, he conquered many dungeons with them, always moving forward to save the world. Ken wanted to be like them. For our Ken, they were not only his teachers but also his moral support. Now it is clear why he was so angry when he saw them in that man's memories. They were dear comrades to whom Ken could trust his life. Even in the harshest battles, Ken trusted them, so he thought before. But it turned out that they shouldn't have been trusted either, because they were no different from Lei, and this time, Ken couldn't allow them to do what they had planned. They said their next target is Oven, the dungeon broker. He must be pretty talented to be on the blacklist. The fact that he is not in his memories means that the assassination was successful. If people from that group take his place, Lei will benefit from it. As long as he remained on the blacklist, the attempts to get rid of this guy would not stop. They would find him like moths find a light, and Ken decided that maybe he could find a way to weaken their group. Ken decided that he also needed a broker who could find dungeons for him, so things weren't going so badly. So Ken finished his business and decided that he should start preparing to enter the dungeon. Two guys were sitting in the car and they were talking. One asked if it was always so quiet near the gate. The second sat quite calmly and answered that there was no chance that a monster would come out of the gate, so there was only silence here, and maybe, as soon as they cleared the dungeon, chaos would begin here. So he suggested that he rest until then. The younger guy said that everyone would probably interview the players once they cleared the dungeon. But the older guy sullenly replied that chaos would break out, because the players would fight each other for items. The guy asked in surprise why they were fighting each other, and the man replied that except for the Messiah Guild, everyone would be trying to get at least one extra item. But in any case, nothing had started yet. So he suggested just sleeping, because they wouldn't have time to rest soon. When the guy distracted his boss again, the boss yelled at him and asked why he was so annoying. And at that moment, the gate lit up. Ken came out of the gate. He was all beaten up and bleeding. He could barely walk towards the entrance. Ken fell to his knees as doctors ran up to him, dragging a couch with them, while the journalists were just taking their photos. Poor Ken fell to the ground, exhausted from the battle. The man shouted that the players were about to start coming out of the gate and asked them to carry the stretcher quickly. The situation turned out to be worse than they expected. The factions began to argue among themselves, accusing each other of betrayal. While journalists were filming all this, articles about the Skull Guild began to appear on the internet. People wondered who killed the main orc champion. The missing dungeon reward caused a fight between the guild members. Vincent crumpled the newspaper in his hands and angrily asked how they couldn't find the bastard who defeated the orc champion. The guys who were on Vincent's team were apologizing to him, when suddenly one of them said loudly that he would do everything possible to ensure that this would not happen again. But this did not calm him down in any way, and he continued to talk about how he was going to compensate him for the time and resources he had spent, and also the disappointment he feels now. "This is not a charity business where I can give endless chances to insects like you," Vincent said as he looked menacingly at the guys. Vincent ordered them to give him back 5 times what he had invested in a week. It would be better if they did it while Vincent was giving them this chance. When the whole team left, Vincent asked about Ken, if he was being treated in the hospital, and the secretary replied that he was injured in the dungeon, so he was in the hospital. Vincent was disappointed. He decided that he had no useful person left, and laughed at Ken, who was injured in a one-story dungeon. The girl said that she learned from Ken that he was not injured by a monster, but perhaps was attacked by members of another guild. And Vincent said to clarify this, but she said that over time the truth could be hidden. So it was better for them to hear the story directly from Ken. Vincent then ordered her to go to the hospital and asked if he would stupidly blab about it to other people, but she assured him that she had taken care of it. A guy in a suit came out of Ken's room, bowed and said that if he remembered anything, he should call the guild. The guy said pitifully that Ken couldn't remember anything, and wondered if everything was supposed to happen exactly like this. Then why did Vincent himself ask to be included in the team? Vincent himself also came to the hospital and, noticing the face of the guy he had missed, realized that Ken was keeping his mouth shut. He calmly walked into his room and greeted him and asked Ken how he was feeling. As soon as Vincent sat down, he immediately started talking about the Skull Guild. He said that he didn't have much information on them, but it made him suspicious. Ken said he saw them attacking the Orc Champion, but the fact that they were all killed means the items were stolen by another group. He continued that the last thing he saw was them using the Silent Hunter skill, which was stealth. Vincent said that he knows about this skill. It allows the one who uses it to completely hide, and said that it is now clear that the target of those guys was the Orc Champion, as well as the players. Ken said that if it weren't for his blood poison skill, he would have died right there and then. That if the one who attacked him hadn't been exposed to the blood he spilled, then he wouldn't be here now. Vincent said that Ken was just lucky, since all the guys from the Skull Guild were destroyed, then no one except him witnessed this incident. But Ken replied that although it was true, he should be careful for a while. And he asked if the Phoenix Guild had managed to get anything from the dungeon. But Vincent was angry remembering this, because he had lost so much because of the guys from the Skull. Vincent thought that he couldn't just leave things like this and that he needed to dig up more information on the Skull Guild to reduce his losses. He decided that what Ken had told him was much more useful than he had expected, so he asked what Ken wanted. Ken pretended not to understand him and asked what he was talking about, but Vincent told him to stop pretending to be innocent. He continued that maybe Ken was spying on the players because of their deal, but he didn't come to him in the first place because he wanted something from him. Ken remained silent for a moment and then said that if Vincent didn't mind, he would like to find one person. Vincent asked who he was talking about, and Ken told him about a broker named Owen, who was famous in his field, but Ken couldn't find him because of his limited connections. The guy's name didn't surprise Vincent, and he gave Ken some advice, saying that if he got a call from an unknown number, he should pick up the phone. After these words, he headed for the exit, but added that he was an arrogant man who picked his own clients, but he was definitely a professional. Vincent warned Ken to keep everything that happened to him in the dungeon a secret, and if rumors spread, the situation would only become more dangerous for him. Ken said that he understood everything himself, and Vincent said goodbye to him and left his room. After Vincent left, Ken got out of bed and thought that everything was going according to plan, even if Vincent didn't trust him completely. Vincent doesn't know anything about the connection between the Messiah Guild and the Skull Guild. Once he starts digging information on them, Lei, as well as the Master Swordsman or Master Archer, will turn their attention to Vincent. Leader Vincent, who doesn't know that Ken inflicted these injuries on himself, will have to suffer a little. And while Lei and Vincent compete to see who is more nervous, Ken will be able to focus on improving his powers. It is not surprising that Ken inflicted these injuries himself. Then, in the car, Vincent said that despite the fact that the Skull Guild is quite large, they do not have any sponsors. And this can only mean one thing. This means they make money transactions by selling items abroad. Vincent decided he needed to explore the black markets outside of Korea so he could meet the traders who were doing business with these guys. He felt that these traders were birds of a feather, and Vincent was quite confident in his plan. So Ken left the hospital and was worried because they should have contacted him by now. But everything was quiet for now. Just at that moment, Ken's phone rang, and Ken happily answered the call. The voice on the phone said that he heard something and that Ken apparently wanted to make a deal with him. So this must be Owen. Ken said that it was, and that he needed more dungeons. The guy replied that maybe he would arrange everything after seeing his skills. Skills? Ken asked. But Owen said he would send the details in a message later and turned off the phone. So it's true that he's picking up clients for himself. Even though it's a one-story C+ rank dungeon, it's weird that he's using it as a test. But it would be good for Ken if he made a deal with him. The guys we already knew appeared in front of us again. The blonde asked who he had called, and the man replied that it was a new contender for the title of buyer, whose number he had received from Vincent. The news made the guy angry, and he said that it had been a while since the last incident, and that if it was someone trying to kill him. But the man replied that he didn't care, and that they could have a truckload of these guys, they would still be useless. The guy interrupted and said that he didn't like that this new guy was from Vincent. He walked up to the locker and said that the guy would be useless if he didn't pass the test, and even if he tried to kill him, as long as he had the necessary skills. One day we'll be able to destroy all the dungeons and this game will end, and that's the kind of guy they need, he said, and threw the phone into the pile of others. The guy suddenly lit up and told his boss that if he was looking for this kind of guy, he was right here. But the man said that he still had a long way to go, because he couldn't even clear the dungeon alone. He sent Ken to the Kobold dungeon and decided to see how he would cope with this task. The guy was surprised and asked if he thought it was too much, but the man calmly replied that he had not forced him to do anything and that he could give in if he wanted to. These words only convinced the guy that his boss was a rather strange person, and he decided to remind him that he had a high metabolism and was already hungry. The man yelled at him, saying that he had already ordered and eaten tons of food just moments ago. And at that time, Ken arrived at his destination. Ken got out of the car and said that the Kobold dungeon would not be easy for an ordinary player to pass alone. He was surprised by this choice because he might not earn money from this deal. He went down to the portal and it seems that the task is really difficult, but only for others who do not know how to defeat the kobolds, and not for him. A man watches Ken through binoculars and reports where he is. This person turned out to be the secretary of the bald man we saw earlier. She reports on the radio that Ken is already approaching the portal. The man and the boy were surprised that Ken was already at the entrance to the portal when the girl asked if she needed to turn on the timer now. This amused the man, and picking up the radio, he asked her if he had prepared anything for going through the dungeon. She replied that he didn't seem to have brought anything special with him, and the man found this strange. When the guy heard this, he called Ken crazy, and he added that maybe he hadn't prepared anything because he was too self-confident. Or maybe this confidence wasn't a bluff, the man thought. In the Japanese restaurant, there was talk about the guild, that they still didn't fully understand the current situation, and that the Messiah wasn't a big problem. Someone asked not to say that, and to calm down his anger, there were 3 pairs of shoes at the entrance. The young man from the Messiah Kim Guild continued that it was so hard to predict what might happen in the dungeon due to the huge number of interfering factors, and it was a pity that they returned empty-handed, but at least the damage wasn't that great. Not that great, the man asked him, adding that 5 of his students had died, and he believed the damage was not that great. The guy was clearly scared and regretted his words, and began to justify himself to him. The man asked the boy what Lei most likely knew about them, about their connection with the Skull Guild, because that was why he offered a job related to the A+ dungeon to them first. The guy from the Messiah Guild realized that he had told more than was necessary, and the player continued and said that of course, as he had said, no one could know about things that could pass into the dungeon. However, isn't he trying to say that their people were destroyed along with the orcs? The guy immediately apologized and said that he should have thought twice before saying such things, and that if they gave him a little time, he would investigate. But the man with the scar said that there was no need for that, because they themselves had already started the investigation and invited him to have a drink with them. The boy raised his glass, and the man continued that despite the current state of affairs, they were all allies, and that he just wanted him to understand how deeply they were offended. And if there are any disagreements between comrades, a glass of alcohol will help with this. If they are comrades, of course, the 2 Japanese went out and left, leaving the poor guy alone with the alcohol. The guy himself thought that he had underestimated the master archer, the master swordsman, and he needed to quickly come up with another plan, right now. The craftsman went out onto the street, where a car was already waiting for them. One of them received a call and he was talking on the phone about the losses on their side. He was informed that the rules on the murder list were not connected with this in any way, which meant that it was done by someone with not the best skills. The Phoenix Guild is their next target, and they are the only ones left. And if it wasn't someone from the list of victims who could have hidden their powers intentionally, then it was probably done by another faction that they don't know anything about yet. Not far from the Kobold dungeon, 2 men were talking about the players who entered the portal. One of them said that he hadn't seen any sane players and that this guy would die pretty soon, which would probably activate the gate again. After all, he went there alone and was unlikely to survive. When the man said so, the portal behind him lit up brightly. The second thought that his elder was right when he saw the same light, but his elder said that this happens when the portal is cleared. Taking up his binoculars, he shouted that this was not a dungeon that could be cleared even by a whole crowd when his partner distracted him. He got angry and said that they needed to find the guy who cleared out this dungeon, but it seems he has already been found. Having finished with the portal, Ken got into the car and drove away from there. This angered the man, and he started shouting that since they had taken money from him, they should do their job and catch the guy. He continued to yell at them for their incompetence when his secretary called him. She told him that she didn't pay them, and that he himself said that they were from his hometown, and they came to help him. He probably feels very awkward now. And she added that instead of payment, he said he would take them out for a few drinks. Embarrassed by the situation, he said that he had decided to quit drinking from that day on. The girl was about to leave and told him that if this guy was Ken, then he shouldn't worry because he decided to work with them. The man thought about how coolly she answered, but he remembered that it was around this time that he first met her. While he was thinking about this, a blonde man with a large bag entered the office and said that he offered Secretary Lee a snack, but she simply ignored him and left. The man replied that what was more important was that Ken had completed the task in half a day and met his expectations. Looking up, he saw what a huge bag the guy was carrying with him and yelled at him for his recklessness. Meanwhile, in the car, Ken was driving after clearing the dungeon. He looked fine, which meant he wasn't injured. When he first came out of the portal, there was a radio and a note on his car. Ken was surprised by this. He wondered why he needed a portable radio and whether they were going to make a deal with him or not. And in another part of the city, that guy from the guild was thinking how he was going to meet the master in such a state. Suddenly, someone called him on the phone, and upon learning the news, he rushed off somewhere in his car. At the restaurant, Vincent told someone that it would be great if they dealt with this quietly, as usual. The man replied that he understood everything and asked if Vincent had spoken to the person he was supposed to protect. But Vincent said that he would speak to him after this conversation. He said that he would tell his subordinates to be careful. Vincent asked him not to let the guy die. He would take care of the rest himself. A guy from the Messiah Guild overheard their conversation and became interested in how much Vincent knew about the Skull Guild. How a man approached him and said that he was also interested because Vincent was quite influential. He said that Vincent, under the guise of his business, said that he wanted to know more about the Skull Guild. The man said that it would be difficult for him to share information about the Skull Guild, even with him. And Vincent noted that he was more cautious than usual. And then he told him about the secret, about the guys from the Skull Guild who died in that A+ dungeon. Having learned the news, the guy became nervous and decided that he couldn't handle it alone, and that he would have problems if he reported it to the master. The guy asked him who Vincent was talking to now, and he replied that it was Charles and that Vincent often worked with him. Charles is a mercenary, unaffiliated with any guild, and can do whatever he's told as long as he gets paid. Vincent stood up and headed towards the exit, and Charles bowed after him. The guy thanked him for assisting the Messiah Guild and for providing information. But the guy had no intention of leaving and went down to Charles to talk to him. Charles was recognized by Call, a guy from the Messiah Guild. Call sat down opposite Charles and immediately got down to business, saying that he didn't know what they were talking about with Vincent, but he had a proposal for him. He started from afar, talking about something related to cooperation with the Messiah Guild. Charles was already getting nervous and asked what he meant, and asked him to speak more simply. Call said he was talking about a business that would bring him good profits, but he still didn't seem to understand. It seemed to take longer than he expected. Vincent sat down in his car and the secretary said that she managed to take over the public dungeon, as he told her to do. But this surprised her because he usually does not use other methods. She asked if it wouldn't complicate things if they intervened directly. Vincent replied that the Chatter Guild should take action since he had caused so much noise. Now that the location and supporting actors had been chosen, the stage had to be set for the main character. With these words, Vincent called Ken. Call was left alone in the restaurant, and, wondering what Vincent was planning, he began to nervously bite his nail. Charles told him that 5 of them, including Charles, he asked to protect this man. He must be an important guy. Call decided to check the member's name on the list for the A+ rank dungeon. But there was no way he would go against the Skull Guild veterans alone, he thought. He thought it was too obvious a bait, and he didn't know whether he should hang on to it or not. And the next morning, Ken's car pulled up to the house. Ken said over the radio that he had definitely passed the test, and the voice over the radio confirmed this, adding that he had passed faster than he thought and asked why he had hidden his true skills. Not suspecting him of anything but pure curiosity, Ken replied that he showed his skills only because they asked him to. The voice said that since he wanted to buy a dungeon, he put the list of dungeons he had managed to protect in the 19th slot on the station. He offered to look over the list and if he needed anything to contact them, but Ken said he had a few things to do so he would call them in a few days. The man said he was ready to wait. The guy was also sitting in the office. The guy asked if his boss was really going to make a deal with this guy, and that he had a gut feeling that this guy was dangerous. But the man said that his gut feeling had ever been right, and even if it was, being a broker was risky in itself. Ken sat in Vincent's office and asked him why he wanted to use him as bait. Vincent started to say that he didn't know what rumors were going around about what they had talked about, but it was only a matter of time before they reached the Skull Guild. He thought that Ken was scared now, although he didn't care. He said that wouldn't Ken have lost his life if he had just sat there and done nothing? Vincent specially hired a couple of experienced guys and asked them to trust him and enter the dungeon with them. Ken said that his life was on the line, and maybe there was some reason why they had to do it this way. Vincent said that he was of course sorry, but he had several debts to these guys, and he was the kind of person who could no longer be indebted to anyone. Ken replied that he understood, since nothing could be done about it. Instead, he would like to increase his fee. Vincent decided that Ken had taken the bait. The secretary raised the envelope to Ken, saying that the boss had prepared something for him. Vincent said that if he became stronger than he was now, his survival rating would also increase. Ken left the house and thought how ridiculous I had sounded sorry. From Vincent. Before his objection in the past, Vincent met with the Japanese faction, and that it all ended with him going down the path of betrayal was an opportunistic outcome, Ken thought. Ken didn't imagine that he would give it to him as a gift. Vincent turned out to be more useful to Ken than he himself thought. A group of players gathered in the forest, and one began to whine that with such a rating, it would all end with him only paying off debts for the rest of his life. Their leader shut him up and said that Vincent just threw them here. But the players started complaining that it was unfair, and definitely not their fault, that they didn't know who did it. He yelled at him that if he had time to whine, he should spend it killing monsters. In the evening, Charles called Vincent and discussed his plan. But as soon as he finished talking to Vincent, and he asked that he just needed to hand Ken over to them. He added that he felt they had given him too little, considering they were losing an important client. Shouldn't they compensate him a little more? Call replied that if he meant money, he could always give him more after he finished the job, and he could also find him a new client. But Charles said he wanted to make a deal with the Messiah instead, and if he could arrange that, he wouldn't need the extra payment. Call said he couldn't arrange it because it was his personal request and had nothing to do with the guild. When Call left, Charles told his men that they had struck gold and that they would be rich when they finished the job. Charles said that they should take advantage of this opportunity and enjoy life after they get the money. The portal was cleared and only 3 guys from the Skull Guild came out, and the employees ran up to them. One of them asked where the players from the Phoenix Guild were, if they were all dead. But he was ignored. Those guys were professional players from Vincent's faction. The man desperately asked the guys from the Skull what happened to his members, but they just got into the car. He ran up to this group and asked them to tell him at least a little information so that he could explain himself to the families of the dead. Hearing this, the player took off his mask and with a terrible mockery said that he tore them apart until they were completely unrecognizable. Then he got into the car and they drove away. Already in the car, another player reminded him that the mater asked them to be as quiet as possible. The guy called and said that they had just finished work and asked if there was another assignment. Call replied that he had found a target. He was going to enter the dungeon as soon as the day was over, and he ordered them to come there immediately. The guy didn't like his tone, but still agreed to come. Vincent stood in his office and thought that as long as he used the Skull Guild effectively, he would get a good opportunity. He thought that he always knew that working only in Korea was a waste of time for him. Even if things don't go according to plan and Ken dies, at least he'll have information about the Skull Guild. So Ken came to the guys to complete the task. Ken introduced himself, as did Charles, and then he told him that another team was due to arrive soon, but it looked like they were running late. The players from the Skull Guild, who were already familiar to us, got out of the car. Ken looked at these guys and asked where the restroom was. Charles replied that he was going there himself so they could go together. Charles asked Ken when he came out that he was the guy they were supposed to escort. Ken was interested in the players who came, but Charles said they had to go in soon and they could talk on the way back. He continued that the others don't know that they are on the same side, so first of all, they shouldn't be seen together inside the dungeon, but they won't be far from Ken. Ken began to think about the mission when Charles mentioned that it was very likely that they would be ambushed on the 2nd level, and that if they started killing each other from the start, it would be difficult to clear the dungeon. Charles told Ken not to worry too much and just trust them, because they know how to do their job. Ken said that he would trust them and do what they said. Then Charles suggested that he go into the dungeon first so as not to arouse suspicion among the others. As soon as Ken moved away, a wicked grin appeared on Charles' face, and he decided that Ken would be easy to deal with. Already in the dungeon, a notification about the goblin arrived, and Charles said that the clearing condition was not that difficult, and they could split up and move one at a time. And Ken was offered to borrow someone from another group since he came here alone. One of the guys Charles said that he would go with him. Now that everyone was distributed, Charles ordered everyone to quickly kill the goblin and go to the 2nd level. The Skull Guild went one way and Charles's team went the other. Leaving Ken with one player, Charles looked back before leaving. And then Ken realized that the real battle would be on the second level of the game. Mike from the Skull Guild asked with displeasure why they weren't going after Ken now, and what they would do if he died prematurely. The caller who came with them said that he had hired people to accompany him, so there was no need to worry. And it would be too much trouble if Ken just ran away now. Call's last words hurt Mike, and he asked if he was implying that he didn't trust them, since Call decided to go into the dungeon with them. But Call replied that there was no need to be so offended by everything. In fact, Call came here to get rid of Charles and his guys when this was over. Charles asked the team what Ken was doing now, and one of the players replied that he was quite skilled at using the blood poison skill to catch and kill orcs. The players jokingly asked if Charles was too worried because they could easily handle him. But Charles said he was worried about how smoothly things were going. He said that Vincent and Call were not the kind of people who would spend large sums of money for nothing. And then the player asked him what he was up to. The moment he lets his guard down, we'll get him, Charles told his boys. They came to Ken, but he was already gone. Then Charles said that he must have left some traces. Judging by the smell of blood, they had come to the right place, but he was worried that one of his players was not showing up. This alarmed Charles, and he decided that something obviously went wrong. Suddenly, a player from his team shouted and pointed to two bodies. Apparently, Ken and their partner were lying there. Charles ordered that his player be examined first, and that the others should inspect the surrounding area while he was being treated. His neck was injured, and the player told him not to move because he wouldn't be able to stop the bleeding and he should also keep quiet. As he died, he pointed to Ken lying next to him. The player decided that his wounded partner wanted to help Ken, and said that it didn't matter if Ken died, since they were going to give him to Call anyway. Charles asked how things were, but the doctor replied that he was in serious condition and that he could die like that. The whole situation confused Charles. He thought that they couldn't fight each other because they knew they were on the same side. Here he remembered Call's words that this task had nothing to do with his guild, and that it was he who told him not to tell anyone about this mission. Charles realized that Call had also decided to kill them in this dungeon when his partner began to scream that the guy was bleeding. Just as he said that his magic would not help him, suddenly an orc skeleton appeared from under the ground. One quick swing of his sword and the skeleton warrior cut down their healer. Charles realized that the player was intentionally injured because they wanted to get to their healer. They deliberately got rid of the healer, he thought. He told the last player that Call had betrayed them, and that he should have known because the request was strange. Now the remaining players were surrounded by skeletal warriors. Meanwhile, the Skull Guild players were unaware and continued to hunt the orcs. The creepy guy bragged that the orcs kept attacking him, probably because they decided he was strong. But his partner said that it was not that, but rather his terrible smell, and asked him to tone down his cologne when entering the dungeon next time. The player immediately became nervous and said that this cologne costs a lot of money. The partner said that he told this idiot that there are many monsters in the dungeons, sensitive to smells, and now another group of monsters is running towards them. But he replied that he always does his job well, so it's not a problem. One of the monsters ran up to him and jumped on the player, and he, like a real monster, stole it into two parts. Back to the other team. Charles is still alive and he is very angry, asking how he could betray them. Ken is, of course, alive, and tells Charles that for a dying man he is not being very honest, and that Ken is no longer surprised when he sees players who use their power only for their own benefit. But Charles's greed exceeded his expectations. He asked Charles if he was the one who said that each person's value is measured differently. We are shown the night where Call made the deal with Charles, the players discussing how Ken must be special if Vincent and Call are so interested in him. Charles said that Call ordered him to guard Ken, which meant there was something important he wanted to ask him. One of the players said that if they can't kill Ken, then how will their master enjoy this game? And Charles raises his hand and shows his scars, saying that he can play next time because there are many players he can kill. His partner is surprised by the number of marks, and pointing to one scar, says that this is the one in which they killed 3 players at once. And this idiot said that it would be cool if they got more of these orders, because that way they earn more than when they just clear dungeons. But Charles asked him if he thought all lives were equally equal, and he said that everything has its value. As they left, they said that they had to kill with a method that suited the price. And all this time Ken sat and listened to their entire conversation while they laughed. Ken summoned his sword and said that he wondered how much Charles's life was worth, and killed him. In front of the goblin, Ken said that he was hiding in the same place as when he conquered this dungeon in his past life, and now it's time for him to move to the next level. After all, the guys from the Skull Guild are waiting for him. He kills the goblin and clears the first level of the dungeon. A bright light flashed and Call turned around thinking that Charles was supposed to be waiting, and sending him a signal if he found the goblin. Mike looked at Call and said that his reaction was a sign that things weren't going according to his plan. The first level was cleared so suddenly, Mike thought that they were probably going to move to the second level and wait for them to appear to kill him. The entire Skull Guild team and Call ran to the place where Ken killed that goblin. Call decided that Charles and his team had figured out his real plan and was angry that he had been stabbed in the back first. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Ken opened the gate that appeared after he killed the goblin. We are shown Vincent's house where he talked about how most people don't buy them before they go underground. He asked his secretary what the problem was, and she said that he had purchased a flask to collect the liquid, and that seemed strange to her. Blood, body fluids, monster skin, and more sell for high prices, but there won't be any valuable items in the dungeon that he can sell, so she decided to report this to Vincent. Buying the flask, despite the fact that his life was in danger, Vincent thought about what Ken had come up with. The entire Skull Guild group ran to the gates to the second level, and Mike warned his teammates that an ambush might be waiting for them, and they should be careful. This monster said that thanks to him, he could have even more fun during the hunt, and that he should thank him for it. They armed themselves and were about to enter the dungeon, and Call was still angry with Charles. Entering the dungeon, Mike was surprised that they were not attacked immediately upon entering the second level. The creepy player said that they probably all hid in fear, when suddenly he touched the rope and broke it. Suddenly, arrows appeared out of nowhere and flew straight at them. But these arrows were not simple. They had flasks for collecting liquid. They had blood in them. Mike wondered why they didn't attack them. It was a good opportunity to kill them, and the creepy guy only cared about the smell of blood. Ken watched them and said that he had specially chosen this stench, which suited them so well. Call yelled at Charles to stop messing around. And did he really think he would be safe after they betrayed them? Ken thought that, as he expected, this guy thought he was on the same side as Charles. He stepped out of the shadows and said, "What was that supposed to be?" He knew they were planning on killing Charles and his crew after that, and he didn't think they would follow them all the way here, and he mentioned Call's name. But Ken decided that now was not the time for useless chatter. The water behind the team began to churn, and Mike turned around as soon as he noticed it. A huge monster jumped out of the water and caught the entire team by surprise. The monster immediately bit one of the members of the Skull team. Mike turned to Ken and asked what the bastard had done. Ken replied that the liquid on them belonged to the goblin, and it was also the warrior lizard's favorite snack. And since he poured so much of his favorite sauce on them, they would all be a great meal for the warrior lizard. Now I understand why Ken bought these flasks. Mike flew into an incredible rage and headed towards Ken to teach him. His partner shouted after him that he couldn't just leave them at a time like this. But Mike no longer listened to anyone, and his battle with Ken began. Mike angrily shouted that he would scratch Ken's eyes out. The guy was apparently really angry. However, Ken confidently replied that the guy only barks and doesn't bite. On the enemy's sword, Ken noticed that there was a mark on it that belonged to the master, which meant that it was his sword. Ken told him that he thought he was a simple guy when he came running here, but it turns out he is a student of a master swordsman. Mike was noticeably surprised when he heard Ken's words. Call wondered where Charles's team was, and Ken wasn't the main problem here. He thought that the four of them would have no trouble clearing out this dungeon even if they were alone. While he was standing there thinking about everything, the player yelled at him and ordered him to help him with this monster. But Call kept thinking about what if Charles and his guys showed up here at this moment, when all their forces were scattered. Then it was they who would be dead, and the water monster would stand up to its full height, ready to attack. Ken continued to talk to Mike about how his Nastia must be losing his touch, since someone like him had become his student. Mike was angered by this and swung his sword. Ken was glad that he was giving in to his provocations, but he was definitely experienced. Ken decided that it would be difficult to defeat him with just a sword, so he began to come up with a new plan. He bit his lip and spat his blood at Mike. He probably wants to use the blood curse. Mike asked angrily how Ken dared to spit blood in his face. He hardly knew about Ken's skill. He had been poisoned with hematoxylin, and his stamina was diminished. And Mike thought that since Ken was working with poison, a prolonged fight would put him at a disadvantage. Mike decided that he would not waste time and finish him off right now. He raised his sword up and it started to glow. It looks a little creepy. Ken thought that this was an attack skill that was only available to those who were chosen as the Holy Light Executioner. Holy Light Executioner's skill, Blade of Destruction, has been activated. Even as Mike began to attack Ken, the poison began to take its toll on his body. At the moment when he hesitated, Ken ran up to him and appeared behind his back. Ken managed to dodge the Blade of Destruction, which greatly surprised Mike. While he was thinking about this, Ken was able to strike him with his sword. We are shown Mike's past, probably one of his training sessions. Mike was so tired that he couldn't stand on his feet. He thought about finally being able to use the Blade of Destruction like his teacher. But he can only use it once. The Master Swordsman praised him and told him to repeat after him. But it's still too difficult for Mike to use in a real fight, since his arm is in such bad shape after only using the Blades of Destruction once. He continued that this move had great power, but he should refrain from using it against an enemy who knew of his weakness. And what if he meets a monster that remains unharmed even after he uses this technique? Then he will be caught and killed by this monster. Ken appeared before Mike and was killed by him. Mike thought one last time about the teacher and told him that today he met the monster he told him about. Meanwhile, the remaining player received a blow from the tail of a huge monster. Call saw this and remembered how they proudly said that they were the students of a master swordsman, but still turned out to be useless. On top of that, Charles and his guys never showed up. There was no way he was going to win now, Call thought. Frightened, he offered Ken a truce and said that they didn't need to fight each other. He shouted that he was asking for a truce and suggested that they first conquer the dungeon together. Otherwise, at this rate, they would simply become food for monsters. Ken found this funny and said that Call didn't need to worry about it. By killing you, Ken continued, it will be easier for him to clear the dungeon after all. Call asked in fear what Ken meant. He didn't know that Ken usually cleared the dungeon alone. At that moment, Ken summoned all of his skeleton warriors who crawled out from underground. Ken said how could he trust him after he tried to finish him off just moments ago. Call realized that Ken not only had the blood poisoning skill, but he could also summon the dead. As Call looked at Ken in surprise, a large monster jumped out from behind him. He jumped away from the monster in time, but it began to use its tail. Suddenly, that creepy player, who turned out to be still alive, jumped on his tail and attacked him. He yelled at Call that he had been asking for help for ages, but he was a son of a bitch, just standing there begging for mercy. Suddenly, the water monster grabs the player in its tail and lifts him up. The player ordered that his stinking head be removed and that he would suffocate from the stinking smell. The monster squeezes the player with its tail. It seems he died this time. Call decided that if he wanted to get out of here alive, he had only one chance. He realized that he couldn't cope with this monster on his own and decided to run away from here and hide until the other guys conquer this dungeon. He decided to deal with the rest later. Now the most important thing for him was to survive. He thought that he couldn't die here so miserably, and he started to run away. Something ran past him and Call turned to see what was happening behind him. That something turned out to be one of Ken's skeleton soldiers, who had already jumped onto the lizard and dealt the first blow. He inflicted blood poisoning on the lizard. Call was surprised that a skeleton soldier could move like that, and decided that his movement was like that of a high-level player. Besides how strong he was, there wasn't just one skeleton warrior, but 5. And then Call thought about Ken's strength. He realized that Ken had already gotten rid of Charles's team because they never showed up in the end. Call continued to think about how the members of the Devil's Guild were killed in the A+ dungeon. Now that he understood everything, he decided to run away from here and report everything he knew. But for some reason, the lizard continued to run only after Call, completely ignoring the skeletons. The lizard fell to the ground. Thanks to the poisoned blood skill, the lizard warrior's strength continued to decrease. When the lizard warrior fell, Call decided that the skeletons had defeated him and turned around. But turning around, he saw that the lizard was still standing undefeated. Call was horrified and asked why the lizard continued to follow only him, as if the skeletal soldiers were invisible. Ken stood to the side and said that now that Call was distracting the lizard warrior, it became easier for him. He thought that maybe Call didn't quite understand the current situation, due to the time when people could only rely on their level and items. We are shown the past of Ken and his partners. The girl asks why she puts dirt on her body. The man said he didn't know the details, but he had heard that the warrior lizard didn't have very good eyesight. So by putting this on themselves, they will be able to disguise themselves, he finished. Ken remembered his partners with a smile and wondered if everything was okay with them now. Meanwhile, Call continued to run away from the lizard, but realized that he could not get away from it forever. He decided that perhaps the lizard warrior was only aiming at players. Then he thought that he should not suffer alone, and that Ken should take part in this too. But as soon as he headed towards Ken, his path was blocked by one of Ken's skeleton soldiers. Call shouted, "How dare a skeleton soldier like him block the player's path?" But as soon as he rushed at him, another skeleton struck him first. Call's mask split in two and he froze in horror, not knowing what to do. The lizard didn't hesitate and pounced on Call while he was sitting, but he didn't reach him. Call only injured his leg and screamed in pain. Turning around, Call realized that he was under the watchful gaze of the lizard warrior and was stopped by skeletons. Call thought they had managed to kill him and looked like a madman who hoped he could now escape from here. Ken approached him and thanked him for distracting the warrior lizard. But it was time to wrap up. and Call asked in fear what he meant by wrap-up. He shouted that he wanted to talk to him and asked for help to get out of the dungeon. Ken said he should pay attention to that guy behind him. The lizard stood up and continued to look at Call, and Ken said that he should be wondering why the lizard was only going after him. His eyes act as heat sensors, and of course he has no interest in chasing cold skeletons. The lizard quickly rose and aimed at Call, who could no longer run because of his leg. Now we are shown Vincent, who was sitting in his office with his secretary, and they were watching the news which talked about the dungeon and that the Phoenix Guild refused to enter the dungeon. The girl said that a similar problem arose when he was planning to conquer a 6-level dungeon. As she predicted, the public opinion of the Phoenix Guild is terrible, the girl said while scrolling through social media. Vincent said that listening to weaklings was a waste of time, and right now they should concentrate solely on the 6th-level dungeon. An announcement appeared about the objection of the Messiah Guild. The girl came out with an official statement that the Messiah Guild was postponing the entrance to the dungeon. Even the Messiah Guild has postponed its entry, and on the internet everyone is writing about how they support this guild. The guy said it was obvious. It had been 2 years since this monster appeared, but there was still a lot they didn't know about this monster. And no player has ever returned alive from hunting this monster. So there's no point in even discussing difficulty when it comes to this monster. There is no information about this monster, and such a dangerous monster appeared in the country. The people accepted the decision of the Messiah Guild without any doubt. But the man wondered if it was true that the Messiah simply announced it without any ulterior motive. But suddenly something on the internet caught his attention. The man then asked the boy what he thought would happen if all the guilds delayed entering the dungeon. The boy didn't understand what he meant, and suggested that probably all the fearless players would gather, although it might still be difficult to clear the dungeon. Over time, the government will also want to get rid of this dungeon, and other countries will do the same. The man said that this was all true. Simply put, the dungeon would be conquered on a larger scale. But what if at that moment someone appeared and defeated the tailed lizard, the man suggested. Then the boy realized what his boss meant, that the Messiah Guild was deliberately trying to get more time. There must be a reason why they are in no hurry to enter the dungeon. The longer it is delayed, given the growing fear, the more unattended items will be in the dungeon. And when these guys defeat the tailed lizard, they will be able to get both fame and fortune. But let's get back to Ken, who received the achievement Hunter and Lizard Warriors catalog as a gift. Also, his level rose, and the rank of the poisoned blood skill increased, as did the skeleton soldiers. It was all over faster than he expected, thanks to the fact that the skeletal soldiers had no body temperature. But since he got involved with guys who have connections with the Messiah Guild, it will be difficult for him to move freely. Ken took Mike's sword made from the shell of an armadillo. This sword, forged from the shell of an armadillo, is not easy to destroy, rank unique. The weapon that the master swordsman used is not a bad option. Ken handed the sword to one of the skeleton soldiers and ordered him to use it. He walked up to Mike and said they needed to talk and activated his Eye of Anubis. The dungeon was cleared. Ken calmly walked out of the portal when a worker ran up to him and asked what happened to the others. Ken immediately said that they were all killed except him. But his answer did not please the worker, and he asked him to explain everything in more detail, because he still had to write a report and present it to the guild. Ken said he could just write that the warrior lizard was stronger than they thought. He called someone and said that he completed the task as Vincent ordered, and also one of the guys who aimed at him was using a sword of a unique rank that previously belonged to a master swordsman. Ken continued that the master is an important member of the Messiah Guild, as well as the head of the faction. The Japanese faction, Ken said he was sure they were the main branch of the Skull Guild. Other than that, he didn't find anything, but he might be able to get more information if he looked into it better. Having finished the conversation, he said that he would call him back. And as he left the room, he looked at the TV that was standing in the room. It seems it was not for nothing that Ken stood right in front of the TV and told everything he knew over the phone, because there is a camera installed in the TV. In Mike's memories, he was talking to some man. He was telling him that they had taken special precautions because he would be interacting with a person who was being monitored by the guild. He told Mike that he had planted a bug behind the TV so that he would be aware. Ken, of course, found out everything and said that those bastards from the Skull would fall into their own trap. And now the Skull Guild would turn its attention to Vincent. "Speak of the devil and he will appear," Vincent called Ken. Vincent said he had heard that everyone had been killed except him, as luck was on his side, and asked Ken if he had any information for him. Ken said he couldn't find anything else because he was focused on survival, but said he knew where the Skull Guild's main branch was. Vincent asked Ken to come to his house tomorrow because he wants to hear more information. Ken got into the car and drove to the station to storage cell number 19. He thought Owen was a pretty careful broker as he approached the right cell. Ken wondered if Oven knew he was a target too. The list of dungeons that Oven had prepared was already in the drawer, and Ken hoped that the list wasn't too disappointing. Ken took the list and began to look at it in the car. Ken was surprised by the quality of the work. He thought it was no wonder that the Messiah Guild considered him a nuisance. The content of the list and the quality are excellent. It reminded him of the dungeons he conquered when he was a member of the Messiah Guild. Now he finally understands where they got them from. Ken realized that Oven was not their target for nothing. There was a dungeon about an albino lizard egg on the list. Ken didn't think that Oven would have this dungeon too. There is not much information about the albino lizard egg. Even he could not find a source or variations. Ken was intrigued by this dungeon and wondered what might be inside the egg. He thought that he could only find out about this directly. Only Lei has this knowledge, a clue for him to get closer to the truth. He took the radio in his hand and decided, no matter what, that he should be the one to clear out this dungeon. Ken's voice came over the radio in Oven's office. Oven, if that was his real name, was delighted and thought that it was probably time for his first deal with Ken. The next day, Ken was already standing in Vincent's office. He asked Ken if Charles's group in the Skull Guild had died fighting each other. Ken replied that one of them was much stronger than the other members of the Skull Guild. Judging by their sword skills and fighting, there was no doubt that they were related to Japan. Vincent said that some factions have quite a lot of influence in Japan too. Once this dungeon was cleared, he would have to deal with this problem. With these words, he placed the newspaper on the table. He said that since Ken was the only one who came out alive from the dungeon where all the Skull Guild members were destroyed twice in a row, they would start keeping an eye on him. Vincent ordered Ken to refrain from any unauthorized actions until he had dealt with the dungeon and returned. Secretary Kim said the money was transferred to Ken's bank account. Vincent said it was his compensation. Vincent said he would contact him after clearing the dungeon. Ken thanked him. Ken left Vincent's house and slyly repeated Vincent's words about returning from the dungeon. Now that these assholes know that Vincent is supporting him behind their backs, they will soon focus their attention on him and not Ken. Before he got into the car, he thought that he couldn't wait to see Vincent's reaction when they met again. Ken has finished all his urgent matters and can now go against Vincent's warning and act alone. Lee's secretary said on the phone that the preparations were complete, but she didn't know if Ken would accept him. But Oven told her not to worry about it. If there was a problem, he would talk to Ken. While she continued talking on the phone with Oven, Ken was approaching his destination. Secretary Lee told Mr. Locke to get ready, and in response, the man asked her not to call him Mr. Ken stood at the entrance and listened to their conversation while the man whined about how he didn't like being addressed as Mr. Ken recognized the man's name. This guy was from the Phoenix Guild. Ken walked into the room where Secretary Lee and the guy we had already seen but only now learned his name were. The girl said that the examiner would accompany him since he had not chosen a dungeon that matched his level. "If you agree, please sign this contract," the girl said, and invited Ken to ask her any questions he might have. But Ken was thinking about Locke, a player who couldn't be killed, when Ken was the Messiah Guild's tracker. He had eluded him twice, although Ken wouldn't give him a third chance. Ken sat down and said that this was the first time he had heard that he needed an examiner. But if so, that meant he had to go into the dungeon with this gentleman. These words, of course, angered Locke, and he asked Ken if he hadn't heard what he said to Secretary Lee. Ken mockingly apologized, saying that he had heard the entire conversation. Locke got even angrier, called Ken a bastard, and asked how he dared to look down on him, but Ken sat across from him quite calmly. Ken realized that Locke was short-tempered, but ignored it and asked to talk to Oven. The girl said that of course he could talk to him via radio. Ken picked up the radio and asked if Oven could hear him. Maybe he still didn't trust him and his team. Oven answered on the radio, and immediately realized that Ken was probably unhappy with the examiner who would enter the dungeon with him. But Ken announced that this was not the issue, but something else. He asked what would happen if the examiner died during the clearing of the dungeon. Ken continued that no one would notice what could happen in the dungeon. Locke looked at Ken with such a menacing look. Locke looked angrily at Ken and thought that this freak was threatening him in this way. Oven, on the other end of the radio, laughed and said that Ken shouldn't worry about it because he was experienced enough to protect himself. While Ken was talking to Oven, Locke quietly approached him, looking all creepy and scary. He simply snatched the radio from Ken's hands and started talking to Oven. Locke started screaming. He said that he thought the new guy was a crazy idiot, and if when they entered the dungeon and he turned out to be different, then he would just get rid of him. Apparently, Locke wanted to show off just like Ken, but Oven yelled at him and told him to eat more modestly. Locke, of course, did not agree. One udon would not help him to eat enough, because he needs at least 10,000 calories a day. Owen only yelled louder at him to buy himself some vegetable oil and get him out. After all, 1 liter of oil contains 9,000 calories, and ordered him to turn off the radio, otherwise the battery would die. Poor Locke failed to introduce himself as a tough guy, and the secretary said that since the conversation was over, she would lead them to the entrance to the dungeon. They left the room and Locke told Ken not to dare lie or anything like that. Locke said that he does not spare people who bear their fangs against him in the dungeon, and he did not let any of them go unpunished. Ken thought that Locke was telling the truth. Ken was happy about this because he met the immortal Locke here. This is great luck. Ken will definitely need him. The girl looked at the guys leaving and asked Owen on the phone if everything would really be okay. She was worried that Mr. Locke might not actually come back if Ken was up to something. Owen replied that if Locke did not return, then Ken would never return either, in which case he would become an enemy to them. Upon entering the dungeon, they were warned that they needed to kill around 111 direwolves, and Locke asked Ken if he wasn't glad he pissed him off, but then said he would do his best to ignore him. Locke decided to stand aside and watch Ken defeat 111 direwolves on his own, or wait until Ken begged him to sleep. With these words, he sat down on a stone and ordered Ken to begin the battle. Ken looked at him sullenly without saying anything. It was funny to see him like that. Locke picked a cookie from his inventory, which usually contains various weapons, and said that Ken really thought this task was difficult. He suggested that he kneel down and ask for forgiveness if he wanted help, and then Locke might lend him a helping hand. Ken thought that perhaps Locke had received the blessing of the river Styx. Only people whose halo is a stern fighter for life can receive this legendary skill. Even if his head is cut off or his heart is torn out, it will not change anything. A person becomes immortal who simply cannot die. I don't know, but it's more like a curse. Ken turned away and started to walk away, thinking that Locke probably thought he was very lucky to have an immortal body. While Locke continued to eat his treat, Ken called for help from one of his skeleton soldiers. Ken decided to make Locke understand that it was just him finding it. Locke looked at the skeleton and asked what his little friend's name was and if he could fight. Now Locke understood everything. He said that he had always wondered how he defended the dungeon alone. The small skeleton soldier dealt with the direwolves so quickly that they were already lying on the ground in a crowd. But Locke thought he still couldn't believe it even after he saw it with his own eyes, because he thought the skeleton would be a hindrance. Still, he can swing a sword like a high-level player, and the number of skeletons he can summon increases as his level increases. He thought it was dangerous to be his enemy. As he expected, he is not an ordinary person. Locke, looking at Ken's skills, decided that he would tell Owen everything when he returned. Ken asked how he was doing with his abilities. Locke said that everything was fine, and that he probably didn't need his help. He said he was going to tell him all about it after they were done here, to which Ken casually replied, "Okay." Locke noticed this and said that he had just suddenly spoken to him informally. Suddenly, Ken summoned all his skeleton soldiers and they surrounded Locke. Locke said that these cute skeletons seemed to suddenly become a little more aggressive and asked what he did. Ken looked down at Locke and said, "Wasn't he the one who said he would just sit and watch until he begged him?" Locke laughed and said that, of course, he was just joking. He kept saying that it was just a joke and it was his fault if he offended him. Shouting that it was his fault, he suddenly lunged at Ken, swinging his fist. However, Ken immediately understood everything and easily grabbed Locke and, turning him over, threw him to the ground. "Trying to attack the summoner himself first instead of the skeletons is a good try," Ken said when Locke woke up. Locke thought that Ken was moving as if he had foreseen all this, and then he realized that Ken had been hiding his true abilities all this time. He told Ken that he didn't know what he wanted from him, but he wouldn't get anything from him. Locke wondered for what purpose he had approached them. Locke told Ken that he could keep a secret. Ken looked at him with his creepy eyes and mockingly asked if it was true. "But it doesn't matter anyway," Ken said, and his skeletons presented their swords to Locke. He tied up Locke and hung him from a tree, Locke screaming and ordering Ken to untie him. Locke started shouting that he was hungry and was he really going to starve him to death. After listening to him, Ken cut the rope and Locke fell from such a height straight to the ground. When he fell, Ken said he would give him a chance and time to prepare, but Locke didn't understand anything. Then Ken said that he showed his skills, so now it's his turn to show his. He said to use him as bait so that the skeleton warriors could easily attack them. Then he would let him go. But Locke said he wasn't going to follow his orders, so Ken tied the rope tighter and asked him if he was sure about that. Ken asked if he wanted to hang on the tree some more. Locke thought this guy was definitely crazy. He said that Ken was right and that he had no right to object, because he was the best trunk, the player who usually distracted the monsters. Locke began his work, attracting the attention of all the monsters by fighting them. But there were too many of them for one to fight, and the skeletons appeared behind the wolves and began to fight them. Here, Locke broke free from this crowd of wolves. Thanks to his ability, he remained alive. He was incredibly tired after all. He was fighting a pack of wolves alone, and with his bare hands at that. As Ken stood in the tree and looked at him, he thought that it wasn't like before. But Locke was still not that easy to kill. He'd be a nice little asset in the future, Ken thought, as he watched Locke suffer alone. Locke continued to fight alone, not even getting a chance to take a break. The skeletons continued to fight the wolves as ferociously as before. Locke was incredibly tired while he was distracting the wolves. Suddenly, the one remaining wolf began to gnaw at his leg. He grabbed it and threw it straight at the skeleton, sweetly telling the skeleton that this wolf was his. They were able to clear the dungeon, and for some reason Locke started talking to the skeletons, asking them that they were probably being overworked because they met the wrong master. He kindly praised them for their hard work and said that they were more useful than some. Locke looked at the skeleton soldier and decided to give him a high five. The skeleton soldier looked at Locke and simply turned away, ignoring his kind gesture. This, of course, angered Locke, and he yelled at the skeleton that how could he ignore him? When he tried to grab it, the skeleton dodged, and Locke angrily asked if the skeleton could do anything other than stare at him. While he screamed for the skeleton to attack him, Ken watched from afar. Ken watched him with his stern gaze. He remembered that in his past life, Locke was not the same as he remembered him. A powerful man with an immortal body who fought against the Messiah Guild, Locke was one of the strongest people he recognized at the time. And now this same guy is trying to make friends with dead skeletons. To make use of his immortality, he uses a fighting method that involves bones rather than flesh, Ken thought. Ken couldn't get to him quickly because of this destructive method. Looking at him now, he doesn't see the anger that was in him before. There must definitely be a trigger that changed him. Ken has no memories of Owen, but it seems like they were very close in the past. Perhaps Owen's death awakened Locke, meaning that if Owen survives, there is a high chance that the Messiah Guild will be excluded from the blueprint for the future. While Ken stood there by the door, pondering everything, Locke looked at him suspiciously, wondering about his intentions. He remembered that Ken had lured just enough wolves here for him to be able to deal with them without dying. It's not just a coincidence, it's continuous, right during his recovery. It's not just an analysis of monsters and dungeons, but something that can only be done by someone who has an absolute understanding of what's going on. This kind of sensation is not just a high-level ability. Locke admitted that it surpasses him in every aspect. Just at that moment, Ken came up and said that he had done well, and now they could move on to the second level. With a smirk on his face, Ken said that the second level would be much better than here. After moving to the second level, Locke admitted to Ken that he was so tired that he thought he was going to die. He told Ken that he had been working all day and that he could at least take a break now. But Ken again ignored his words and held out the flasks of blood. Locke noticed that these were not elixirs and asked what he was holding out to him. Ken asked if he was a good runner. The unexpected question surprised Locke, and he asked what Ken was getting at. He smashed all the vials of blood around Locke, and Locke asked what the hell he was doing. Ken arrogantly told Locke that he better start running away right now. What an asshole Ken was. At that moment, a huge white lizard, or dragon, appears from the forest and looks straight at Locke. Poor Locke said with displeasure that because of this idiot he couldn't even relax. At the same time, in Owen's office, he tells the secretary that as he predicted, this will happen, since the Messiah Guild refused to take part. And he was interested in how long the list of foreign guilds would be. The girl said that they had finished making the list this morning. It remained to compare and analyze it. Owen replied that there was still time before Locke returned, and they should hurry. Secretary Lee asked if everything would be okay with Mr. Locke. I don't understand if she was showing her respect by calling him Mr., even though Locke doesn't like it, or if she was just making fun of him. And in the dungeon, poor Locke, running away from a huge monster, wonders why it is chasing only him. Of course, the white monster is also being chased by Ken's skeleton soldiers. Locke thought that although he didn't understand everything, for some reason he knew that he had to act like bait. He turned sharply and stopped right in front of this huge monster. Remembering Ken's words about how it would be more fun on the second level, he got angry and promised that as soon as they got out, he would definitely kill him. The huge monster opened its mouth and rushed at Locke, but he grabbed it and stopped it with his strength. Locke is really very strong, and Ken, of course, watched this battle from afar, standing on a tall tree. I think Ken was also surprised by Locke's strength when he saw him leave such a huge monster. I don't know how. But Locke stopped this huge monster, continued to smile, and said that there was no need to delay this any longer. And one of the large skeleton warriors of Ken ran up to this monster with his sword. The albino lizard was subjected to the blood poisoning skill when the skeleton stabbed it with his sword. Then other skeleton warriors jumped on this huge lizard and also wounded it. Now the blood poisoning skill is activated to the maximum. Locke thought that each of these skeletons looked like they had been individually trained to such a high level that if someone else had been calling on the skeleton warriors, they would have been called in for support or to stall for time. Due to the use of the blood poisoning skill, the albino lizard's health has been greatly reduced. But still, the lizard had some strength left, and when he got up, he looked around as if he was looking for those who had caused him such harm. It was then that Locke realized that she couldn't see the skeleton warriors, so she was only chasing him. And he immediately looked at Ken and thought what kind of magic he possessed. Remembering his words that it would be more fun here, he realized that Ken had planned all this from the very beginning. At that moment, the lizard hit Locke with all its might. Who was already exhausted, he flew back to the tree and literally broke it into pieces. But he rose from the rubble by activating the skill blessing of the river Styx. Locke recovered instantly after taking as much damage as Ken expected him to. True, only Ken was happy now, but definitely not Locke, who was angry that he was wasting calories on this monster. He decided to deal with this lizard as quickly as possible and prepared to attack it. Locke ran up to the monster and started hitting him with all his might. The skeleton soldiers didn't hesitate either and immediately ran up to the monster. Locke realized that these skeletons were using him as bait, just like their master. The two skeletons stabbed their swords into the albino lizard's sides, the blood poisoning skill spreading throughout the albino lizard's entire body. At this moment, when the lizard was most distracted, the skeleton soldier jumped on top with a sword in his hands. The skeleton shot him right in the head. The albino lizard was defeated, and Ken's level rose. Ken climbed down from the tree. He earned the achievement Albino Lizard Hunter, and as a reward, he will receive a catalog. The rank of the poisoned blood skill increased, and the rank of the skeletons also increased, and the messenger of the underworld admired his endurance, and the messenger bestowed his favor on him. Now we are shown other skeleton soldiers fighting the monster, but they couldn't cope with the monster. One after another, they died, and the player thought that if they kept moving back and forth like that, they would all fall down one after another, and he decided that he needed to summon more skeletons. He's leveled up, 50 trolls have been slain, he's earned the Troll Hunter achievement, but he's still not advanced enough to get the attention of the underworld's messenger. The player thought that he was able to kill 50 trolls by himself, but still couldn't get his attention. This made him angry, and he started wondering who this guy was. Meanwhile, Ken and Locke stood in front of the dead lizard. Locke thought how hungry he was to death because of Ken, and told him that if they were finished, they should get out of here. Or is there something left? Locke asked. Ken looked at him and said gloomily that the most important thing remained. He walked up to the lizard's body and, with a sword in his hands, ran the second one across the lizard's stomach. With a sharp movement, he cut the lizard's belly with his sword. Ken reached his hand inside. Finally, it's in my hands, Ken said. The guys cleared the dungeon and they found an albino lizard egg. Ken was pleased with his work. The Messiah Guild went far for what was in this egg, and right now it was in Ken's hands. And now he had a chance to find out what was inside this egg. The egg also surprised Locke, who assumed that all this clearing was to protect this item. He had completely forgotten about the egg, having been running around all day because of Ken, and now he decided to ask what he was going to do with this object. Ken ignored his words. Locke must have been used to being unnoticed. Ken took the sword in his hands and began to break the egg. This greatly surprised Locke, and he told Ken that they didn't know what it was capable of, so there was no need to break it. Inside the egg was a skill page, not what I expected. It turns out that Ken didn't expect this either. Locke was also surprised when he saw the skill page inside the egg. He came across the power of Apophis, the required condition of the messenger of the underworld, the effect of resistance to any type of poison. The king of deadly poison. He has dealt with all types of poisons but has not been damaged by any of them thanks to his skill, Apophis's power. A villain who uses his power to take what he wants from people and brutally kills them with poison. At the peak of his crime, the Messiah Guild declared that they would judge the king by lethal poisoning. Messi's guild has said it will try the king of deadly poisoning, with many losing their lives in the process. Even now, Ken can remember every single one of his comrades who died from that bastard's poison. An albino lizard egg. Ken didn't know anything about it except that the Messiah Guild had it. He had never heard of this skill, but the deadly poison king couldn't steal it. The only option is that the Messiah Guild gave it to the king of deadly poisoning. They deliberately created the king as a villain to look like the saviors. Anger filled Ken again and he clutched the envelope in his hands, thinking that once again, Lei had made him realize that their comrades' deaths were in vain. He tore open the envelope, Ken deciding that if he could master this skill, Their senseless deaths would never happen again. Ken gained the power of Apophis and became resistant to any type of poison. But remembering Lei, Ken was absolutely certain that he would kill him with his own hands. Locke was surprised that Ken was in such a bad mood. Even though he kept the reward for himself, Ken told Locke that it was time to get out. The dungeon was cleared and Locke and Ken returned to the office, which was empty except for a package on the table. Loka was pleased by this and ran to the bag in the hope of seeing the food he had been waiting for all this time. But unfortunately, there was no food in the bag. Only 2 bottles of water and a radio, which made Locke very angry. Owen was in his office and thought that someone was talking about him because his ears were itching. The radio rang, and Owen was surprised that they had done it so quickly. Understanding the radio, he said that they were able to clear the dungeon in less than 3 days, although it was not of a low level of difficulty, and asked how everything went. "Not bad," he answered, and asked if anything was happening outside. Owen said that there was no news yet about Vincent's side that went underground. However, there is a problem with foreigners. The Great Guild and the Border Guild that belong to the 5 leading world guilds have merged. And also a dragon hunter has captured the 100th dragon in a 5-level dungeon. Golden Dragon. When the first Golden Dragon appeared, people were only interested in its skin. The skin was durable and resistant to high temperatures, and they thought that armor made from this skin would open up a new world for players. But it was the Golden Dragon's digestive juices that changed history, not its skin. Ken is unsure of how exactly it was used, as it was banished at the time, but was later discovered to be helpful in removing seals and curses. From Balmung Lei, the seal was also removed using the gastric juice of the Golden Dragon. Its value exceeded all expectations. Ken decided that he had to get it before people found out about it. Alvin said that this was the only significant event in the last few days and asked Ken if he wanted to ask anything else. Since Ken had no questions left, Owen said that he would ask the examiner for details on how to complete the dungeon, and they would give him a regular phone number to contact him in the future. They gave him an old phone because its connection can't be tracked, so it's much safer. Loku ordered him not to run away anywhere and to return straight to the office. Poor Locke started screaming that it was his fault that he worked so much, and now he deserved a rest. He told him not to talk to him informally and said that he had prepared food for him. But Locke wasn't particularly happy, and snatching the radio from Ken's hands, he said that 1 dish wouldn't be enough. Before leaving the office, Locke looked at Ken. He looked at him sternly, wondering if he was going to have to hang around with this guy in the future. Ken looked at Locke with the same look, but said nothing. The very next morning in Owen's office, Locke again began to whine that he couldn't rest, and asked Owen why he had called him so early, and hadn't he submitted his report yesterday. But Owen said that he had called him specifically about his report to speed up the process, and threw the tablet on the table. Tailed Lizard Hunt? Rank A+ dungeon? Locke was surprised to think that he would have to clear this dungeon alone. Of course, no one was going to send him there alone, because then he would definitely die there. And then Locke began to think who could join him, who had such skills. Maybe a dragon hunter? Locke hoped that it was not Lei, although his level was too high, and he would not be able to enter the 2-level dungeon. Owen asked Locke why he was considering Ken, since he was perfect for this dungeon. But Locke, horrified, said he never wanted to work with him again. What did he say about this yesterday? Despite his skills, this guy is a sick freak. People should at least have a sense of camaraderie, and this guy has personality problems. He literally made Locke pray for a monster. Locke said that if he was forced to work with this guy again, he would then go on a hunger strike. But Owen said that would only suit him. Owen took a voice recorder out of his pocket and turned it on. On it, Locke said that he needed a partner who would not interfere during the battle. "I don't care about his personality. Monsters attack people with personality problems. No, only skills matter," Locke, hearing his speech, turned pale with shame. "If there is anyone suitable, call them. Although they will not be stronger than me, wahaha." The fiery speech ended there. Locke, stressed, asked him when he managed to write this down. No, how could he have kept something like this all this time? In any case, Owen already registered them both and gave them a great bait. "They've already registered it?" Locke asked discontentedly, but he was more interested in what kind of bait they were talking about. But Owen only looked meaningfully at Locke and smiled. Meanwhile, on the abandoned outskirts of the city, Ken sharpened his sword. The blade was badly damaged, and Ken decided he should take it to a workshop. But now he was looking at something else and decided to start with this item. He opened the box and was surprised that Owen even had such an item. Since Ken wanted to kill those guys from the Skull Guild, things were getting more interesting. Ken wants to try using the item when he meets them. But let's get back to Owen and Locke. Locke asked Owen if there was still poison left in the Tailed Lizard's dungeon, and reminded him that the government had already allowed a foreign guild to participate. Owen replied that Locke didn't need to worry about that, since he and Secretary Lee had prepared everything in advance. But first, will it be too difficult for him and Ken to participate in this in the remaining positions? How much money will he spend this time? At that moment, the door to the office opened and Owen sarcastically asked why he needed to spend so much money. Secretary Lee entered the office and Owen asked if she had finished all her work. She replied that the American Guild had finished the bidding, and she also brought the item he had prepared for Ken, and pointing to the case, said that these were the masks he had asked for. In another part of the city, where there was that very dungeon that everyone was talking about, the man complained that the mask was terribly uncomfortable and that it was difficult to eat in it. He looked at his partner and asked if he was okay, to which the guy replied why he was so worried. To this, the boy began to grumble that he had never been worried, ever since he was born. But the guy was definitely worried. Stamping his foot, he thought about how no one returns from the tailed lizard's dungeon. So why is this guy so calm? He began to tease him, saying that even though he said so, he was probably scared. The guy calmly agreed with him. While the guy was jokingly repeating that he shouldn't worry too much, the guy was just thinking about how he couldn't imagine getting to that thing. He told his partner to remember to buy him some meat for the final attack after they were done with this dungeon, and to remember that they were partners in the dungeon. So he can't do that weird thing again like last time. The phone that Owen gave Ken rang, and Ken answered the call. Owen immediately said that he heard about his great performance in the dungeon. He asked Ken if he wanted to take part in the tailed lizard's dungeon. Ken said that he didn't know yet, because just entering it was already dangerous. Owen laughed and said he understood why he didn't like the idea, but asked if he was good at dealing with skeleton warriors. He said he had prepared something legendary that suited him perfectly. Those two guys are actually Ken and Locke in masks. And here's Ken in a mask looking at his inventory, and he notices the undead king. He's been dreaming about this for a long time, and now it's in his hands. Ken has never seen the guy use it before, so he has no idea what effect it has. However, with this, his plan to destroy the Messiah Guild will be realized much faster. A man entered the office and asked the players to prepare to enter the dungeons. The guys got up and headed towards the entrance. Ken thought that he would try out the Grim Reaper mask on the first level. The dungeon has already gathered many players who have received a notification to live in the dungeon for 5 days in order to move to the next level. Not a single player liked these conditions and everyone started complaining. Locke said that it may seem like survival is easy, since they only have to survive for 5 days. But it will be difficult to survive here alone, because there can be countless monsters there. Locke asked Ken what they were going to do, and Ken suggested they do a test first. The word test did not please Locke at all. Rather, it made him even more nervous. After all, he thought that he would have to go through the same thing again as the second dungeon. Frustrated, Locke asked Ken if he heard him in the office and asked if he was going to put him through that torture again. But Ken said he just got a new item, so it's okay to check his actions now. Locke was glad that Ken was going to test the item and not him. Ken suggested finding a quiet place to test it. Deep in the forest, Ken summoned his skeleton warrior. Locke greeted him warmly and noticed that the skeleton had prepared his armor. While Locke decided to play with the skeleton, Ken was looking for something in his inventory. He prepared the Grim Reaper mask. With the mask he can control and connect himself with the undead, Ken put on his mask and got the Grim Reaper mask achievement. Ken's magic power increased, and he thought that was already a good addition. Suddenly, he noticed a thread that connected him to the skeleton warrior. But as Ken said earlier, he had never seen the mask in action, so he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the thread connected to Ken's nervous system. And opening his eyes, Ken saw Locke in front of him, who had been playing with the skeleton all this time. Locke continued to chat pleasantly with the skeleton, unaware that Ken had already joined him. Suddenly, the skeleton spoke and ordered Locke to remove his hand. Poor Locke jumped back and said in horror that the skeleton had learned to talk. The skeleton soldier began to walk strangely. Locke asked in surprise why he was moving so strangely. Suddenly, the poor skeleton fell to the ground, and Locke thought that he was dead, and began to check with his foot whether he was alive. Ken realized that controlling the skeleton warrior was more difficult than he thought. While the guys were checking the mask, one group was discussing what to do. A guy named Alex said that they don't know what kind of monsters might appear here, so they need to act slowly. He suggested just watching for a couple of days. He thought it would be wise to join forces with others to survive. They looked at the other players and decided that they thought the same thing. Alex thought that anyway. No one here has the same influence as the Messiah Guild, so being with the crowd seems more reasonable. The guy decided to convince the others so that his guild could focus on hunting. Let's get back to our guys who were still practicing the mask. Locke fought a goblin who died immediately after he hit him. He decided that he had worried in vain, because there were only a bunch of weak monsters in this dungeon. Just when he thought he had simply become stronger, the warrior soldier cut down 2 goblins in an instant. Once again, poor Locke's nose was wiped, and he looked devastatedly at the skeleton. He looked back and saw how Ken was controlling this skeleton and thought that he was a real monster. At first, even walking was difficult for Ken, although he still falls sometimes. But just look at how he started running, and even fighting with a sword. Summoning skeleton warriors is no joke, but now he can control them directly. It's too much. Locke decided that it was unfair because someone was fighting dangerous monsters like a tank, head-on, while he was hiding in a safe place with his mask. Suddenly, a huge skeleton warrior was summoned. Locke was very surprised that, being in such a state, Ken managed to summon another skeleton warrior. Ken thought that although he was able to use the summoning skill while connected to the skeleton, he had used up 3 times his magical energy to do so. He thought that he probably wouldn't be able to use the poisoned blood skill in this state. The skeleton, that is. Ken asked Locke how his condition was. Locke replied with displeasure that good manners meant looking your interlocutor in the face when you were talking to him. He said he didn't like that even ordinary bones ignored him. Ken suddenly appeared behind Locke and asked if he liked it when he talked to him like that. Ken looked cooler in this mask. Locke jumped back in surprise, and Ken asked him again how he was feeling. He replied that he felt better now that he had taught a lesson in good manners. But then he got scared and said that he had said that to monsters. Ken calmly replied that since everything was fine, they could leave here. But this made Locke angry, because as he said, he had been fighting like a madman all this time. He asked Ken why they needed to leave and what about the orcs he had defeated. Ken put on his Grim Reaper mask and said with a smirk that this was just the beginning. Locke immediately became scared and began to lie that his body was not feeling well. He began to invent a diagnosis for himself and settled on anemia. And then suddenly his head started spinning. The guy was lying and not blushing. The skeleton warrior began to poke Locke with his sword, and Locke, frightened, asked what he wanted. Ken, through the skeleton, said that since he had anemia, he would give him iron. An angry Locke said he was just poking him with his sword. Iron still gets into your body, the skeleton said correctly. Locke started yelling at him, and Ken decided that since he was yelling like that, it meant he was feeling much better. Ken turned and ordered Locke to follow him so they could get ready. Locke was angry that he couldn't do anything to Ken and had to just obey all the time. Ken and Locke picked up axes and began to chop down trees. Locke wondered what Ken was thinking about. Ever since they entered the dungeon, all he had done was chop down trees, not monsters. On the second day, the teams began hunting for goblins that they came across. Also on the third day, all the players continued to fight. One of the players said that initially it was a survival quest, but it wasn't supposed to be like that, and that even the monsters weren't as numerous as they usually are. Alex said that the Burnout quest was in the A+ dungeon, but here when they were all together, they relaxed too much. He realized that something was wrong here and decided to explore the area despite the fact that it could be dangerous. And Ken raised his level once more, and the messenger of the underworld, imbued with sympathy for his incredible essence, sent him a reward. Warriors Gathering Mastery crowns the power of skeleton warriors and the number of skeletons summoned. The effects will multiply as the skill rank increases. After gaining a new skill, Ken immediately told Locke that it was time to move on. Locke said they could use all of this since they worked so hard yesterday to build it. But Ken said that the situation had changed and he had revised the plan. Locke asked how the situation had changed. Maybe there were more monsters. Ken, as always, didn't answer. He walked up to the monster and summoned several skeleton warriors at once. Locke asked Ken in shock that he could only summon 5 skeletons. Ken turned around and said that it was like that before, but now everything has changed. Alex's group ran to a pile of dead orcs that our guys had killed. Alex thought it looked more like a massacre than a battle, and wondered what kind of person could do such a thing. While he was thinking about who he might have missed, since Alex had gathered all the talented people, his partner said that he saw something on the other side. They came through the bushes, and Alex asked them what they saw there. The whole team froze in shock when they saw the huge maze. They started running around the entire labyrinth and saw a bunch of dead orcs. Alex realized that this wooden labyrinth was built to lure all these monsters into a trap. There are even more monsters outside, but it still doesn't compare to the inside of the labyrinth. Alex thought this was all so different from any battle he had seen before, and wondered what the guy was thinking when he was planning all this. Now he understood why they were able to relax so much despite the fact that the quest was a burnout, and decided to gather the remaining players. Locke said it wasn't really his style to kill orcs like that, but I guess it depended on the situation. He asked Ken why they kept moving around. He said with displeasure that he was not going to build such a maze anymore, but Ken reassured him by saying that they would not need them anymore. Ken patted the skeleton's head and said that now that his human strength had increased, the traps and maze would be a waste of time. Gathering around his skeletal warriors, he said that it would now be quicker for him to simply hunt down the monsters. Locke was glad that he could now show Ken his skills while they were catching monsters. Ken pulled out his sword, and Locke immediately became worried, saying that his anemia no longer bothered him, so he didn't need iron. But he calmly turned to Locke and said that he was going to lead him and his skeleton soldiers. Locke said that if that was the case, he was going to give it his all, and he wouldn't care about some clumsy guy running in front of him. But after just a few minutes, we see that Locke is already exhausted and barely breathing. He can barely stand on his feet and, in a trembling voice, asks Ken to slow down a little. Locke, tired from running, asks Ken for a rest. They just started, but he can no longer stand on his feet. One of the skeleton warriors runs past Locke, turns around and looks at him meaningfully, and then he runs away without saying a word about Locke's torment. This made Locke very angry and he yelled at him, telling him not to dare laugh at him. He gets angry quite easily. All sweaty, he began to think about what kind of person Ken was and where he got such endurance from. Although that was not the point. His fighting style was completely different from his. Locke attacks head-on with his bare hands, and as a result his stamina wears down pretty quickly. While this guy attacks his opponent from behind and easily avoids damage. An effective fighting style. Sadly, Locke also wanted to learn this style, since it was more effective. Ken turned around and looked at Locke, who was still lagging behind, and asked him what was the matter, and mockingly asked if he wasn't going to show his abilities to him. Locke wasn't particularly happy that Ken still remembered his cool line he said earlier, and of course he had to repeat that he intended to prove his strength. A bunch of monsters were heading towards them again, and Locke ran straight towards them. Locke thought that he had to do it, even if he had to die again because of it. Ken watched from afar as Locke fought, and thought that if this was the Locke he knew, he would definitely use the moves he showed him. Until now, no one could guide him, so he only believes in his immortal body, and mindlessly rushes into attack. This is an ineffective fighting style. Well, if Locke listens to Ken, he will become more useful to him in the future. But Ken decided not to wait for Locke to gain experience, but to make it useful himself. Today is already the 5th day of survival in the dungeon, and there are only 24 hours left until the end of the quest. Already exhausted, Locke wondered why he was taking the survival quest so seriously. Their level increased. Locke looked at the unperturbed Ken, who was checking his inventory, and thought, maybe he lost something because of the monsters. That's why he was so cruel. The messenger of the underworld took a liking to their impetuous nature and sent gifts. And Locke began to shout that it was too much work for one man, for he had been working 8 hours straight. Ken stopped him, saying that it was time for them to rest, and Locke's expression immediately changed to a happy one, and he asked where they would sit. The long-awaited break that Locke had been waiting for had arrived, and he began to eat everything in sight when a skeleton approached him. He immediately offered the skeleton one of his bars, even though the skeleton soldiers were dead. Locke held out the candy bar and told the skeleton to come up to him and hold out his hand, and then he would give him the chocolate bar. Surprisingly, the skeleton soldier actually extended his hand, and Locke was surprised by this too. Locke was delighted and said that now the skeleton had decided to open up to him after all. He immediately turned to Ken and asked if he had seen it, and told him that this was what was called camaraderie. Locke was so touched by this that even a tear appeared in his eyes. How could he be so naive? Then he remembered Ken and asked him if he was hungry, but then he noticed something. The skeleton brought Ken the candy bar he asked Locke for. It was then that Locke realized that Ken had been controlling the skeleton all this time, and this made him angry. Ken looked at Locke with a grin and said that he wanted to know what so-called camaraderie tasted like. Locke was yelling that Ken was telling him he did a good job, but instead of buying him food, he was stealing it, and that if he liked free things so much, he would quickly become bald like Oven, whatever that meant. These words caught Ken's attention, not because he was worried about his appearance, but because it was the first time he had heard anything about Oven's appearance. Suddenly, the boys heard a noise from another part of the forest and turned to look at it. Locke said that this could be a distress signal, since there is not much time left until the end of the quest. He said they had dealt with quite a few monsters, but there were probably still some left, but Ken said it wasn't a distress signal. Locke was surprised and asked Ken what kind of signal it was. Ken began to explain that after the survival quest on the first level, they would be moving on to the second level, and so they were gathering the players to decide in what order they would hunt the spiny snake. Locke said with displeasure that it was not enough for these guys to unite their forces, they were also deciding in what order to hunt. Locke considered them arrogant. Ken calmly replied that of course they would be confident, because over the past 5 days they had allowed the players to relax. Having opened the catalog, Ken decided to check it and only then move on. Ken pulled out a gold envelope from the catalog, and Locke was very surprised by this. This is the main skill that John George used. Ken smiled when he saw this envelope. Ken got the skill of corpse explosion. The effect is that if the player enters the manual into the monster's body, it will explode at any moment, and all the players gathered together and listened to Alex. Alex climbed onto a large rock and shouted loudly, drawing the players' attention to himself. He began to say that since all the survivors had already gathered, they could begin. Alex continued that in a few minutes the survival mission would be completed, and they would move on to the next level. The Union, including its guild, will try to attack the spiny snake first. Locke looked at Ken and said that everything was happening as he said, and was surprised that they actually decided in what order the players would start entering the second level. Alex said that since there were no longer any objections, he decided to warn the other players. He warned that if they interfered with their hunt, he would kill them immediately. Locke whispered to ask what they were going to do now and if Ken had any plan. Suddenly, the man standing next to him abruptly pushed Locke away and told him to listen to Alex. This, of course, pissed Locke off, and he thought that this guy was crazy. He wanted to attack this lunatic, but Ken immediately stopped him and shook his head. Ken stepped forward and raised his hands, calmly wishing him luck. This calmed the man down. He looked at them approvingly and began to walk away into the crowd. Locke didn't understand why Ken stopped him and said that he could have stopped him. Ken said, "Can Locke really stop all the participants?" He noticed that they had a red ribbon tied around their forearms, showing that they were on the same team. Most players have that red ribbon tied to their arm. Locke would hardly have noticed it at the start, but here he lied and said that he had noticed it, but still realized that this was the reason everyone had kept silent. He said that everyone had these ribbons and asked Ken if that meant they had no chance against them. Ken smiled suspiciously and asked his partner if he really thought so. The players completed the survival quest and entered the second level, where a huge, simply monstrously huge snake was already waiting for them. We see only part of it. As you already understood, it is simply impossible to see the whole snake at once, because it is of unrealistic size. The players who are hiding behind the trees look like babies in front of this monster. We see how scared the players are. I think as soon as they realized how big it was, they immediately regretted their red ribbons. This serpent of terrifying proportions towered over the trees, and its glowing eyes were terrifying, not to mention the spines that protruded from its head. At the moment when everyone was hiding near the trees, Alex shouted to his players to start attacking this monster. At first, the sorcerers used their magic to hold him back, and all at once they began to attack the snake. The snake's head caught fire from the blows of the mages, who continued to aim at the huge monster. Ken and Locke watched this battle near the cliff. Locke asked Ken if they were just going to stand there and watch while they caught the spiny snake at this rate. But Ken was unwavering. He watched the battle without emotion, and told Locke that they would not be able to catch her. Locke was surprised by Ken's confidence and asked why they couldn't catch this monster, because with such a number of people, wouldn't that be enough? Ken asked Locke what he does when he encounters a monster. The first thing Locke said was that he first tried to attack it and hit it, because he doesn't know what it's capable of. It's hard to deal with unexpected developments when you show everything you can do at the very beginning, Ken agreed, and turned his attention to the ongoing battle. He pointed to this huge, spiny snake and asked if he would give it the same blow. Locke froze for a moment, and it was clear from his face that he didn't understand what Ken meant. After a minute of silence, he said that of course it was better to get rid of her right away, with such a crowd of people. Ken said it would be easy, of course, but if it was such an easy task, why has no one conquered this dungeon yet? Did they lack the manpower? All those who failed lacked the human resources, unlike these guys, Ken asked. Alex started shouting for them to move in the same direction, but the needle snake suddenly began to run away from the players' attacks. Alex was in high spirits, thinking that if things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before they would manage to catch her. He thought that he could become the first player to catch this monster and clear this dungeon. But here, the skill of the master of the source of knowledge, the rift was activated, probably by these players. A huge snake seemed to be stuck in these piles of stones that appeared from underground. Slightly scared, Locke decided that these players seemed to have prepared everything. They even predicted that the needle snake would escape. But then Ken said that it was all starting. Locke got scared and asked what was starting, because it looked like it would all end very quickly. Ken said with a stern look that the spiny snake never attacked properly. And besides, there were some kind of needles on its body, which was quite strange. Alex started yelling for them to keep attacking the snake and focused on its head. Players continued to attack the head of this terrible monster, one of the most terrifying monsters we have seen. At this point, when everyone was focused on the attack, one of the players noticed that another part of the snake was flying towards them from the forest. She blew that part of the forest apart with her tail, and one player ordered everyone to gather and continue the attack. The player said that they were assigned to protect this area, and indeed the players held back part of the snake with their shields. The young player agreed with him and said that it was time to finish with this snake. Alex said the snake's movement slowed and ordered the battle line to advance forward. But then this huge monster rose up quite quickly, and the snake showed its abilities. It turned into its more terrible form. Horrified by what he saw, Alex ordered the attack to be stopped and told everyone to remain in their positions. But the snake had no intention of stopping. Its needles began to fall at great speed right onto the players. These needles rained down on the players. The attack was so unexpected that no one could even run away. The spiny snake had lost its spines but still looked incredibly creepy. Our guys continued to watch everything that was happening in the distance, but the smoke from the strike reached them too. Ken thought he suspected the needles were coated with deadly poison. He knew they weren't just thorns. Locke froze in horror from this attack of the snake. He himself already understood how strong this snake was. Among these balls of smoke and dust, Alex stood. His glasses were broken, he himself was in shock from what had happened, and he just stood there. He thought he knew the snake would have some kind of trick up its sleeve, but it was just a long-range attack, which wasn't much of a problem. The poor players tried to recover from the attack of the huge monster. They slowly began to rise. One of the players decided to lean on the needle of the snake, which was sticking out right in front of him, but suddenly it fell apart. He was surprised. These were the needles that flew out of the body of the spiny snake, and he did not think that they would break so easily. Not only did they just fall apart, but they were also completely empty inside. Alex decided to start commanding again despite the previous failure, and told everyone that now the needle snake had no needles left. And what is worth attacking now, before she restores them? Alex did not take into account that not all the players are in the best shape. After all, they were just attacked. All the surviving players got up and went to attack the snake. Alex, confident again, thought that if they needed to kill a snake or something else, they just needed to leave it all to them. The players continued running towards the snake, and one noticed that another player had stopped for some reason. He told him to stop fooling around and keep running. The man fell to the ground and began to choke. The brew Ken was right about the poison. One by one the players began to fall to the ground, and the man also began to cough and fell. The players were poisoned by a spiny snake. Others immediately stopped and warned those behind that there was poison in front. The man turned and told Alex that the damage was severe, and most would not be able to get forward. Alex froze in fear when he heard about the poison. He clearly didn't expect that. How the hell did this happen? There was nothing to indicate that they had been exposed to poison. Alex continued to think. And then it finally dawned on him that the spikes were laced with poison. For some reason, one of Ken's soldier skeletons was hanging on a tree. Suddenly, Alex stood still while everyone continued to run away when they realized the poison was deadly. Ken watched everything that was happening through the skeleton. The poor players screamed in fear and begged for help. The picture was quite unpleasant, and Ken watched everything sadly and thought that it was all disgusting. Locke impatiently asked Ken what was going on. Ken told him that everyone had died because of the poison of the spiny snake, and their plan had failed, and they were now retreating. Poison, Locke said loudly. He asked Ken if those things that came out of the snake's body were spikes, right? So what does poison have to do with it? Locke realized that these thorns were laced with poison from the very beginning, but Ken said that wasn't the case. Before the massive attack, the damage dealers in the rearguard had already taken damage. If the spikes were laced with poison, the dealers would have taken damage first, not the tanks with high health. So what the hell happened then? Locke asked. It was still not clear why everyone was poisoned by the venom of the spiny snake. The voice said that he thought so, that their attack was too smooth. It's not for nothing that they call it a deadly snake. Locke asked what they were going to do, join those people, but Ken immediately said no. He said that since they had already found the hidden cards of this snake, it was their turn to make a move. Ken stood up and started walking. Locke asked him what he was going to do and told him that going there would be madness. But Ken said he was going to go to the spiny snake alone and told him to wait here and get ready. What a relief, Locke thought, but immediately shouted at Ken that he was not here to follow his orders. Then Ken decided to joke with him and said with a grin that he could go to the snake with him. He wouldn't mind. All objection vanished at once, and Locke said that he meant that he would deliberately remain there and carry out his orders. There was smoke billowing around the snake, and steam was escaping from the holes where the thorns were. Perhaps this was poison. Ken stood by the tree and thought that the poison had no smell or color and was easy to miss. The players must have let their guard down. Now he understands why all the attacking groups were quickly defeated. They had already suffered irreparable damage by the time they noticed the poison. But Ken has an ace up his sleeve for this case. Ken activated the power of Apophis. This skill allowed him to resist any kind of poison. The poison of the needle snake improved the poisoned blood skill. Ken smiled when he realized that with the activation of Apophis's power, even the poisoned blood skill had improved. How convenient for our Ken. And then something caught his attention. Ken dropped to the ground and began to check his inventory. He thought that maybe the spear would help him. With such a build, her skin must be quite thick too. He looked through the inventory, thinking about a convenient weapon. He smiled and said that it would be more effective to deal with her this way. It turns out that Alex is still alive. He thought that he had completely lost his vigilance. All the blame for what happened lies with him. Others also managed to survive, and one of the players asked how many people were able to escape. The other replied that he didn't know, and when he ran away he saw about 30 people, but now they were all scattered. The man advised Alex to find everyone he could to help, but Alex refused and said that they should stand here and gather the remaining people again. He said that those who remained there were probably already dead. But the man started shouting that Alex didn't understand that with the remaining people they wouldn't be able to attack again. Alex said that they would only lose more people if they searched for the dead. He decided to reorganize the attack squad and try again. He continued that he himself no longer expects victory, but returning there would be tantamount to suicide. The player started shouting that he was sure some of them were still alive, and didn't they have any choice but to just abandon their comrades. Alex's hands continued to shake as he thought that even if they regrouped and charged again, the outcome was quite obvious. But in times like these, he must keep a cool head, as suddenly the players heard a noise from the forest. They were afraid that the spiny snake had decided to attack them again. Alex shouted for everyone to quickly confirm the location of the spiny snake. One of the players jumped up the tree to see where the snake was, and the players eagerly asked him where the snake was now. The player shouted that they probably wouldn't believe it, but at the moment the spiny snake was fighting the player. They all stand there in shock and continue asking questions one after another. The player in the tree said that everything was as he said. Someone was now fighting a spiny snake, and that if they didn't believe it, then let them come up here and see for themselves. Alex wasn't particularly happy and wondered who could breathe there, since everything there was soaked in poison. While all the players were in shock, Alex thought that it was impossible to get close to the spiny snake because of its poison. They stood in the tree and watched Ken fight this monster, and Alex continued to wonder how he did it. Here he thought that perhaps the poison that surrounded the snake had disappeared, but this certainly could not happen. But even if so, there might still be survivors, Alex thought, and Alex's courage came back to him again, and he said that they needed to go there too. The player said that Alex said a couple of minutes ago that going back there would be like committing suicide. Alex naively assumed that the poison of the spiny snake had disappeared. He thought only of himself. He decided to correct the mistake he had made earlier. He said that since they had gathered here, it was unknown whether they would have another chance to catch the spiny snake. Ken's skeleton soldiers continued to shoot their bows at the spiny snake. But as Ken thought, the arrows couldn't pierce her thick snake skin. However, there is an easy way to bypass this protection. Ken can simply poison her. The snake looked at the skeleton warriors and opened its huge mouth and decided to attack them. Unlike the lizard, it can see them. And when she was distracted by the skeletons, Ken decided to take advantage of this moment and jumped on her back with 2 spears in his hands. The spiny snake was poisoned, a wound the snake could not help but notice, and it turned to look at Ken. There were no more spikes left. Instead, there were many holes, and through these holes, Ken decided to poison the snake. They're like human pores. It must be extremely painful from the wounds Ken inflicted on her. Ken mock-asked the snake that last time she pretended to have to run away, but that was because she was trying to get people to come to her. He thought that those guys didn't even realize that she was cheating like that. The point is that minor spikes fly out of her body on purpose to leave behind holes from which a huge amount of poisonous gas comes out. Ken gave the snake a direct hit right in its eye, and the spiny snake was poisoned again. From the intense pain, the needle-like snake began to bend violently and destroy everything in its path. Ken ran away and thought mockingly that she made so much noise for her size and asked how it felt to be the most poisoned. And Locke, who continued to stand by the rock, he thought that Ken himself had ordered him to hide as much as possible, but he himself was climbing forward. Locke continued to collect dead orcs and asked himself who would want to collect these orcs, and complained that he treated a talented person, that is, him, too badly. He showed 2 middle fingers to the skeleton, or rather Ken, when suddenly the skeleton ordered him to report the situation. Frightened, he hid his hands behind his back and asked how long he had been here, but Ken ignored him and asked if he had prepared everything he asked for. Locke said that this orc was the last one and asked if the spiny snake would really crawl here. How did he know that it would move in this direction? But Ken was in a hurry and told Locke that he didn't have time to explain everything to him and ordered him to finish quickly. While Locke was complaining that Ken would explain everything to him, he disconnected from the skeleton. Ken thought that it looked like all the preparations there were finished and decided to start acting. One of the warrior skeletons continued to cut the needle snake. At that moment, Ken joined him. Having connected, he turned to the side where several copies were standing. He quickly grabbed 2 spears with poisoned blood and ran towards the snake's head. The skeleton ran to the snake with incredible speed and hit it right in the back. The needle snake was poisoned. Ken disconnected from the skeleton, and the huge monster, noticing the skeleton, opened its mouth and pounced straight on the skeleton. But then another skeleton soldier rushed at the snake and also attacked it with poison using a spear. The snake continued to be attacked by the skeletons, injecting it with poison over and over again, and Ken promised the snake that it would live up to its name. The spiny snake was poisoned, and the spiny snake's characteristics decreased significantly. Ken, in one of the skeletons, said that due to her size, the effect of the poison appeared later than he expected. The skeleton, when it ran over the body of the spiny snake, got stuck in it. But he still managed to get out and ran along the long back of the snake and again dealt it a heavy blow, and the poison was able to penetrate into its body. Now the resistance of the needle snake was greatly reduced. The skeletons hung on its body, digging into it with their spears. The skeleton jumped onto the first tree it saw, while the snake, realizing that it could not cope with the poison, decided to simply run away. As Ken had predicted, she began to move straight into his trap. The bunch of orcs that Locke threw there exploded. The skill of the messenger of the underworld. The explosion of the dead was activated. When the snake encountered this explosion, it decided to run the other way, but Ken said that there was no point in running the other way. The snake ran into the depths of the forest, but there too the same bunch of orcs were waiting for it. The skill messenger of the underworld explosion of the dead was activated again. But we are returned to the real world, where Owen was reading the newspaper. He confidently said that the end had come for the elite troops that Vincent had gathered with all his might, and it was getting more and more interesting, and the 6th level dungeon could hurt his pride. Owen told Secretary Lee to rent a car and send it to the entrance of the Needle Snake dungeon. She was surprised and asked if they weren't supposed to leave until a week later. Owen said that he spent so much money for a reason, and he told Ken to focus on showing his skills without paying attention to his surroundings. She then said that they shouldn't rent a car from a junkyard like they usually do since they are undercover as Americans. She said that she would prepare a car for the diplomats to take them out of any possible chaos. And then Owen became afraid of how much it would cost, and he immediately said that it seemed like diplomats were driving small cars, looking scared. But this did not stop Secretary Lee, and she interrupted him, refused him, and slammed the door. Back to our guys and the battle with the spiny snake. Locke thought that this guy not only predicted which direction the snake would try to escape, but also deliberately set off explosions to know it in a certain corner. The snake, attacked by Ken's skeletons, finally curled up and calmed down, and Ken and his soldiers were already waiting for her. Ken, pleased with the result of his attacks, decided that she must be in a state of panic, but it was too late for her. The skeleton soldiers continued to shoot at her with their bows, and she tried to turn away from them. Ken said that avoiding attacks was pointless because the poison had already spread, and over time her health would also decrease, and by moving so much she was only making the situation worse. Meanwhile, Alex and his team were running towards the screams. Alex thought that these screams had been going on for some time now, and he was sure that he had attracted most of the players who entered the dungeon. That's why he was consumed by greed when he wondered who was attacking this huge monster now. But before they had time to reach the battle site, everyone received a message that the needle snake had been defeated. The players were happy about this. One player said that now they would be able to get out of the dungeon alive. Another player said that if they did everything right, they would be able to steal the skin of the spiny snake. But Alex didn't look so happy. He was surprised that he was able to kill this snake. Alex, like the other players, also decided that they could not leave the dungeon empty-handed and ran towards the snake. Alex, irritated by what was happening, could only think about the player who had arranged all this. Ken has achieved the achievement First Spike Snake Hunter. The messenger of the underworld sympathizes with him. The rank of the poisoned blood skill was increased and Ken was awarded a mastery stone. A bright light appeared behind Ken. Ken's level also increased as he stood in front of this monstrous-sized monster. When the players were almost there, Locke appeared in front of him and blocked their way. The two players looked at each other in surprise and asked why he was respawning their path. And Alex told Locke that they weren't going to cause him any trouble. Raising his hands, he began to lie to him that they just wanted to look around here. He told him that they were not bad people but suddenly froze in fear. Behind Locke, Three huge skeletal soldiers appeared, armed and looking menacingly at these players. Alex, seeing these skeletons, thought that the warrior skeletons were not affected by the poisonous gas, so they were effective in the fight against the spiny snake. But one detail bothered him. The attack that failed for them simply could not be successfully carried out by just these ridiculous soldiers. Dozens of players tried to attack the needle snake. As he thought, he simply needed to live the corpse of a spiny snake to make sure. A loud roar sounded in the distance, and all the players, including Locke, turned around in fear. The spiny snake has risen from the trees, but now everything seems different. The snake skeleton with blue eyes lets us know that Ken now has such a monster in his set. Horror froze on Alex's face. He was scared when he saw the needle snake appear again. He decided that the players were trying to summon it, just like these skeletons. Without wasting a minute, Alex decided to run to the needle snake to see everything with his own eyes. He desperately tried to see the face of the player who had defeated this huge monster. But of course, he didn't succeed. As soon as the guy ran a couple of steps, Locke immediately grabbed him. He hit Alex and sent him flying back, causing Alex to literally fly over the ground and fall in front of the team. A beaten Alex asked Locke what his problem was. Locke glared at Alex and repeated again for them to get out. Alex and the other players froze, and Alex said that they needed to get out of this dungeon and told everyone to remember his face. The snake's flesh was peeling away from its bones, and a bright ball was glowing directly under its head. Ken was glad he didn't even have to look for her, but his attempt to summon the spiny snake failed. Ken's skill rank was too low, and he was unable to summon the spiny snake as his skeleton warrior. But Ken received the yellow dragon's magic sphere. This sphere contains powerful mana. There was a car parked at the entrance to the portal, waiting for the participants. There were two men in the car. The guy was already writing a report in which he wrote that the attack in the dungeon had failed. The man replied that from the very beginning no one expected that it would succeed, but the guy said that if they succeeded it would be amazing. But the man said that he wanted it all to end quickly, since they had already been hanging around there for a week. And suddenly the dungeon was cleared and the man got out of the car. A whole crowd of reporters had already gathered in the area, hoping to take good photographs. Alex and his team began calling their assistants. When he found them, he immediately started shouting for them to catch the Americans because they were the ones who killed the spiny snake. One of the players on his team found the boys among the crowd and pointed them out. When journalists learned that the two had defeated the spiny snake, they were bombarded with questions. The crowd was stopped by security guards while Alex shouted for them to catch them, but our guys were already approaching the car. Alex was pinned down by the crowd and could even get out of it, so he kept screaming to be let go. When Alex managed to get out of the crowd to see the car's license plate, another problem awaited him. The car turned out to be from the embassy. Already in the car, Ken began to take off his mask. While Locke suggested that Owen had spent a decent amount of money, even the seats were soft. Now he could rest a little. When Locke also took off his mask, he asked Ken what happened to the item after he killed the spiny snake. Ken remained silent, and Locke said, discontentedly, that he could at least have said what the object was, since he hadn't been toiling away on it for nothing. Ignoring Locke again, Ken called to say he had just come out of the dungeon. Owen greeted him happily and asked how he was enjoying the role of the hero, but Ken only asked what the press was writing. All the media outlets are talking about him now. It would be unwise not to take advantage of his current reputation, and if they add weight to this name, he will be able to play on the big stage. Ken decided that this image would really be useful to him to gain authority and enter a special dungeon. He was glad that Owen offered him this image, and he agreed to the deal. Owen, by the way, he said that something interesting happened while they were in the dungeon, and Owen asked if Ken knew Vincent's bodyguard. Jin led the team into a 4-level dungeon, but no one survived. It is not unusual for a player to die in a dungeon, so it did not seem like anything special happened. However, Owen checked some information, and it seemed that there was a spy from the Skull Guild in Jin's team, and he obtained information about the players who were sponsored by the Japan faction. As everyone could guess, the Skull Guild made the right conclusions. Ken asked warily why Owen was telling him this, and he was told that it was useless to hide something like this from him, since he was well aware of his relationship with Vincent and the Skull Guild. The wiretapping began to affect Vincent, however. Owen, as Ken thought, is not so simple. The car suddenly stopped, and Ken told Locke to get out of there quickly. Naive Locke came out and asked Ken if Owen had decided to feed them for such hard work. Although even if this was not the case, Locke still wanted the horror as it was. Ken told him that they would transfer to his car. The dissatisfied Locke, who did not fit into the car, began to swear at Owen because he promised him an expensive car, but in the end he was deceived again. Locke continued to complain, saying that he was being forced to drive a shitty wreck, that it looked worse than a junkyard car and was too dirty, and then Ken interrupted him, saying that it was his car. Locke's tone immediately changed, and he made excuses that compact cars were the best in the country because they needed very little fuel, and he began to suck up to Ken in every possible way. Ken remembered that there was a food allowance in the glove compartment, and Ken suddenly became kinder. He said he could take some if he was hungry. Locke wasted no time and opened the glove compartment. Locke's eyes lit up and he couldn't believe it. He was glad that Owen finally took pity on him and gave him money for food. But then reality hit Locke hard when he opened the envelope and a couple of coins fell out. Tired to death, hungry. Locke looked like he had lost all hope. His gaze into the void was so sad, but the situation itself was very funny. For some reason, Alex put a collar on himself, and in an interview he said that our guys attacked him. He wrote whatever he wanted on the internet, but the comments were mostly angry. Secretary Lee said that the mood of the people in the press changed from curiosity to hatred, and this interview in particular worsened the public's attitude. The girl asked if she should begin to carry out the order that Owen had given now, and Owen gave permission. They released their article where Ken went undercover and said that he always admired Lei, their guild messiah, and that he was his role model. And then the internet changed its mind. Some wrote that maybe this guy is not bad, since he takes an example from Lei. Others supported him. Everyone went over to his side when he mentioned Lei. Ken thought that Owen had impressed him, because this move had not only changed the course of events. Now that this statement had been made, the Messiah Guild would not be able to stay on the sidelines. They could try to recruit Ken or at least win his favor. Ken never thought he would use public opinion to lure the Messiah Guild. Ken couldn't wait for their answer and decided that he needed to prepare thoroughly before the Messiah contacted him. And in front of Ken lay several swords. But suddenly Ken received a notification. Urgent news, Vincent had cleared a 6th-level dungeon. This urgent news made him happy. Apparently, he was waiting for Vincent. Vincent was enjoying the attention of the press when his secretary Kim ran up to him. He whispered that she needed to tell him something. Vincent said that if it was not urgent, she could tell him everything later. But she said that it was urgent. She told him that Jean's team, which went into the dungeon, was completely destroyed. He didn't like this news at all, and Vincent called 2 employees over to him. The man quickly announced that the press conference was over because Mr. Vincent needed to visit the hospital for a medical examination. While the staff was talking to the press about the press release, Vincent and Secretary Kim were already leaving, and Vincent demanded details. In the car, she explained that a few days ago, an anonymous informant had sent them a bank statement to the office, and Vincent had asked if they could trust a source they didn't know. She said she didn't know the reason why they sent us this information, but it seemed to be partially true. According to the investigation team's report, most of the team members died from stab wounds, so it's possible that they weren't killed by monsters. Jean's team was the only one that went into the dungeon, so other guilds can't be involved. Vincent was completely overcome with anger and said that she meant that there was a rat among his royal guards. Vincent broke his tablet in half out of great anger. He realized that the Skull Guild had deceived them. At the same time, in the building of the Messiah Guild, where the players sat as if at a Sabbath, they decided what they would do with Vincent in the future. Paula said she was going to leave him to the mercy of public opinion, and remarked that it was all a bit late in the day for them to remember. The Master Swordsman said that he is currently working with the Skull Guild, trying to get rid of this mess. But Paula didn't like it. She hit the table and said that now was not the time for rash actions, and asked what happened to the last dungeon of the Lizard Warrior. She said that if he was going to do something, he should do it properly, and she also reminded them about Cole, who was missing and probably dead because he got caught up in his mess. The girl said, "Is he really going to show the whole world their relationship with the Skull Guild? It's not my business to interfere with how he does his job, but it can't be ignored," Paula said. While one of the members thought that Cole didn't even have any special skills, but he had already been mentioned several times, Paula suddenly declared that they could no longer work with the Skull Guild anymore. She said that she was stopping any business related to her, but the Master Swordsman said that he would not accept it, since there was not even a guild leader, and he was not going to obey her decision. But Paula looked at him with a terrible look and confidently said that he did not understand her, because this was the head's decision. The Skull Guild leaders looked at her with displeasure, but said nothing. They stood up and walked out of the building and headed to the car, and one of the participants asked his partner what he thought about it. With a fierce look, they looked back, and one of them said that they could not stand this any longer, and the other replied that it was time for them to part ways with the Messiah Guild. At Vincent's house, Ken was standing next to him. He was blatantly lying to Vincent, asked in surprise if Jean's team was not a highly qualified team, and that he would never have thought that something like this could happen. Still angry, Vincent honestly admitted to Ken that he wanted to create a business with these skull bastards to get benefits. But everything has changed. Now it will be better to destroy them. Silence fell in Vincent's office, a little awkwardly. Ken thought Vincent was more ambitious than anyone else. Within a few years, he would sell all sorts of items to Japan and go into exile. People who didn't know the truth called Vincent a traitor. But the real reason he moved to Japan was because Vincent was afraid that the Messiah Guild would take away everything he had created. He would turn his back on his own country in an attempt to protect his life and wealth, of course, so he would not leave this situation. And Ken said he would become his bodyguard. Ken said that it seemed like he wanted to use him to deal with them, but he didn't want to be abandoned after he was no longer of use to him. Vincent was surprised by this. Vincent thought how this loser could become his bodyguard. He didn't think that Ken would have such an idea. He planned to win him over to his side, even if he had to threaten him. Although his intentions do not interest Vincent as long as he is able to get rid of the Skull Guild, and he said that he is interested in this. Vincent said that Ken said that he could destroy the Skull Guild for him in exchange for his protection. Ken said that he should protect him well if they needed him, and that he himself had something to repay the Skull Guild for. This answer made Vincent very happy, as it was the answer he had expected. Ken left the house and turned around to look at Vincent's house, and thought that now all responsibility for his actions would lie with Vincent. In the office where Ken signed the contract, Ken himself and the company's employees were sitting. The man said that the terms of the contract would be changed to the highest level. Ken stood up and said that he would be under their supervision. How did this Kina become Vincent's royal guard? The employee asked his boss. Since he had joined the guild less than half a year ago, he had built up quite a reputation working here, but he didn't think it was enough to get into the royal guards. The man replied that he wasn't sure, but figured it had to do with something they didn't know about. While Ken was in the elevator, he listened to everything the employees were saying. One of them asked if the others had heard that the traitor was among Vincent's royal guards. Another was surprised how he got there and said that he was probably lucky to get a rare item. The man said that he was even a little jealous of him, although he clearly shouldn't be, because he was probably sucking up to get to the top. And the man those men were talking about was standing behind them. And Ken thought there was no denying that he was lucky. Ken called Oven, and he happily answered his call. He figured Ken must have something urgent to ask him since he found time in his busy schedule. What Oven heard surprised him greatly, judging by his facial expression. A tired Locke, who was sitting in his office, asked what the idiot had come up with this time, but Oven continued talking to Ken. Oven said that it was a bit difficult for him to manipulate the people who ran the guild and were in charge of the dungeon, but he still agreed. He turned off the phone and told Locke that Ken wanted to use fake documents to enter the dungeon, and he assumed they would find out soon. Locke yawned and asked why he was helping him, even without knowing all the details and whether he had really come to trust this Ken completely. Oven said that he doesn't believe in people and is just trying to figure out which direction he is holding the sword in to determine whether he is with them or not. All the dots over the I's will be placed when they find out his ultimate goal. Two men were sitting in a car, and one asked the other if Ken was going to destroy the Skull Guild, and he agreed. It seems that Vincent is set to declare a full-scale war on the Skull Guild. Most of the Skull Guild members are entering the dungeon today, so this is a great opportunity for Vincent and Ken, the man continued. However, they cannot rule out the possibility that Ken created his own team or is using fake documents. But the man with the scar said that he didn't care about it, as long as Ken went into the dungeon. Ken approached the tent where the two reporters were and introduced himself as Louis. The man asked Ken if he came here alone, and asked him to sign some papers and said that they were not giving a dungeon briefing. Instead, he could read this. Ken thought that even though it was a D-rank dungeon, it could only accommodate 60 players, and it seemed like the dungeon management wasn't very responsible, so it was the best place to deceive people. No, he already said this, but this dungeon is obviously a trap for Ken. In front of Ken's car, the headlights of two cars parked opposite him turned on, and several people got out of the cars. When they got together, Ken was surprised to see these guys, because he expected experienced people. But this guy, Oven, was surprised when he saw Jan's name on the list. Secretary Lee said that she also checked the list and she thinks he joined the dungeon under an alias. This caught Locke's attention, and Oven said with displeasure that this was the same dungeon that Ken went to. Unsuspecting, Locke asked who Ian was. A troublesome guy from the newbies with a level below 50, he is one of the Knights of the Round Table. Oven said that they screwed up. Jan is a member of the Messiah Guild, the one who looks like a big gorilla. Ken didn't think the Messiah Guild would send Ian away so soon. Come to think of it, this guy is one of them, a Knight of the Round Table, a group of players who wield legendary items related to the legend of King Arthur, as well as those under their command. The Knights of the Round Table took up arms on behalf of the fallen government to protect the suffering, just like the Messiah Guild. Over time, the weakened Knights of the Round Table became guardians and took root in the Messiah Guild. Much later, he learned that it was all planned. The Knights of the Round Table were weakened by none other than the King of Deadly Poisoning. Many knights became his victims. Gawain's necklace, which Ian now possesses, may have been taken from one of them. If they were knights, it would not be difficult for them to do something similar if there were any left. However, it is still a dangerous item no matter who wields it. There is no need to conserve your strength. Ken got out of the car to enter the dungeon. Immediately, a notification appeared to get rid of 3,000 monsters to move on to the next level. Everyone immediately became sad and began to whine that it would be better if they killed 1 or 2 monsters stronger than this. The man said that 3,000 monsters were not particularly dangerous, but it might take some time. Ian said that was a good thing. In the midst of this chaos, it would be easier to stab Ken in the back and pretend it was an accident. He ordered him not to waste any more time and find him. As one player noticed some guys, the Skull Guild just entered the dungeon in such clothes. Don't they understand the situation they're in? Yan thought. Unable to handle the situation on their own, but still continuing to ruin everything around them, Ian decided that they were incompetent bastards. Ian is sure they were warned not to interfere in this personally, and how dare they disobey the leader? He decided to kill them after he leaves the dungeon. He ordered to ignore the guys from the Skull Guild, because they were here to do their job. No matter what happens, they have to deal with Ken themselves. Creepy Yang said that they should report to him once they found him. The target's skill was blood poisoning, so they had to act carefully. And also, they could kill anyone who got in their way. Yang would take responsibility. One player was running through the forest and he thought he didn't know they were going to attack the Skull Guild on level 1. He hid behind a tree when he saw Vincent's royal guards. He didn't know that they had also entered here. In front of him, people from the Skull Guild were fighting with skeleton warriors. He decided that someone had brought a necromancer with them. He continued to wonder why he still hadn't seen Ken when something rushed past him. It was Ken who suddenly appeared behind the player. He looks quite menacing. Ken immediately dealt him the first blow, and he fell and began to justify himself, saying that he had nothing to do with the Skull Guild. But Ken said that the guy above said that he was from the Skull Guild, and pointed up. The man looked up and saw a body hanging from a tree. He thought that the guy couldn't have said that. He remembered the previous conversation with this guy. That guy said that Mike failed. So even if they were in danger, he should not interfere. No matter what, he must survive and report everything that happened in the dungeon to the leader. But of course, he lied to Ken, saying that he was seeing this guy for the first time in his life. Ken hit the man again and he fell to the ground, but the player continued to repeat that he didn't know anything. Ken's eyes glowed blue as he activated his skill, and he said that these guys could only be trusted when they were dead. We are taken back to Oven, who frowned at Locke and told him that he knew Ken was a much stronger player than him. Locke angrily threw the pizza slice back onto the packaging and regretted asking because he had lost his appetite. But Oven sarcastically said that this was the guy who ate 5 boxes of pizza and tapped the boxes. Locke only got angrier and shouted that he couldn't eat the pizza he bought himself. He even shared a huge slice with him. But Oven tiredly asked what he said about what kind of player Ken was. He is the most cunning, Locke said calmly. Locke said, a little wearily, that Ken would never enter into an unequal fight. Locke gave him a stern look and said that if Ken didn't have a chance to win, then he wouldn't fight. That was called using his brain. In the dungeon, skeleton warriors surrounded the players. One of them realized that it was Ken, who summoned all his skeletons. The gorilla player sat by the fire and confidently said that at least they knew what to do if they found this coward hiding in terror. He was more concerned about the whereabouts of the Skull Guild guys. They knew what was coming, so it would be nice to meet them soon. The next day, as they were running through the forest, one of them was wondering why they hadn't seen that bastard yet, even though he had also moved on to the second level. The man assumed that Ken was going to hide until the dungeon was cleared, when suddenly he noticed something. The arrow flew past him and he realized that Ken had decided to show up. One player said that after stalling for time, he finally showed up. Another said that it looked like there was a necromancer among his companions when he saw so many skeletons. The gorilla, with a cheeky grin, asked that Ken was going to use the skeleton warriors to fight the players. But then, out of nowhere, Ken appeared with a huge sword and his little skeleton warrior. This made Jan happy. He said that if he had continued to hide, he would not have gotten into trouble, and thanked him. He decided to test all of Ken's skills in battle. The little skeleton warrior rushed forward. Yang confidently swung his sword to attack the skeletons, but they deftly avoided his attack. The agility of the skeleton warriors did not please the gorilla player very much. He was surprised that they were able to just avoid his attack. This was the first time he had seen skeleton warriors move like that. And Ken, at that moment when the gorilla player was distracted, ran up to him. Ken's fierce gaze suddenly appeared in front of us. He was holding his sword in his hands. But before Ken could raise his sword, the gorilla player stopped him with his sword. In front of this monster, Ken looked so small, not saying anything about the difference between their swords. Ken knew that Ian was strong, but it turned out that he was not only stronger but also faster than he thought. By lowering his sword, Ken was able to turn away from the gorilla's attack. But this act did not amuse Jan much. He sternly asked Ken why he made him wait so long just to show him this. Ken jumped back and realized that he was a strong opponent. It was not easy to fight him. Unlike his previous enemies, it was not easy for Ken to fight him, save his strength, and remain cool at the same time. A notification came from an immortal fighter who was interested in this battle, and the gorilla asked jokingly if Ken had seen the notification from his patron. There was also a notification from the messenger of the underworld who was also interested in this battle. Yang said that he only receives such notifications when he fights worthy opponents. Ian realized that Ken had also received the attention of his patron and decided that he could get a good reward if he killed him. Ken remained silent and glared at him. Ken thought it would be difficult if things continued like this. And then Oven said that he had asked him to eat properly, but that they should stop here. But Locke said that it was not such a problem. Oven didn't understand what Locke meant by it being no big deal. Locke said Oven was worried about what kind of player Ken was. We were taken back to the dungeon where Ken stood next to his skeleton warriors. A dark aura enveloped him, and Ken's eyes lit up as they usually did during his battles. This unpleasantly surprised Ian, who thought that these skeletons were summoned by his partner. And after counting the skeleton soldiers, he asked Ken that he was saving his strength just to fight him. Ken, of course, didn't say anything. He's not one to talk during a battle, but Ian even liked it, and Ken began his attack. While Ken was stopping Ian with his sword, 2 skeleton soldiers also followed him in an attack. This only amused Jan. He began to shout for them all to come closer, because he could handle them all at once. But when the skeletons ran up to him, they quickly walked around him and continued running. Then it dawned on him that Ken didn't need him at all. The skeletons began to fight with his team. One of his teammates called him over and shouted that there were too many skeleton warriors and they couldn't handle them. Ian was angry that his team was so useless and asked Ken what kind of cowardly methods he was using. Ken just laughed at him and asked mockingly if that was the dog that just barked. He continued to tease him, saying that it was more like a puppy, since he was not even able to comprehend the situation he was in. Our Ken was playing a dangerous game. As expected, the gorilla player got angry and warned Ken that he was messing with the wrong guy. Ian activated the effect of Gawain's necklace, the Sun's Blessing, one of the prized items of the Knights of the Round Table. This didn't surprise Ken. He probably expected it earlier. Suddenly, skeleton soldiers appeared behind Jan. I think he decided to attack him from behind now. But the power of the necklace worked and he quickly turned and attacked our skeletons. One sharp swing of the sword, and our cute skeleton soldiers are no more, the bones flying in all directions. Sorry for the skeleton soldiers, Ken realized that Gawain's necklace belonged to the Knights of the Round Table. No joke, he knew about the effect. As expected, the gorilla's strength increased. Ken thought that now that he had decided to use it, it was time to start the next stage and summoned his skeletons. When Jan heard that he would howl his skeletons, he was very surprised. In an instant, when the skeleton warriors heard the order, they immediately ran away in different directions, just like Ken. Ian thought that Ken wanted to hide again because he thought he couldn't win in an open fight. But Ian needed to get rid of him before the other guilds cleared the dungeon. So Ian turned to his team and said that he would follow him forward and let them deal with the skeletons. Something tells me that this will be a big mistake. While Ken was running away, he thought that Ian had not changed at all. He still does not care about his subordinates, probably because of his self-confidence. Ken thought that of course Gawain's necklace would not help him in any way now. This item greatly increases all of the owner's stats, but this gorilla has no idea how to properly use this magnificent item. In his hands, it's the same as glasses in the hands of a monkey. It only plays into Ken's hands. While Ken was running away, Ian was catching up with him. There were pillars of dust around him. It must be admitted that he is fast. Ken himself also thought that it was impossible not to notice the difference in characteristics. Yan himself thought only that no matter how far Ken ran, he would catch him and kill him. He thought that Ken would not be able to escape from him now that he had used the Sun's Blessing. But while he was concentrating on the fleeing Ken, there was a pile of orcs lying at his feet. Activating the effect of the Messenger of the Earth World, Corpse Explosion, Ken used this trick again. The explosion was so big that it was noticed by players from Jan's team who were in another part of the forest. One of the players became noticeably worried and asked what the explosion was, but another player immediately told them not to panic because their commander could not be defeated with a simple explosion, and that they needed to quickly get rid of the remaining skeleton warriors and join before he could finish the sentence. Something flew at him. The arrow. It was an arrow. The player was exposed to poisoned blood. He cut off the arrow and told his companions that these pawns were not to be underestimated. They were stalling for time very well and ordered everyone to gather. Ian survived the explosion and started screaming vilely for the coward to stop running away and come out to fight him. Ken stood behind a tree and took out his mask. Ken came out with an interesting expression on his face and said, "So what if it was cowardly? It was obvious that he would lose to him in an open fight," and teasingly said that if he wanted to catch him, then let him run faster. The trick worked, and Jan thought that when he caught it, he would tear it apart with his bare hands. And the Tom and Jerry scene continued. Ken ran away again, and Ian tried to catch up with him. However, Jan had now activated the Immortal Fighter effect. Hurry. He ran up to Ken and pulled out his sword, ready to cut Ken, even though he had just said he would kill him with his bare hands. Before he struck, he said, and I quote, "Let the filthy rat die." But before he could hit him, he fell into the ground. One could understand that the whole path was filled with such tricks. While he served, our Jerry continued to run away. In the hole that Ken dug, there were orc corpses. And again an explosion. John fell into the same trap twice. In vain I called him a gorilla. They are smarter. He got angry, but still survived, and told Ken to stop playing these games. But Ken, who was standing over the pit, said that he was not playing, and began to tease Ian again, asking him if he still did not understand what strategy was. "Do you think I play tag with you because I am bored?" said Ken. Ken decided to give a lecture, saying that developing a strategy based on your opponent's weaknesses, topography, taking into account all possible scenarios. All this is the basics of combat. People like Yang are rowdy and useless leaders who rely only on their own strength and bring nothing but harm to their comrades. Then he remembered how everyone said that he was a famous killer from the Messiah's Guild, who was returning alone once again. Jan shouted out who had just told him this and ordered that if they had anything to say, they should come out and say it to his face. A man in the crowd said that from the way he spoke, he did not regret the deaths of his subordinates at all. Although this is not surprising because instead of brains he has muscles that are incapable of emotions, why now everyone called Jan a dumbass? The man continued that Jan probably chose a place for the camp that was unsafe. Enraged, Ian looked just like a gorilla. He screamed how dare he teach him. But the attempt to capture him, of course, failed. An enemy who cannot put two and two together is not scary. He tripped him, and he fell to the ground like a huge wardrobe. And yet he stood up and said that the members of his group died because they were weak and it was not his fault. But he was immediately told that this was not so. He had killed his comrades. The man came close to him and said that he was just a useless leader who brought nothing but harm to his comrades. The same words that Ken said. The gorilla realized that Ken's tactics were similar to the tactics of Simon, the man. He promised himself that he would kill both Ken and Simon with his own hands. While he was getting up, Ken said that the time had come. Ken said that he didn't need to give his skeleton warriors commands out loud, which meant he didn't need to yell to retreat, but he did anyway, and Ken asked Ian if he had any idea why he did it. It just dawned on Ian that Ken had lured him here on purpose. Better late than never. Ken said that it seemed to finally dawn on him and said that, if he was not mistaken, the sun's blessing was almost over. The necklace had 30 seconds left. The sun's blessing lasted for a while, and he used it for tag. Ian wondered how this idiot knew how long his skill lasted, then yelled at Ken, telling him what he was. Ken was amused by Ian's slowness and said that he would tell him who he was. At this point, the necklace's effect ended, and the effect of the sun's blessing disappeared. Ken said he was glad that Ian had fallen for his trick like a fool, right up until the very end when the necklace stopped working. Ken noticed that they too had finished their work when the skeletons approached them. He was surrounded by skeletons who quickly returned to their master, something Yang had not foreseen when he left his comrades alone. Ken continued that Ian was so focused on catching him that he didn't even notice where he had ended up. He said it was actually quite close to where he first encountered him, as they were just running around in circles. Thanks to this, the skeleton warriors were able to finish off his allies. It's a pity for them. They chose a stupid leader who can't think straight. And that's why the skeleton warriors were able to get to Ken so quickly. Jan was surprised that his subordinates died. I don't understand why he was surprised. He was angry, not because his comrades were dead, but because Ken looked down on him. Ian activated the Immortal Fighter's speed skill and literally flew towards Ken. But the skeleton warrior ran up faster and repelled his attack. These cute skeletons are surprisingly very useful. Ken, with a confident face, told Ian not to get so excited, since they were just getting started. Meanwhile, Locke was complaining in his car that he was being overloaded with work. It turns out he was given the task of checking this yawn from the Messiah Guild. Owen said he wanted Locke to go to the dungeon of the two-headed dogs. He thought about it and decided it would be calmer if they took him there. But Locke said they didn't need to check anything because he was sure Ken would come out alive and well, and asked if he was really worried about Ken losing after meeting Ian. Owen said that it was actually the opposite. If Ian loses, as he says, they need to be sure of something to come up with the next plan. Ken probably thinks so too, Owen said, because he's not a stupid guy, and so he'll want to know their goals. Like the reason why they created a fake name for Ken, or the relationship between Vincent's faction and the Skull Guild. For what reason do they continue to help him, knowing that the Messiah Guild is behind all of this, that this is just part of a bigger plan to eliminate the Messiah Guild? It's good to see a thinking person after that gorilla. Owen said that even if Ken killed Ian, it would be difficult to understand his true intentions, but they still needed to get at least confirmation of whether he would continue to cooperate with them after or not. And in the dungeon, we see the skeletal remains of soldiers lying around. I feel sorry for them. But Yan was barely standing holding onto his sword, and he thought that his body was becoming slower due to the effect of the poisoned blood. Ian is badly injured and already having trouble breathing when he notices how many skeletons there are in front of him. The skeleton hit Jan with such force that he broke the ground beneath him. While he was trying to hold back the huge skeleton, another smaller one ran up to him and dealt him several blows at once. The poisoned blood spread throughout his body, and it seems that hard times have come for Ian now. Jan wanted to hit them again, but they were already giving up. Ken, who was watching the battle from afar as usual, thought that Jan was doing well against the 12 skeleton warriors. Now there were only 2 left. It would have been much worse if he hadn't increased the number of skeleton warriors with the skill stone. Now that he was completely under the influence of the poisoned blood, Ken decided that he would not have to entertain him anymore. Ian kept yelling at Ken to fight him and not stand by. Even when he was already lying on the ground, unable to stand, he continued to order Ken to fight him. With a shaking hand, he said that he still had the strength to fight him. But a second later, his hand falls and Jan dies. And that's the end of one of the Knights of the Round Table. The Messenger of the Underworld smiles at Ken's easy victory. The Messenger of the Underworld shared some of his influence with him. Now Gawain's necklace belongs to Ken. An item that belonged to Gawain, one of the Knights of the Round Table, contains the Blessing of the Sun. Ken said this was his first item that belonged to a Knight of the Round Table. If it's someone like Ian, he'll definitely show himself, Ken said, activating the Eye of Anubis. Ian and Simon appear in front of us, who says he bets it wasn't easy getting here, with his brain. He said that of course he meant his subordinates, not him. Ian said that if Simon was a bloodhound, then he should just bark. Jan said that since he was going to the master, he would let him go this time. But when he saw him next time, he would break his mouth. Simon just laughed and said he would look forward to it. Jan entered the office and bowed, introduced himself, and said that it was an honor for him to meet the great hero. Here we saw the face of Lei, who was sitting and looking at him with an arrogant look. Ken got really angry when he saw Lei. He thought that the Messiah Guild wouldn't just let it go after learning that Jan had died like this. Ken decided that anyone who supported Lei's ambitions over justice would be made to pay for it. Meanwhile, the players were busy with the dungeon, and one of the players said that the two-headed dog cannot be caught by acting thoughtlessly. They decided to attack him together when he was eating, because then they would be able to catch him without losses. But at that moment, everyone received the message that the two-headed dog had been defeated. The dungeon was cleared. There was no need to guess who killed the dog. Ken calmly walked out of the dungeon gates. As he approached his car, Locke was already standing there, greeting him as soon as he saw Ken. Ken asked what Locke was doing there, and Locke said that he was running errands and had come here because he had heard something interesting. Locke picked up the envelope and said he had something to give him and decided to talk on the way. In the car, Locke handed Ken an envelope and said that Owen wanted them to enter another dungeon together. Locke asked Ken how things went with Ian. Ken had half expected it, that they had already found out by the time he opened the envelope. According to Ian's recollection, he entered the dungeon under a fake name, meaning Owen knew why he asked for a fake identity and still agreed. Locke asked what he had fought him in the dungeon, hadn't he? And what he had been like. Ken didn't think twice before saying that Ian was much stronger than Locke. Locke is easily angered. And this time he was also angry and said that Ken, instead of working, was measuring the strength level of other players and asked how he knew about his real skills, and maybe he should show him his real strength. Ken said that Ian encountered 12 skeletons and took out 10 of them by himself. And if Locke wants to show his true abilities, he can just ask him and he will arrange everything. Locke immediately deflated and said that a real man should not boast about his strength, and decided to move on to really important things. The Horned Fox Dungeon. There were 12 failed attempts, Ken said. Locke decided to skip the explanation since Ken already knew everything. It should be obvious. But he still said that Ken would go there in his mask, and it was obvious why. Ken thought that he would be sent to the Dungeon of the Horned Fox right after he defeated Ian. He began to think about what this could mean. But he still agreed to this proposal. Locke got out of the car and Ken drove away. He immediately called Owen and told him that he had just broken up with him. And didn't he tell him not to worry about anything because he never chooses a losing option? Alvin asked what he said about their offer, and Locke said that Ken immediately agreed and already knew about the characteristics of the dungeon. This news made Owen happy, and he told Locke to make a final choice for himself. Since Ken accepted their offers, there would be no turning back. Alvin still didn't fully trust Ken, but he knew that if they wanted to take on the Messiah Guild, they needed to act now, because they had little time left unless a group capable of holding off the Messiah Guild appeared in the meantime. Then they will not hesitate to bare their fangs, and Ken has already reached the abandoned building where he usually hangs out. Ken thought about his past. Now he will remove that it happened after he cleared the Horned Fox's dungeon. A moment from the past, a girl approached Ken and said that she had been watching him in the dungeon. And since his skills were excellent, why shouldn't he join the Messiah Guild? But Ken said that if they wanted to recruit him, they should tell their master to do it personally. And at that moment, a man got out of the car. He said he liked Ken's audacity and that they needed him to help them cleanse this world. First meeting with Lei, when he asked to become his ally. Ken received a message that he was accepted into the dungeon and wrote to him not to forget to show his skills. Just like Ken thought earlier, he was sure that the guys from the Messiah Guild would be there too. Ken decided to show off his skills in a way that would make their hair stand on end. He would be very busy, so to finish the preparations in time, he took out the skin of a spiny snake from his inventory. But since he had already cleared this dungeon, it would be the perfect place to show himself. At the sports stadium, the players gathered together. Ken and Locke were there too, wearing their masks. It was announced that the entrance to the dungeon would soon be opened, and Ken asked Locke if he was ready, to which Locke confidently replied, "Always ready." Locke said that he was the same guy who conquered the spiny snake dungeon when everyone thought it was impossible. He confidently said that the dungeon was like pieces of cake to him. Already in the dungeon, the hero Locke said that he most likely would not be able to eat this piece because he was frozen. Players were told to change their clothes to winter ones and to act quickly, especially mages with low health. While the girl was talking about how important it was to take care of yourself so as not to disturb others, Locke was shaking like a leaf in the wind. Ken thought that the girl knew what she was talking about because sometimes natural conditions are scarier than monsters, and poor Locke wondered how a tank like him could be so cold. Ken turned to Locke and told him to follow him. They ran away, and Locke asked if it would be better for them to move with the Messiah's Guild now. Acting independently in such weather conditions could be dangerous. And Ken laughed at him and asked if he was one of those who couldn't use his strength in the cold. Hearing this, he immediately became angry. How easy it was to get Locke angry. He straightened up and said that his nickname was the Siberian Brown Bear, and this temperature was like a light breeze. Ken said, "Great, because he should know. This dungeon will be harder than the spiny snake dungeon. Ken knows what to push to make him act." Confidence vanished, and Locke asked in a trembling voice how much more difficult it would be. Ken is wearing Gawain's necklace. He feels warmth in the cold. He also has the Grim Reaper mask on, and he can connect with summoned monsters. Ken told Locke that they should move on. Locke asked Ken what his plan was for this dungeon, since it was a survival dungeon. Was he going to build a fortress like last time? But Ken said that wasn't necessary, and Locke was glad that there would be no manual labor this time. Ken summoned his skeleton soldiers, and instead of the cute skeletons, a huge creepy skeleton appeared. Locke asked why all the skeletons were dressed up like that. He said that since he had spent money on armor, he might as well try. But then Locke noticed that it was the skin of a spiny snake. Locke started shouting that despite the fact that they both worked hard, he took all the skin of the spiny snake for himself. He thought that it would cost a fortune to make just one suit of armor. And all his skeletons were in that kind of skin. Ken said his share was supposed to be delivered to the office. I don't know if I should believe him, but oh well. Locke started scolding Owen again, and his ears started itching again. The girl turned out to be attentive and noticed that 2 players were missing, and she asked the players if they saw where the 2 Americans went while they were building something. The player apologized and said that they were busy building the camp, but she interrupted him, saying that an apology would not help here. and reminded him of the orders from her superiors. She thought that clearing the dungeon was of course important, but what was even more important was to understand whether it was worth creating an alliance with these Americans. The girl ordered to finish and guard the camp until her return. The guy advised her to send scouts and not go herself, but she said that everything was fine and that they should whistle to her if anything happened. She wanted to see for herself their professionalism, so she went looking for them. At this time, Ken's skeleton soldiers were fighting the wolves while Locke and Ken stood in the middle of the battle. The skeleton soldiers only became more aggressive in their fights as their rank increased. Seeing this picture, the girl couldn't believe that skeletons fight like that. She thought that his skill of summoning skeleton warriors was completely different from others. I don't understand why everyone is so surprised that skeletons fight well. The guy standing next to them asked if they needed help, but the girl said that these guys were showing off to show their strength. She told him that they would only hinder them if they interfered. The girl realized that their level was higher than his. As expected of a player who had ravaged the Spiny Snake dungeon, she decided that she needed to report this. They needed to recruit him and bring him to their side. There was a whistle, a single long whistle, an SOS signal. Something must have happened in the camp. Ken immediately drew attention to this. Whether he would help the guys from the Messiah's Guild, it was up to him to decide. A pack of wolves broke through the line of defense. There were so many of them that it was difficult to hold out. The girl showed up on time and yelled at them that all these monsters were only level 1. She ordered to protect the camp, slowly moving back, but if they were wounded, then let them retreat. Suddenly, a wolf stood on the rock and began to howl. They do not look like monsters, rather like ordinary wolves. The player who was standing on the tree noticed a large wave of wolves approaching their side. I take it back, the whole flock really does look like monsters. The captain's wife, hearing about the wave of monsters, became frightened because their defense had already been interrupted, and it turned out that this was only a prelude. Ken and Locke stood on a cliff and watched the wave of monsters, and Locke said that if they did not help them, they would definitely be destroyed. But Locke immediately asked if he was going straight there when he took something out of his pocket. We are shown Ken talking to Owen about Ken asking him for a skill page, catching him off guard, but luckily one was on sale. Aura Field Skill. The effect releases an aura with a buff effect. The aura radius increases with the skill rank. Ken said that he finally doesn't have to cast it on Locke anymore. A pack of wolves surrounded and cornered the players. The girl was in a difficult situation, and she realized that the 12 teams had not just lost. She thought that she had been too reckless since they were on the first level. Suddenly, an explosion thundered inside the pack of wolf monsters. The player decided that they were reinforcements, but the girl told him to stop talking nonsense because there was no one else here except them. But then she remembered the 2 foreign players and began to examine the area. Ken stood on top of the cliff and then he threw the body of one wolf down. The Underworld Messenger's corpse explosion skill was activated, and another explosion thundered in the wolf pack. Locke appeared from the smoke with skeleton warriors and they began to attack the wolves. Apparently, Ken decided to help the players after all. While the skeleton warriors fought with Locke below, Ken activated the necklace, the Blessing of the Sun. Afterwards, he attached himself to one of the skeletons, used the aura fields, and by attaching himself to the skeleton, his mana consumption increased significantly. The skeleton that Ken joined had that same necklace on its neck, and the light started flying around the other skeletons. The aura of the skeleton warriors increased several times, and Locke felt it. This is the first time Locke has seen skeleton warriors act like this. Literally every skeleton acted like they'd been given a dose of steroids and gone crazy. One of the skeletons slammed his sword into the ground. Locke thought they were berserkers. Ken used some incredible magic to achieve this. It's not even suppression. Try to imagine that you are hunting a large number of monsters, and instead of using the buff, the Sun's Blessing alone, you activate an aura field that allows others to benefit from its effect as well. Of course, this is much more effective than using the necklace alone. Ken watched as his skeleton soldiers fought and then threw down another wolf, causing the corpses to explode. The girl watched in shock as it happened. She thought that they had formed a barrier and were now blocking the wave of monsters in the very middle. She realized how strong the player was who was able to defeat the needle snake. She turned to her teammates and said that now that the waves of monsters had stopped, their chance had come. At this time, in Owen's office, he was asked if they would really help the Messiah's Guild avoid arrest. Owen replied that this was true, they were being hailed as heroes and they would not be able to openly oppose their rescuers. And under public pressure, the Messiah would be forced to reward his rescuers. In other words, they will be able to kill 2 birds with one stone, with just one blow. But Secretary Lee pessimistically said that the Messiah Guild had many players in that level range, all with excellent skills. And for the plan to work, they needed players whose skills were far superior. She asked him if Ken was really that strong. Owen answered definitely, based on the speed at which he had developed his abilities recently. Owen was even willing to lend him money. I think this is the highest form of trust for Owen. And it seems that Lee was also surprised to hear about money. He said that they should make every effort to ensure that their identities were not revealed so that they could gain benefits by hiding behind the mask for as long as possible. And in the dungeon, the players finally dealt with the pack of wolves. The player said that they definitely wouldn't have managed without these two here, and I can say for sure that he's right. A girl approached Ken and Locke and thanked them. Because thanks to them, no one from the guild was killed. She extended her hand, but Ken just looked at her. She remembered that they were foreigners, even though they weren't, and tried to translate when they told her in broken Korean that their work was finished. After these words, they left. Ken looked confident as always, and Locke, of course, did not understand anything. Moving a little further, Locke asked him if he remembered their plan and why the Dean were leaving. But Ken calmly replied that they killed a bunch of monsters, and it was no longer dangerous here, and that by staying with him, they would only increase the chances of being discovered, and now that they had demonstrated their skills, they would not dare to claim that they had carried out the cleanup on their own. This dungeon just became a great place to level up. Locke felt uneasy at these words and asked if they were really going to do everything they did in the last dungeon again. And unfortunately for Locke, this time he was right. Locke was scolding himself for teaming up with this crazy guy. But his level increased and nearby lay the corpses of wolf monsters. Ken said that he had reached level 35. There was no point in thinking about more, unless it was to destroy the main target. The messenger of the underworld used his authority to impart great power to him. The rank of the poisoned blood skill increased by 1. The poisoned blood of X and the dark blood will allow Ken to realize his plans faster. Locke tensed when he saw the expression on Ken's face, and immediately asked what was wrong this time. But Ken said that everything was fine. But before they went to the second level, there was one more thing they had to do together. Locke was not happy with this news. However, Ken said that they needed to have a snack because they would need more energy on the second level. And finally, Locke heard these long-awaited words. Happy Locke had already started to devour his food, and said happily that now he really felt like they were a team. How cute he was. Ken said that he wanted to ask him something before they went to catch the horned fox. Even with an immortal body, he still feels pain. And Ken asked if he was going to pass out in the middle of a battle. And a happy Locke began to boast that the courageous Locke does not pass out during battles. And Ken asked in a serious voice, if the fox pierced him with its horn, how long could he stand it, poor Locke? Out of fear, even dropped his piece of meat. Poor Locke, frightened, asked if he had done something wrong and whether he should beg for forgiveness right now. The second day came and all the players came to the second level. The atmosphere was not very good. One held his bow in his hands, but they said that the target was too fast and they could not catch it. Before the poor player could turn around, the monster's mouth suddenly opened right in front of him. The girl watching the battle realized that at this rate everyone would die. She began to worry more and more. A way to slow down the horned fox's movement speed, she continued to think about ways. But at that moment, Locke appeared in front of her and said that he himself would kill this horned fox. She could no longer stand on her feet, but she continued to think about what he had planned. The girl shouted that it was impossible to rush forward like that without a plan. The horned fox appeared before Locke. It looks incredible, but it is not yet clear why it is called horned. In a second, the horned fox flew up to Locke and opened its mouth. Luckily, Locke was wearing armor. He clearly didn't expect the fox to be so fast. He thought that Ken was right again when he said that the damage wouldn't be much, but she was still fast. Right now, Locke can only block her attacks. It would be too difficult to hit back, plus this slippery snow. Before he could finish his thought, a huge horned fox appeared in front of Locke. Of course she was able to grab poor Locke. The horned fox's attacks aren't too dangerous. The real problem is her speed. The skeleton warrior would break immediately, so that option is not suitable, Ken said. The wooden fence trap would take too long, and Locke asked what he wanted him to do to stop her movements. Now he understood why Ken had asked for a snack so suddenly. Ken started pressing the right points again and asked if he couldn't handle this task. Locke used his best efforts to hold the fox back with his hands as she bit him, activating the skill. Blessing of the River Styx, Locke was in incredible pain, but he was still able to hold it back. The girl looked at him and couldn't believe that he was able to stop the horned fox by grabbing her by the head. She began to worry, because he would not be able to stand like this forever. Everything would be in vain if he did not defeat the fox. Then Ken arrived and fired his bow straight at the horned fox. And after his shot, skeleton warriors appeared and ran towards the fox. It looks like a scene from a cool blockbuster. The girl was stunned by Ken, thinking how their levels could be below 40. She realized that compared to them, these two were just monsters. Unsurprisingly, Ken and Locke quickly defeated the horned fox and cleared the dungeon. And at the entrance to the gate, there was already a bunch of journalists who immediately started asking them questions. As reporters were asking for answers to their questions, the diplomat's car pulled up to the building. Ken got into the car and he had the horns of that same fox in his hand. He called Owen and asked him to publish the statement. Owen said that they returned earlier than he expected and asked why Ken needed to make a statement. Ken replied that he wanted to let them know that if the Messiah Guild was eager to get it, they were willing to sacrifice the horned fox horn, which Locke didn't like since they had worked so hard to get it. Owen realized that Ken had a pretty serious plan, and Locke continued to shout that if he didn't need him, then let him give him to him. Ken, of course, was not paying attention to Locke, and asked Owen to emphasize if the Messiah was eager to get him. Ares agreed and immediately published an article. The girl who was with them admitted that without the Americans, the cleanup would have been impossible. Ken looked at the article and thought that they could always be relied upon in this matter. They did as he asked, and quite quickly. At that moment, Vincent called Ken. I had already forgotten about him. Ken arrived at Vincent's house, where he was watching the news about unknown Americans who cleared out the dungeon. Vincent was unhappy that lately everyone was only talking about the Americans. But looking at Ken, he told him that he was doing better than he expected. Those bastards from the Skull Guild, apparently they completely shut down all their operations in Korea and returned to Japan. Vincent said he still wants to destroy them, but he's still happy with how things turned out. He pointed to his secretary and said that he had been able to fulfill his part of the deal and the reward should correspond to that. The girl placed the envelope on the table and handed it to Ken, while Vincent told him not to get cocky and to continue working hard. An envelope with the bloody mist skill, the effect creates a mist from your own blood, which suits him because his blood is poisoned. Vincent began to lure Ken, saying that he could become even better if he joined his elite squad. Then the news said that the Messiah Guild had issued an official statement that they would be grateful to the Americans, but were only willing to accept his words. Instead, they would send him a modest gift as thanks for saving the lives of the guild members. Vincent started to swear that these damn idiots would lose so easily defending their pride. Ken thought that if he remained silent, they would try to steal the horn through the influence of heightened opinion. But this only works against those people whom the Messiah Guild considers enemies. In addition to saving the guild members, he states that he will give this item as a gift. After this, even they will not call him an enemy. If they want to save face as merciful heroes and get the horned fox's horn, they will have to pay a huge price. But back in Vincent's office, Ken was given a level 40 skill page, so he hinted to him to focus on leveling up. Ken asked if he could provide him with some dungeons in which he could level up, and Vincent readily agreed. He ordered him to buy a few through a broker and send him the invoice, and he would take care of the rest himself. Ken thanked him, but with such a smile that if I were Vincent, I would have been nervous. Locke was eating and watching the news about the Messiah Guild planning to send them a gift, and Locke realized that Ken had staged this show with the sacrifice for this. He acknowledged that Ken knew what he was doing and asked what they would send, and Owen responded with a golem summoning skill. Locke asked in surprise how he knew this, and Owen calmly replied that they had decided all this before the public announcement was made. No matter what the gift, it's always better to give it before the press finds out. They offered a summoning skill, and we immediately agreed. Then it dawned on Locke that the gifts had been given to Ken, and he said in a rage that he had also worked hard and that he deserved a gift as well. And suddenly, Owen put several boxes on the table, and knowing that they were his, Locke just froze in place. Owen said that since Locke loved food, he saved it for him, and Locke continued to remain silent. And he finally threw up and started screaming that these gifts were sent to them by fans, and Owen was acting as if he bought it. After cooling down a bit, Locke started eating his treats again when Owen received a request to purchase a dungeon from Vincent. Locke asked if Owen hadn't stopped working with him and reminded him that he had cursed him out, calling him a bastard who only thought about lining his pockets. Owen responded with a sneer that Owen had decided to purchase several dungeons for his new elite soldier. Locke asked who this elite player was, and Owen said that he knew this player very well. He immediately realized that it was Ken, and calling Owen and Ken swindlers, asked if they were blackmailing him. Owen just laughed and said that it was called business. Owen suggested that Locke learn business from Ken, and then handed him a piece of paper. Locke picked up the piece of paper and said sullenly that it was a survival quest. Dungeons that immediately made it clear that they were a survival quest were quite rare, so Owen would get to make some money. Surviving 7 days in a B-rank dungeon seemed like the perfect place to level up while risking your life. Locke handed the piece of paper back, and Owen asked him in surprise why he was doing this. Owen ordered Locke to go and take this task to him. He also added that Locke should also level up. Fear enveloped Locke. Locke immediately regretted that he had approved this dungeon and began to shout that this was not the best solution after all. And here's another dungeon with Ken. You can see how happy Locke is about it. But Ken is only amused by this, and he asks Locke if he is ready for their easy walk. We are shown the tasks. The #1 financial company in South Korea. They became the most influential company in the world by sponsoring the Messiah Guild. Someone asked about Ian's death. Another person said that he entered the dungeon with words about catching Ken, but never returned. The girl did not understand why he needed to do something that no one asked him to do. She also learned that Gawain's necklace had been stolen, and she ordered it to be returned, no matter what the cost. All this time Paula, whom we know very well, was talking. I thought that replacing Ian is not such a problem for the guild, but they do not have an item that can replace Gawain's necklaces. At first, the Skull Guild's frequent failures didn't seem like a big deal to her, but that small spark turned into a flame, creating tension between us, both the Master Swordsman and the Master Archer. The union, which was considered ideal, began to crack at the seams. She decided that the source of their problems was that bastard Vincent, which is partly true. Paula bit her lip nervously, thinking that if she had known how things would turn out, she would have dealt with him earlier. But now that his powers had grown so much, she would have to act gradually. She asked her subordinate what happened to Vincent's new elite squad. He gave his name. The guy, stuttering and nervous, said that they were doing everything possible to get rid of Ken. But Vincent was protecting him with all his might, so they couldn't even get close to him. He continued to say that besides protection, he gives Ken as many items and skill pages as possible to level him up. But then Paula stopped him. She doesn't need his excuses. She said she wanted to know about his plans to eliminate Ken. Every detail. The guy said that they had already created a team to catch him. The leader of this team was Simon. Simon, who holds the Lancelot ring in his hands. Paula decided that she could trust him. She asked where they were now. At the moment, they were fully prepared. In this dungeon, Ken reached level 40, the messenger of the underworld. Impressed by his growth, sent him 8 additional slots in his inventory. Ken was glad that he could now use the gifts he received, while Locke was barely standing on his feet. A tired Locke looked at a joyful Ken and thought that the more he learned about him, the more amazed he became. He thought that perhaps only he could level up so quickly and with such ease. Setting traps after studying the territory is more important than it seems at first glance. He not only knows the type of monsters and their number depending on the dungeon, he knows their exact location. In addition, he has information about the most effective ways to defeat them. He knows everything, as if it had already happened to him. But interestingly, Locke began to think about it. While Locke was thinking about Ken's past, he himself was glad that now he could even get out of the tiger's den unharmed. Ken received the skill of summoning golems and learned the skill of bloody fog, Locke asked, since they were able to achieve their goal. Then now they can calmly and leisurely clear this dungeon. But Ken has his own plans. As always, he has received new abilities and it is time to put them into practice, so they can understand how much offensive power they actually possess. They finally got out of the dungeon, but while Ken calmly walked out of the gate, Locke could only extend his hand. Poor Locke can't even stand after his joint missions with Ken. When they went out, Secretary Lee ran up to them. The first thing she asked was what happened to Locke, and if he was okay. How sweet that she was worried about him. The girl decided that he was wounded and began to hold him. It must be interesting to watch such a cute moment, being a cold-blooded Ken. But when asked if Locke was wounded, he only replied that he was hungry, as always. The sweet moment was gone. She stood up when Ken asked to talk to Owen, and Locke fell right on his face. They don't really value him. She handed over her phone instead of the old one, and Ken immediately called Owen. Owen responded by asking Secretary Lee what was the matter, and Ken said that he was talking to him and that he had somewhere to go. After the conversation, Owen wondered why out of all the possible options, it had to be Kaesong. I think that made him worried. With the gates in place, isolated North Korea opened a small door for the rest of the world to help. It became a special city, Kaesong, with free entry for everyone, and if you destroy the dungeon, you get absolute permissiveness. As a result, Kaesong became a haven for gamblers who committed crimes and, over time, was completely consumed by the thirst for profit. There was a guy sitting on the bus and a man came up to him and said that he was seeing him for the first time and asked if he was a porter. But the guy didn't understand anything. He told him that people like him were hired so that they could take as many items as possible from the dungeon. But the guy began to refuse and said that he was not here for this. The man immediately said that it was obvious that he was there for the first time, and that he did not look like someone who was wanted for a serious crime, and asked whether he had deceived anyone or not. But then he said that maybe he's not with them, because most of these guys are rapists and murderers and they don't get touched because they're players. The idiot liked this, and said that they could come back at any time if they found a way to get money, and asked what he was doing there. He replied that he had been betrayed by someone he trusted, which did not impress the man at all. And the man said that he had no idea who this fucking traitor was, and tried to cheer him up by saying that if he tried, he would make him pay. With these words, he stood up and told him to call him if anything happened and left. Naturally, the guy was none other than Ken. Of course, he couldn't go there without backup. Ken thought that the man was right. For betraying the whole world, he would make Lei pay. The man walked away and started writing to someone that the situation was normal. Nothing suspicious. They were suitable as expendable material, and there should be no problems. This man did not know who was sitting on his bus. Finally, the bus stopped, and the man ordered everyone to get out as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in Oven's office, Locke said that Ken had gone crazy because the most hardened bastards gathered there and asked what he was looking for, that he needed to go into this criminal world. But Oven did not listen to him at all, but read in fear the bill that he had received from Locke. Then, he finally got carried away, and he started yelling at Locke that there was only one idiot here and it was him who showed up here in the evening to suck the juices out of him. And the check was not small, but Locke didn't work much either. But Locke didn't lose his composure and reminded him that Ken had talked about the skin of a spiny snake. And Ovna immediately fell silent and replied that he had no idea why Ken had gone to Kaesong. Locke of course caught him simply changing the subject because he had something to hide, but avoiding Locke's gaze, he said that Ken was there at the wrong time, because this guy was also in Kaesong. This interested Locke, and he asked who he was talking about. Oven said that there was a monster there now, stronger than Ken. He said hesitantly that this guy was like level 50. At that rank, no one could compare to him now. But he still hoped that these two wouldn't run into each other. But Locke said without a doubt that such a thing could not be, and that if there was such a person who was stronger than Ken, he would know his name. Oven said that he had probably heard this name more than once. Simon, the hunting dog of the Messiah Guild. Here, Simon himself appears before us. He speaks on the phone and says that he will begin preparations. After finishing the conversation, he informed his subordinates that the Queen wanted them to maintain the same leveling rate because of the next target. As the boys from the bus started to get off, Simon said that their next target was Ken. While Simon's subordinates were saying that it was the first time they had heard his name, their target got off the bus. Simon said that if the Queen wanted them to be on guard, then this was no ordinary guy. And they continued discussing Ken as he stood there listening to everything. He continued that since the new victim was known, it was necessary to quickly clear out this dungeon and begin an investigation. He then asked what was going on with the porters. One of his guys replied that they had received a message from the guy they had left in charge. He said that everything was fine, and the guys decided that they could continue with the plan, to which Simon agreed. And Ken, who had been watching them all this time, thought that just a few days ago he had avoided him like no one else, and now they met like this. Simon is a hunting dog who would tear anyone to pieces for the sake of the Messiah Guild, so the teacher and student met, but somehow not happily. Having barely reached level 100, he was limited in his actions because this level was too high. For this reason, the Messiah had to raise a new dog to work in the shadows. Ken found out about all this later, but if things weren't like this, that bastard Lei wouldn't have come looking for him personally. And yet you shouldn't underestimate Simon. Besides, he probably already got Lancelot's ring from Paula. If he doesn't deal with it now, it will be impossible to stop this monster. Ken decided to nip it in the bud. They finally entered the dungeon and everyone received a notification that they had to defeat the Red Orc to move on to the next level. But as soon as they entered the dungeon, one of the porters killed one of the people and escaped. Simon walked over to inspect the dead man's body, and his subordinate asked if they needed to run after him. The porter had killed him without hesitation, delivering a single, precise blow to the vital places, Simon thought. He realized that this guy had killed before. I think I can guess who the killer is. Simon stood up and told his subordinates that their plans were changing and ordered him to take care of the remaining porters. As soon as Simon left, all his subordinates took out their weapons and surrounded the porters. The man immediately became nervous and began to tell them that they were just porters and that they didn't even have weapons. Before he could finish saying that he had a separate contract, one of the players attacked him. Seeing this horror, the rest of the porters began to run away in fear. But there was no success in this. After finishing the order, the player returned and reported this. He asked Simon if they needed to split up and find him. Simon said that he escaped after killing one guy because he was buying time. He himself was most likely planning to eliminate everyone one by one when they split up. Then he asked if they should follow his plans. While Simon was ordering his men to find all the information about the murdered man, a tree suddenly fell near them. A huge golem came out of the forest. I remind you that Ken recently received the skill of summoning golems. Seeing the golem, Simon realized that his patrons were a messenger from the underworld. Simon thought that since he couldn't use the other summoning skills without making a sacrifice, the golem was obviously just a distraction to buy time. Simon was a dangerous opponent because he could think clearly. He ordered his men to start pursuing him and quickly deal with the golem. One of the players used the Fountain of Knowledge Keeper skill conclusion. Roots emerged from the ground and captured the golem. Golems have high resistance to cutting weapons, so all participants use impact weapons. One ran up to him and kicked him in the leg, saying that they weren't so dangerous if you took away their legs first. Ken watched the battle and was impressed by the players' ability to switch weapons without orders, and how well they worked as a team, as well as knowing where to aim first. Having deprived the golem of its legs, the player jumped up to finish off the golem. Having finished with the golem, a cloud of dust surrounded the entire area, and the healer heard some sound. And at that very second, an arrow appeared in front of him, and he couldn't move. But Simon, as a good leader, immediately reacted and saved his subordinate. The doctor, trembling, began to apologize to her captain. Simon said with displeasure that he shouldn't be underestimated just because he was alone. He himself thought that the guy was aiming directly at the healer, while the others were busy with the golem. Not only does he know what a healer looks like, he must have incredibly good skills, be capable of long-range attacks, and summon monsters. While Simon was pondering Ken's abilities, his players shouted that another attack was coming their way. They decided that they were players, so they began to wonder where they came from, since they were the only ones in the dungeon. The man said he would buy them some time to get ready and took out his bow. The Silent Hunter's skill, multiple shot, was used, but when the arrows reached their targets, they simply flew on. The man was surprised that they were shot at, but they went right through. He still thought they were just players. But instead of players, skeleton soldiers, not people, ran out from the cloaks at the players. The player reacted quickly and jumped back as the skeleton warrior swung his sword at him. He was lucky and only got a scratch, but he was surprised that the skeleton warriors were so agile. A new battle between players and skeleton warriors began. The player was angry that the skeleton warriors were hitting point blank, because they did not need to worry about injuries. He had never heard of skeleton warriors who fought using their minds. The Holy Light Executioner's skill, / was used. Simon was able to quickly defeat the skeleton warrior. Cool, not to say anything. He realized that the skeleton warriors were copying their master's movements. It was strange that no one else realized it. By observing the abilities of the skeleton warriors, Simon has an idea of the abilities of their summoner. Simon thought that nothing good would come of this as he watched the battle. He again helped one of his subordinates by cutting a skeletal warrior in half. Simon shouted at his men not to relax into thinking they were just skeleton warriors and ordered them to treat them as players and use their power. And aiming at places unprotected by armor, the player listened to his captain and accepted all the comments. Then, running into battle, he shouted to the other players to focus on the weak spots in the armor. Having reached one of the warrior skeletons, he cut off his leg. The players began to chop down the skeleton warriors one after another at their weak points. While his subordinates were fighting, Simon was running inside the battle because he felt that Ken was hiding somewhere here. He wanted to deal with the owner, and then the fighting would stop immediately. As soon as he thought about it, a figure of a man appeared in front of him, and he decided that he had found him. Turning around, he flew towards the figure with incredible speed. He cut the figure in half and turned around to check everything. But Ken appeared in front of him, wearing his alien mask and skull mask. Simon thought he had seen him before and remembered that he was the player who had killed the spiny snake. Just when the player thought there were only 2 warrior skeletons left, he noticed his captain next to another man. The player was blonde with a skull mask on his face. He also recognized him as the spiny snake hunter. He was in doubt because he thought that this player was on friendly terms with their Messiah guild. Ken turned around and decided it was time to put the second part of the plan into action. And with his remaining skeletal warriors, he fled into the forest. Simon thought he wanted to wear them out and remembered that he was a necromancer, and if they gave him time, he would lose his advantage. The player shouted that they had lost 4 and they had to catch him. But Simon said they would not do so until they knew his intentions and ordered everyone to wait. But that player didn't listen to him and ran away, calling Ken weak. And Simon thought that if they had played by the rules, then when he lost his puppets, they should have chased after him. But he thought that what if he suddenly had more than just summoning skills when his subordinate entered the forest? He shouted after the player that it was a trap and ordered him to return. And then an explosion thundered from the forest, the skill of the messenger of the underworld. The explosion of corpses was used, And after the explosion, the entire area was enveloped in ominous smoke. Simon ordered his players to be ready, because they don't know what will happen next, how much trouble he has because of Ken. Out of the smoke appeared the guy who ran headlong after Ken, still alive, although wounded. Before he could finish saying that he was sorry when he disobeyed his leader, he began coughing up blood. Simon noticed that the guy's blood was black. I guess he realized he was poisoned. A doctor ran up to him from the smoke and shouted for him not to move and that he would cure him. But Simon stopped him as soon as he ran up and said that it was too late, because the color of his blood had completely changed. The guy fell to his knees and in a panic began to say that he was fine, because it was just poison, and asked to help him. The picture was really terrible. The hysterical boy stood up and ran towards the doctor, shouting that he didn't want to die here. But when he just ran up to him, Simon took out his sword and cut him cruelly, although he would have died in agony if he had poisoned him. Simon thought that the source did not say that this guy uses poison, but he still used it, and it was so deadly that the player died immediately. He wondered why he hadn't used this deadly poison from the beginning, and then it dawned on him and he turned around, seeing that all the players were already injured. One player said that due to the explosion he didn't notice that the fog was dark red and didn't disappear, and Simon activated his Lancelot ring. Lancelot's ring activates high resistance to blood poisoning, then he shouted for everyone to move away from the fog because it was poisoned. The player said that he felt no poison, but without finishing he was poisoned, their health will gradually decrease due to the effect of the poison. Then all the players started coughing and fell to their knees. Simon realized that everyone had been poisoned, and that this was exactly what he wanted. He wanted the poisonous fog to deprive Simon and his subordinates of their protection. While he was thinking about this, a huge skeleton warrior appeared from behind. Simon quickly jumped back, but the skeleton ran past him towards his players. He also realized that he was not his target, but his subordinates. While Simon was distracted by this skeleton warrior, Ken quietly ran up to him. Of course, Simon was able to block his attack and they jumped aside together. He received a notification from his patron. The executioner of the Holy Light became interested in this battle, and Ken noticed that Simon managed to hit him in that moment. Of course, the messenger of the underworld also became interested in this battle. Ken, as he expected, realized that his level was very different from Ian's. He wanted to distract him and defeat him with one blow. He thought that if he was not careful, he himself might die, and activated Gawain's necklaces, the blessing of the sun. This time, it would be difficult for him to win. Meanwhile, in Owen's office, Secretary Lee reported that she had managed to track down Ken's location. As they had predicted, he had gone to that dungeon, and Owen realized that he had gone there to get rid of Simon. If that meant he was targeting the Messiah Guild, Owen decided that Ken could be a good ally. Of course, if he returns from there alive, and told the secretary to start preparing. What the secretary had been working on for many months was the power of the pharaoh. All of Simon's subordinates were dead and lying on the ground, and Ken fell to the ground while Simon destroyed another warrior skeleton. I think we should start worrying. After killing the last skeleton, Simon said that now only they were left and asked if he was done with his tricks. Ken looked terribly tired, even though he had applied all the effects of the sun's blessing to himself. There was still a huge difference between him and Simon. Simon was stronger than Ken remembered. The situation was dire. Ken was already at the limit, while Simon was still standing on his feet. He realized that he had been too confident when he decided that he was ready to face Simon. Ken had already been hurt many times. Simon admitted that he was the first one he had to deal with, and said that he himself had to understand that he had lost too much blood and did not have much left. He was poisoned again, but thanks to the ring he was able to resist the poison. Simon himself knew that if it weren't for the ring, he would have been dead long ago, like his subordinates. Simon continued to confidently approach Ken, who knew that if he lost any more blood, he would die. Walking up to Ken and raising his sword, he said goodbye to him, the first time Ken had been in such a difficult situation. Ken watched as Simon raised his sword, unsure of what to do. Luckily, Ken remembered what Vincent had told him. Since the blood was poisonous because it was running through his veins, they would not be able to provide him with adequate surgery or a transfusion if he was mortally wounded. Secretary Kim handed over the envelope and said that the boss had prepared it especially for him. Vincent said that it might be useless once he became stronger, but until then, she had to save his life at least once. Ken remembered the envelope he gave him. I have never been so happy about Vincent. Then Ken jumped on Simon. Apparently he had come up with something. Simon thought that this bastard was fighting to the last. Of course, everyone wants to live. Ken reached for Simon's stomach, and the underworld messenger's blood absorption skill was used. After that, Simon flew in the opposite direction. However, like Ken, they both fell to the ground. Simon suffered from profuse bleeding. All of his stats were sharply reduced. Ken sat on the ground and he had restored 5% of his health, better than nothing, and his bleeding had stopped. He then stood up and walked towards Simon and asked that someone like him should know Lei's true nature. So why was he still subservient to that bastard? Simon laughed and asked if that was his real reason for attacking, and said that although everyone says the world has gone crazy, it is far from true. For those who have the power, the players, to rule the world, that is justice, to end the game stupidly. That is the law of nature, Simon said. Ken took out Lancelot's ring, and the ring's effect disappeared. Simon was poisoned and his resistance was sharply reduced due to profuse bleeding. Justice, the laws of nature, Ken began. I am stronger than you, and therefore you should easily accept death at my hands, Ken said as Simon died. When Ken cleared the dungeon and came out, there were 2 cars and 1 man standing in front of him. The man handed him a radio saying that they had been waiting for him, and Owen's voice came through the radio, unable to believe that he had defeated Simon. Owen said that Ken wasn't going to spout nonsense about not knowing who he was killing, and Ken asked if there was any problem with him killing the Messiah Guild's watchdog. To this, Owen said that he personally had no problems with this, but he did not think that Ken would be so much trouble, because at first he thought that Ken was just an eccentric customer. He continued by saying that they were interested in what he was going to do next, so he suggested that they meet when he arrived from Kaesong to discuss business. This is an important issue that needs to be discussed in person. This is a serious step. Owen decided to meet with Ken, which means he began to trust him. Ken replied that everything suited him, and he saw no reason to refuse this offer, and that if he wanted to talk to him about destroying the Messiah, then he was with them. I personally like this alliance. Let's see what happens next. Early in the morning, Lee came to the storage lockers, looking very sad. Opening the drawer, she saw a photograph that was kept there. In the photograph, she was with some person. But unable to bear the pain, she closed the locker and began to leave. We were shown a small part of Lee's past. There was a battle in the dungeon, and when the players heard the signal to retreat, they began to run away. While all the players were running away, the guy walked straight ahead. Of course, that man was Locke. Locke wore a foreigner's mask and thanked the other players. On Locke's finger, Lancelot's ring that Ken had taken from Simon glittered. Locke asked what Ken wanted him to grab that burning thing. Ken started teasing him again, asking if he was so insecure that he was afraid of getting a small burn, having such a body. And Locke, of course, started saying that he was not afraid, but just worried about whether they would be able to carry out the plan in principle. Then Ken told him that he had to endure 5 seconds for her to remain immobile and he would take care of the rest. After these words, he threw him the rings and told him to put it on just in case. Locke thanked him hesitantly and said he respected his preferences. It seemed the fool thought Ken had proposed to him. Ken told him to stop being a fool, and that it was Lancelot's ring, and it protected the wearer from almost everything except burns, and Locke asked what good it was if it couldn't protect against simple burns. He replied that if the Firefox's flames had any negative effects on him, the ring would save his life, and that in A-rank dungeons, such risks were unavoidable. Locke was thinking about how he had promised to buy him as much food as he wanted if he could hold off the Firefox for 5 seconds. His life was in question, and he was thinking about food. With these heroic thoughts, he ran straight towards the fiery fox. He grabbed the fox by the neck and held her. A few moments later, the fire burst into flames. A terrible sight. And he still has to stand there for 5 seconds. The flame of the firefox gives you the curse of darkness. And Locke is blinded. Lancelot's ring activates a powerful resistance to the curse of darkness. Locke thought he would succeed no matter what, and he would eat until his wallet was empty. Ken stepped forward with a blood weapon. With it, he can create weapons using his blood. Owen was reading his newspaper in his office. The A+ rank Firefox dungeon went to the Messiah Guild. He thought that if the Messiah Guild acquired Japan's treasure, then they have something to blackmail other countries with. Since Ken's appearance in the American Mask, the Mission Guild's actions have become more aggressive. It was quite possible that they were holding more than just Japan in their hands. While he was thinking about this, Lee entered the office. Owen noticed that her shoes were covered in mud. She sat down at her desk and said that she was now going to present the report that Owen had asked her to, and Owen went to the calendar. Owen said that working hours had not started yet, so she could take her time. Today was the 8th, her birthday. He understood where she went today. How nice that he highlighted her birthday on his calendar. He happily thought that he should buy her something and suggested steak for lunch today. She immediately asked if he got any free coupon or anything. Lee knows him well. But he wasn't particularly happy about her remark. Korea Airport Locke and Ken walked out of the building, and Locke thought that if Ken hadn't lent him the ring, he would already be dead. Locke had no idea that the Firefox's flames could do so much damage, and Ken had calculated everything and came prepared. He already thought that he had begun to catch up with him, but in fact, he had a long way to go. Ken pulled him away saying that they would split up here, but Locke stopped him with a serious look and said that he had to keep his promise before he left. Locke said that if he could hold the fox for 5 seconds, he would buy him as much food as he wanted. Ken said he only lasted 4.9 seconds to be exact. What a cheater. This angered Locke, and he began to shout that Ken could not play so dirty with the sacred stake of food. He ran after him, calling him a cheater and that he lasted longer than Ken thought, but Ken kept saying 4.9 seconds. The very next day, Vincent was sitting and reading about the Americans who defeated the Firefox, and he said that at first he thought he was just an idiot hanging around, but now he was impressed. Putting the newspaper aside, Vincent asked Ken what he thought of him, and he simply agreed. Suddenly, Secretary Kim came into the office and said that she needed to tell him something, but when she saw Ken, she said that since he had a visitor, she could tell him about it later. Vincent said that she could tell him everything now and asked what happened. She revealed that John George, whom they were trying to recruit, had joined the Messiah's Guild. It seemed that the Messiah had passed them by due to John's growing influence in Europe, and Ken at that time thought that he remembered that they had started working together much later. Could Simon's murder move the chain of events forward? He decided he needed to understand the situation and adjust the plan. Vincent said that he wanted to use John George to keep the Messiah in check, but now he had become a threat to them. Darkened by the news, he decided to come up with a plan B. And then Ken quietly asked what he had just said about those Americans. Vincent said it would be great to recruit them, but they don't have any information about him. Secretary Kim said that there were rumors that they had been appearing on the black market quite often recently to purchase the Skeleton Knight skill. Vincent said that it was a rather rare skill, which meant he was trying to find the Skeleton Knight. Vincent repeated, and then he decided that it looked like everything might be much more forgiving than he thought. In the Messiah building, Paula approached Lei and said that Simon was dead. She is clearly nervous as she tells him that not only is Simon dead, but so are his subordinates. Lei asked about the base, and she replied that the base in Kaesong had been destroyed without a trace. He turned and asked who the daredevil was who decided to provoke them in such a way. Paula is literally shaking with fear as she reports that they have information that one of Vincent's men was seen in Kaesong under an assumed name, which may be hard to believe, but she believes that Vincent's forces made the first move. She looks like an A student who got a bad grade for the first time when Lei asked her how she reacted. Paula said that if he meant Vincent, she had already done something. Soon, his reckless attempt to keep the Messiah Guild under control will lead to his death. Paula said she recruited the man to spy on the Americans, a player who shows ambition by spreading his powers throughout Europe. His patron is the messenger of the underworld, and his main skill is the skeleton warrior. Apparently, he is capable of producing countless skeleton warriors, enough to create an army. And no matter how strong the enemy is, presumably no one will be able to stand against such an army. Players who have witnessed his overwhelming power call him the King of the Immortals. John George, the very hero that Ken spoke of earlier, appeared. He looks younger than I expected and reminds me a bit of Ken. They decided that instead of the mysterious American, it would be easier to deal with John George, since he did not hide his intentions. Even though this player told the journalists that he was friendly towards their guild, they suffered too many losses because of this person. When she said that they would use John George to keep an eye on them just in case, Lei put his hand on her shoulder and she looked like he had killed her. Lei said she was right. The bigger their desire, the easier it was to deal with them. He looks creepy. Lei said he likes the name King of the Immortals, but he doesn't seem happy with it. Then he turned and headed for the exit, telling her that he was giving her one last chance. She seems to be more afraid of him than anyone else. It will be interesting to watch these two in the future. Vincent got into the car after negotiating with the Overseas Guild, but he looked thoughtful. And Kim asked if the negotiations had failed, but he said that the negotiations were fine. These guys from the border had wanted to enter the Korean market for a long time, but being rivals of the Messiah, their pride would not allow them to bow down to her for this, so the deal was the best option for them. Kim said that partnering with one of the 5 largest guilds in the world seemed like a great opportunity to keep the Messiah Guild in line. She asked if there was anything bothering him. Vincent agreed. He was worried that there was no such thing as a free lunch. He thought that people who were kind to you were probably plotting behind your back. He would have thought the same about Ken. He decided that if the Frontier Guild was going to cheat him, he would use their fame against them. Vincent told her to call Ken to the guild headquarters tomorrow morning. And tomorrow morning, Ken was already sitting in the headquarters of the Phoenix Guild. Ken asked that he would now have to work with the border. Vincent said that he would not work with them, but he would just need to get their protection and calmly raise his level. He continued and said that they were preparing to enter the dungeon in 2 days, and Ken needed to be ready by then. Ken walked out of the office and took off his cute suit. He thought that in order to continue to control the Messiah, he had to involve third parties, but these actions seem a little obvious. This fox Paula probably already foresaw all of Vincent's plans to cooperate with another American mega guild now. Judging by the situation, it is very likely that the Frontier and the Messiah are working together behind the scenes, but relying on guesswork is a bad idea. And then Ken received a call from Oven. The day of entering the dungeon arrived. The other members of Vincent's elite team were talking about how they couldn't wait to meet the Frontier Guild, while Ken sat silently with a gloomy look. One player, speaking as the Frontier Guild called their best players, and he naively assumed that clearing the dungeon under the supervision of these guys was a huge stroke of luck. He personally was glad that he joined Vincent's squad. At that moment, a man entered the office, apologized for the delay, and introduced himself as James. He is a member of the Frontier Guild's team of lawyers, asked everyone to sit down so that he could begin to bring them up to speed. James ended by saying that the Frontier Guild was doing everything they could to keep them safe. How funny it was that no one was sitting next to Ken. He added that from now on they were forbidden to enter any dungeon without a boundary escort. Bad news for our Ken. And in the dungeon they are generally forbidden to do anything. They are definitely in cahoots with the Messiah's guild. The man, who was happy about this union, became nervous and asked what it meant that they couldn't do anything. James picked up the contract and pointed to it, saying that it looked like they were mistaken. This contract stated that they were only supposed to ensure their safety during the level up. It was not an offer, it was an order. He said that the contract did not contain a single word about respecting their rights and freedoms. James said that if they didn't honor the terms of the contract, both parties would suffer. And he literally sat him down in a chair and said that he would make sure they understood everything. The sick bastard began to threaten them not to even think about taking any action in the dungeon, and his guild would spoon-feed them like little children. James said that if they had any complaints, he would personally convey the news to Vincent that the contract was cancelled due to their unwillingness to cooperate. The crazy man, leaving the office, said that silence would be considered consent, and reminded that they were leaving for the dungeon in 30 minutes. Ken thought that they were going to control Vincent's people under the guise of fulfilling the terms of the contract. Suddenly, he received a call and Ken asked how he could help. The voice said that they needed to radically change their plans. Oven said that maybe entering this dungeon is not the best idea. After some searching, he thinks that the Messiah and the Frontier are in cahoots as expected. The Messiah's recent actions had been strange, and now they had joined forces with a large guild. And Oven said he needed to look into the matter further to find out for sure if they were working with the entire guild or just a part of it. And he suggested to Ken that they leave this dungeon. He could find him a safer one. But Ken said that he underestimated him. To catch the tiger, you need to go into his den. Oven began to shout that going there, knowing that they were plotting, was recklessness. Ken said that if he hadn't been reckless, they wouldn't be talking to him now, and he thought now that they knew they were working together, it wasn't the best time to talk. Oven agreed and said that they needed to come up with a new plan as soon as possible. Ken said he wanted to ask for 2 things. First, to keep him updated on any new information about these guys on their frontier, and second, he needed him to deal with the aftermath. Oven, after a short silence, agreed and said that he could rage as much as he liked since he had already made up his mind. He will deal with the consequences. The whole team entered the dungeon, but Team Phoenix just sat next to each other and did absolutely nothing. The level increased. One of them asked how many times they had already increased the level. The other answered that it was the 2nd time. This was already the 3rd dungeon, but he still couldn't get used to the fact that they were just sitting and doing nothing. One said it wasn't that bad. They were making money without working hard and the cleanups were over pretty quickly. At this rate, they could clear the dungeon with Vincent soon enough. He heard that Vincent was preparing for a raid on the 6th level. He had already started recruiting players for the elite squad. Ken thought that it seemed like the Frontier Guild was speeding up their cleansing to weaken Vincent, since it would be much easier to carry out their plan once Vincent entered the dungeon. The dungeon was successfully cleared and the guys were already relaxed. Some weirdo came out of the woods and said he wasn't allowed to move, so why did he stand up? Ken turned around to look at this weirdo. The man said that a notification about clearing the dungeon had popped up. The guy told them not to forget themselves. They were not here to make friends. He said they were not allowed to do anything unless they were ordered to. Ken looked at this strange guy silently with a menacing look. Oven said mockingly that he probably felt bad because they didn't let him do anything. But Vincent was an amazing person. He was vigilant enough to prevent them from doing shady things behind his back. Although it might end soon, he threw the newspaper on the table. It said that Vincent was going to the 6th level dungeon. He must be losing his patience because he issued a press release earlier than expected. Ken said it was extremely important to him to lay the foundation as soon as possible, so he didn't have much of a choice. The moment Vincent entered the dungeon, those bastards from the frontier would show their true colors. Ken asked what about the information he requested. Owen told him not to worry. She should be with him tomorrow. A disgruntled Ken said that he thought Owen himself would come here. But Secretary Lee came and said that quite a lot of time had passed. Owen said that he should meet Ken in person at least once. But he noticed that Secretary Lee wanted to say something, and she said that the meeting was scheduled for tomorrow and she could go instead of him. He asked if she really wanted this, and she said that it was important to her too. She was interested in how Lee would develop. At the cafe, she apologized to Ken, saying that at the last minute the boss had some important things to do. She took out documents from her briefcase and said that the plan would be implemented without any problems. Ken was surprised when he looked at the documents. There was not only information about the main members of the Messiah, but also the guilds with which she is in close relations. She reported that according to the information found, the Messiah Guild has infiltrated not only the frontier, but also the 5 leading guilds in the world. Lee looks quite mysterious. Lee said that first they need to destroy the hands that are helping the Messiah. Ken asked if she was suggesting he start trimming the branches, and Lee replied that was exactly what she said, because only then will they be able to see a glimmer of hope. Then she handed over an envelope, saying that it would be more than enough to pay for this. The information contained in this document is invaluable. It provides a list of items used by the Messiah Guild. As well as the supposed rat Messiah in the top 5 guilds, she is uniquely good at her job. Ken was pleased and said that she was right and that this payment was more than enough. He flipped through the document and found that guy from the dungeon, Sam Oliver, the guy who was following him. He heard his name, but that he owned Percival's spear. Ken put the document on the table and asked to pass on the message to the busy Mr. Owen. He pointed to the document with Sam and told him to get him the same one as last time. Lee didn't understand and asked what he meant by the same one. In the evening, in the office where the guys met with James, someone called Sam. The huge man said he asked him how many there would be today, then asked why he was disconnecting. The weirdo replied that he was just thinking and said that today there would only be one. It didn't matter whether to kill or spare the other 4. The main thing was to eliminate only that guy. His partner replied that he thought there would be a lot of them. That's why he was so disconnected. He said that he started working with him on the team because his name was Lucky Sam, and he really was lucky. The weirdo continued that he heard how other teams had to deal with 4 and 7 people. He also thought that he was lucky until he got the call. Chief Naomi told him that Vincent was in the dungeon, so they needed to make a move today. And Sam said that he was probably the only one called in for a reason. She asked if he was taking good care of Percival's spear and told him that Ken, whom he had been following, had survived several assassination attempts by other guilds and was at the top of the hit list. The girl reminded him that they had not lent him the spear for his pretty eyes. The boy was nervous, thinking that he had to succeed no matter what. After everything he had been through, he couldn't let this spear be taken away from him. So they entered the dungeon. Now it was clear why he was so nervous, and it was no longer surprising that they still wanted to kill Ken. A notification came for a quest that, in order to get to the 2nd level, you need to live here for 4 days. And Sam thought that because of this stupid survival quest, he might sense something was wrong and start running away. Then they would have to chase him for all 4 days. And if he suddenly survives and goes to the 2nd level, Sam thought, and turned to look at Ken. He thought things would be more difficult if he survived, and it seemed Ken felt the weirdo's gaze. Ken realized that they were going to make their move on the 1st level, but this only amused him, and he decided that it was time for him to make his move. Sam was asked in a whisper when they planned to take action. Sam also whispered back that they didn't need to carry him around all the time and that it would be better to finish him off quickly. He said they just needed to take him aside and then make it look like an accident, and suddenly someone started yelling, "Where are you going?" The sly man turned and smiled at Sam, hinting that he was ready to accept their challenge. After that, he ran into the forest, and Sam began shouting to his men to stop standing and catch up with him. And the other players from the Phoenix continued to stand, not understanding what was happening. One of them even thought that Ken might have eaten something wrong. They continued to joke, not knowing what was coming next. Having reached the forest, they still hadn't found Ken, and one said that they had lost him, and that the area was still not visible because of the trees, and the other asked if they should split up to find him faster. But he said that this was a survival quest, which meant that the place was crawling with monsters, and if they split up they would put themselves in even more danger, and he said that they should go back and discuss it with Sam. While they were laughing and talking about Sam, Ken was watching them from a flock of trees, very close. When they left, Ken came down and said that due to the increased security, he never had a chance to try his moves. But now such an opportunity presented itself, he took out a ring from his inventory. In the A+ rank Firefox dungeon, the War Trophy Ultra Plus ring was obtained. Ken put on the ring. This ring helps to go beyond your capabilities. Its value is immeasurable. The ranks of all skills have been increased by 1. The rank of the Skeleton Warrior skill has become outstanding. Now he can summon skeleton warriors using the corpses of any monsters. Ken was delighted that he could finally summon a new skeleton warrior when suddenly guests arrived. The unexpected guests were wolf monsters. Ken decided that it was worth increasing his strength a little. The players returned to Sam and told him that he had managed to escape, and he was angry that everything was not going according to plan. The man asked Sam if it was possible that someone had leaked the information or if there was a traitor among them. But Sam replied that if someone had leaked the information, he would have rather brought help than run away. No, he wouldn't have come here at all. The naive one doesn't know how crazy Ken is. Another player asked what he was going to do, since they couldn't just wait for him to show up. Sam told them to calm down, and that they would have to use all the possibilities of this quest. He decided that they would not kill monsters and focus on finding him quietly. But the player asked why he killed these guys, to which Sam began to complain that he had no other choice, and he got rid of them before everything got out of control, then ordered everyone to leave before the monsters were drawn to the smell of blood. All the guys were running away, and Sam thought that so far, everything was going according to the information from Chief Naomi. He's not easy to deal with, but no matter how hard he tries, he can't figure out what's going on, Sam thought. As he was running away, he noticed the corpse of a monster lying on the ground. He thought that Ken was hunting when he ran away. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the forest. It seems Ken began to act. Sam himself realized that they themselves had now become a target and began to look around. He shouted that it looked like a trap and that they needed to prepare for the impending attack. The man screamed that he had been wounded in the arm and asked to be treated quickly. But from the smoke, a skeleton warrior appeared and quickly attacked this player. The other one also shouted at Sam to do something. He wanted to say that he couldn't see anything because of the dust, but he didn't finish. An arrow flew out of nowhere and hit him, killing another player. Sam was panicking, thinking that at this rate he would get rid of them faster than they could strike back. The Silent Hunter's Wind. Wall skill was used. Sam slammed his spear into the ground. The dust cleared, and a skeleton warrior began to appear. Sam could have done it right away, so he could have helped his partners. A huge skeleton warrior appeared behind Sam and was already swinging at him. He was able to jump back further, but his spear was damaged. Sam said, disgruntled, that he never thought he would use it here. The boy took out his spear. Percival, this spear belongs to the Knight of the Round. Percival, the wound inflicted by this spear will not heal so easily. Percival's spear is the third legendary item in the Knights of the Round Table item set. Ken has already encountered a player wielding this spear. Since it has the effect of enhanced penetration, its attack cannot be blocked by unique rank armor. Moreover, the wounds inflicted by this spear cannot be healed for a certain period of time. The skeleton warriors quickly retreated, and Sam wondered why they were retreating so quickly. When all the skeleton warriors had fled, a huge skeleton of some kind of beast emerged from the depths of the forest. Sam noticed that this skeleton was moving too fast, and so the skeleton began to run at incredible speed. Sam thought that he had decent speed. He stood there unable to do anything and decided that all he could do was wait until he struck again. Then at least, he would be able to reach him. Sam relied on his spear, which only needed one strike, and as the skeleton approached, he prepared himself. The Silent Hunter skill dealt the final blow, and the skeleton and Sam began the battle. But when Sam struck with his spear, the skeleton managed to turn away from the blow. Sam was, of course, in shock. He couldn't understand how he was able to dodge the spear. The skeleton turned around and grabbed Sam's arm, and he continued to wonder how any skeleton could jump away at the right moment. And Ken, who was standing behind the tree, he took off his mask and his connection was broken. Despite its sharp fangs and claws, a skeleton warrior in beast form is no different in strength from a skeleton in human form. Human-type skeleton warriors who walk on 2 legs can freely use various types of weapons, such as swords, bows, and axes, while beast-type skeletons are unable to do so. However, on the other hand, due to the human body structure, human-shaped skeleton warriors do not move as fast as animal-shaped skeleton warriors, who do so on all 4s. The skeleton warrior squeezed Sam tightly in his mouth, and Sam thought that he could not die here. Even without an arm, while he was still able to lift Percival's spear, he reached for the spear that was very close. But then Ken came along and said that no matter how good the spear was, until he could strike it, it was useless. Ken said he didn't know why they were targeting him, but since things had gotten this way, any further conversation would be pointless. Sam began to panic and scream that he was just following orders and that he had no choice, and that if he spared him, he would cooperate with him. And if he kills him, he will become an enemy of all the frontier guilds. And he asked arrogantly if he thinks he can deal with everyone. In the real-world building, James walked into the office and shouted that they had a serious problem. The girl at the table calmly asked what he was talking about, and James said that she urgently needed to check something. He reported that all their agents defending the entrance were destroyed. But the identity of the person who killed all the agents, she inserted a flash drive into her laptop. In the video, someone was shouting, "Stop, bastard!" And then there were screams. The girl looked at all this in horror. And we are shown a video in which Sam Oliver himself killed 2 soldiers who were standing at the entrance. She asked in horror what the hell was going on here. Now she was worried that she had been too cruel to him. She wondered why he did it. After Sam killed everyone, he told Ken that it was over and so that he wouldn't forget about their deal. James said that he didn't expect Sam to betray them. The girl was shaking. She thought that this was an emergency if Sam Oliver betrayed them. Knowing who was behind him, then she was finished. She decided to personally get rid of them before they found out about it. We are shown someone's car parked on the street. In the car, Locke said he had nothing to worry about. The cleanup had been successful. Sam said he was glad to hear that. And since the current task was finished, it was time to move on to the next step. Locke asked if he was planning on doing anything else, and if he was going to make so much noise in the Frontier Guild, then it would be better for him to lie low for a while. And Ken, who had been wearing Sam's mask all this time, said that he knew everything himself because there was no better place to hide in the dungeon. We are shown a past conversation between Ken and Lee, where he asked for one thing he had spoken about earlier. This thing turned out to be a mask with Sam Oliver's face. It's a little creepy to make such a mask, but okay. Ken in the car said that the right scene for the release from the second-level dungeon appeared just in time. He took out his phone and told Locke to get ready. Locke asked him angrily why he needed it. Locke started shouting that he didn't even need to hide. Why should he go with him into this dungeon? But Ken was already on the phone and asked how things were with the border. Owen replied that so far no movement had been noticed. It seemed that Chief Naomi was trying to finish this matter on his own, without reporting to his superiors. Ken replied that if that was the case, then it could be said that not the entire Frontier Guild was involved. Owen agreed, but said that while they couldn't be sure of that, she could be an informant for the Messiah Guild they were hunting. The Frontier Guild is one of the 5 largest guilds in the world. It seems that the Messiah's dirty paws have not yet reached the foundations of the frontier. Even in Sam's memories, there is no information about the leaders, except for Naomi. Owen said that in any case, everything had already gone wrong because Sam Oliver had betrayed them, and Chef Naomi would try to resolve the incident on her own before Vincent showed up. If Vincent found out the truth, it would be more than just a headache, so he asked him to hide in some dungeon. Meanwhile, Owen would be scaring Naomi with the ghost of Sam Oliver, and Ken said that he was just about to do it himself, and Owen asked if he had already chosen which dungeon he would go to. Of course, an A+ rank dungeon in Taiwan. Hearing this, Owen did not seem happy with his choice of dungeon, and asked why he chose this one out of all of them. Owen told him that there had been 23 unsuccessful attempts to clear this dungeon. Poor Locke had already begun to shake with fear, thinking that he was crazy, but Ken listened to him calmly. He continued that the Messiah had tried to clear it out 4 times, and none of the attempts had been successful, and that the other guilds had also temporarily stopped their attempts to clear it out. He asked if Ken, who already knew about it. Ken remembered that even before his trip to the past, it had not been completely cleared. The last number of failed attempts that he remembered was 43. Endless failures. Eventually, most of Taiwan's territory was filled with monsters because no one could close the dungeon gates. There is a level limit to enter this dungeon, so even Lei, the Messiah, couldn't do anything. Ken decided that he couldn't clear it either if his level was over 60. It was crazy that Ken wanted to go in there. So if there is anything in this dungeon that could help in the fight against the Messiah, it will pass by him unnoticed. The information he has is not enough to deal with them. Owen said that knowing him, there was no point in stopping him, because he would still find a way. Locke continued to keep his fingers crossed that Owen would be able to dissuade Ken from this idea. But then Owen just said that they would do something crazy again, and Locke lost all hope, poor guy. Owen asked him what he thought his chances were, and Ken said so calmly, less than 10%, even with precise calculations. Not enough. Owen decided that he probably meant the chance of failure, and laughing, he said that this was enough, and Locke fell down in fear, thinking that it was all over, a 10% chance of returning alive, and did not listen to anything else. Ken said that as long as he owned Percival's spear, he had no equal at the second level, but Locke's spirit had already left him and he hadn't heard anything. Owen said that he would prepare everything, and it would be easier if he used the American's mask. Owen asked if there was anything else needed, and Ken asked how about asking for specific support for the Messiah through public pressure. The Messiah couldn't handle it, so why would they spend the money? There are already a lot of articles in the newspapers about Americans who intend to go through the Taiwanese dungeon, the frosty forest of rigidity, and on the internet everyone is talking only about this. The most interesting thing is that they openly ask for help from the Messiah and the comments were different. Some people from different countries, having learned about this, decided that they could not miss this opportunity. As expected from hypocrites who are now suffering from their own notoriety, they said they would help with equipment. But Locke said that they couldn't handle this dungeon with just one unique item, and that they should at least give them a legendary one, since they were going to clear the dungeon they couldn't handle. Owen reassured him that if things continued to go this way, the Messiah would have to fork out for more expensive items if they wanted to save face. But more importantly, due to this incident, the price has definitely gone down. Locke didn't understand anything, and when Lee entered the office, she said that the cost of clearing the 2-level dungeon of rank A+, which the Messiah failed to cope with, had changed to a unique class item. And now, if someone else clears a dungeon of an even higher rank for the Messiah, they won't be able to get away with just unique items. Lee approached the guys with a suitcase on her back. At this point, Locke finally realized what they meant, and he happily said that they would now be able to get legendary items for clearing 3-level and higher dungeons that the Messiah had failed to handle. Owen thanked Lee for the explanation. Lee handed over the folder with the details they had requested, details of Sam Oliver's cover route, and the final expense report. And they leaked some clues to the frontier to find his false route. This should save them a decent amount of time. Owen thanked them for their excellent work and suggested that they should be on their way. Locke asked Lee if she was working in the field today. She pushed her suitcase forward, and Locke looked at it in surprise. Owen asked if he was joking. Why did Secretary Lee need to go there since he was the one who had to go to the dungeon in Taiwan? That same evening, Locke and Ken set off for Taiwan. They were put up in a nice hotel, and Locke said that they were well-respected people here, and that he knew that after the mission failed, there had been no players willing to challenge and clear the dungeon. But still, they got together so quickly, Locke said happily. He turned to Ken and said that the support was encouraging and asked him what he thought about it. Ken replied that most of the players were in a guild that failed to carry out the cleanup, and from the outside it might seem like they were there to avenge their fallen comrades. But not everyone has good intentions if 23 attempts to clear the dungeon with a maximum of 80 players failed. This means that there are items buried there from about 2,000 players. Among them, there should be at least one legendary item. Ken is sure that there will be people who care more about their own gain than clearing the dungeon. A man entered the office and asked them to get ready. There was 1 hour left before entering the dungeon. Ken raised his hand for some reason and the man ran up to him. Locke became noticeably nervous and wondered what he was trying to do. Ken said something to the man, and then we are shown him walking onto the stage. At this time, outside the chief's office, Naomi was screaming that this couldn't be, that the traces would simply disappear. James said that given all the circumstances, it was clear to them that Sam was being helped by someone, considering that their intelligence could not locate him. Naomi screamed at them to do everything they could to keep Sam and Ken in one place. If that didn't work, then it was better to get rid of them so they couldn't meet Vincent. And in Owen's office, Secretary Lee approached him and told him to look at something and handed him a tablet. This was a video of Ken's statement to the world. He was saying the following, that he was grateful to everyone who took part in the cleanup. It was an honor for him to be here next to them. But I have only one goal, to save the world by finishing the game. And I will do everything possible to achieve this goal. So don't stand in my way, the video has already spread around the world. Secretary Lee was nervous and asked what they should do, which was not in the plan. It is no longer possible to block the video. Owen said that he is not going to mess with those who interfere with him. This is an open statement of war. The guys entered the dungeon and other players looked at them from afar. One of them asked what else he meant by not getting in his way. Did he mean that they were in his way? And the guy said that there was nothing surprising about that, because he was on a different level than they were. The player said that he saw in the Firefox's dungeon how strong he was. Words cannot describe. The players' looks were becoming more menacing and angry. The guy said that they would see for themselves that they were real monsters, Locke whispered, asking why Ken did this. Now because of this unnecessary provocation, everyone is staring at them. Ken said that some people are hard to convince in a good way, especially if they are bloodhounds who have come to take away the items of dead players. There is only one way to convince such people: by showing superior power. And having suppressed their will, Ken called upon his skeleton warriors, and they surrounded him and Locke. So he gets rid of the slightest resistance, calling his warriors. He showed them who is boss here. The guy, seeing the skeletons, thought that these were the same famous skeletons that everyone was talking about. He thought that he needed to find this item before him. He turned to his partners and said they were moving out, suggesting they search the other side before dark. Evening came and each group gathered with their own. They sat in front of the fire. Someone said that Ken is an absolute monster and he can't believe it, even though he saw it with his own eyes. He said he was furious when he was told not to touch him, but now he seemed to understand why. The other said that was what he had said. Trying to help was the same as hindering him. The man asked his leader what happened today. Even though they searched all day, they only found the bodies of 2 players. He replied that at first he suspected that other guilds might have stolen the item, but after searching for a whole day, he came to a different conclusion. The scary guy said that there were a lot of monsters on the first level, but he didn't notice any strong ones. In other words, he doubts that a player of level 50 or higher could die here. The thing they are looking for should be on the second level, then Van Gogh's bracelet should be there. Seriously, they are looking for Van Gogh's bracelet. The guy heard something and jumped onto a tree. On one of the branches of this tree lay a skeleton. He was unhappy because he heard that the sounds were coming from here, but it couldn't have been his imagination. Enraged, he hit the skeleton. Apparently, he was not surprised that the skeleton was there. Their leader asked him what was the matter when the guy returned to Earth. He apologized to him and said that it must have been him making the sound, swaying in the wind, pointing to the skeleton. He then threw the skeleton aside and sat down by the fire. They continued to say that they had to find this item for the Kunlun Guild, even if they had to go up against this monster. Of course, this skeleton was Ken. He left it there just in case, but thanks to it he had useful information: Van Gogh's bracelet. He had never heard of such an item before. But if the Chinese Guild, one of the 5 strongest guilds, sent its bloodhound here, Ken broke the connection with the skeleton. He realized that Van Gogh's bracelet was not a simple object. Now Ken has also decided that he must find Van Gogh's bracelet. Locke complained that it was taking them longer than they expected and asked if they were the only ones fighting. Ken said his guess was correct, since more than half of them were hyenas who only wanted the treasure of the dead. Locke was angry and said that he was glad that many players had gathered, but apparently the dungeon would have to be cleared out again by them. Ken made Locke happy by telling him that once they reached the second level they would have some time to rest. Locke was happily surprised by this and asked what had come over him. As soon as they entered the second level of the dungeon, all players were hit by a strong wind. One player was angry that it was much colder here than he thought. Others were also angry at the cold. The guy said that his body was turning to stone from this frost, and wondered how they would fight in such a state. The Chinese are also frozen. The temperature is low, but it is clearly not the only reason for the goosebumps, and also because of the trail of fear left by the monsters. Poor Locke's teeth were chattering from the cold, and he said that there were no monsters in sight nearby. There was no way a monster that used that much fear was on the second level. This is bad. Even Ken said it might be more difficult than he expected. The body of a living creature freezes when exposed to the fear of monsters. It doesn't last forever, but in a life or death struggle, a second's delay means death. It's not a dragon since they are in a 2-level dungeon, but if you exclude them, then there aren't many monsters that use fear. How strong would it have to be for the emanation to be felt from that distance? The man shouted that his guild would inspect the surrounding areas.